Origins. Izuku Midoriya, age 4. He's had some good days in his life so far, but today was rather special. For today was the day he would find out what kind of quirk he would have. Every kid in his class already had their quirks, and it was now his turn. Izuku sat in a chair beside his mother waiting for the doctor to come back and bring him the good news. Mom, what kind of quirk do you think I will get? He asked, playing with his little All Might action figure. Izuku's sweet is settled down, and I don't know what kind of quirk you'll get. It could be like mine or your father's. Either way, I'm sure it will be amazing, Inko said, trying to calm her son down. Just then the doctor walked into the room with a file. Izuku's eyes gleamed when he saw him. Izuku was too excited to see the look on the doctor's face, but Inko immediately saw the look of sadness. Mrs. Midoriya, let me ask you something. What are your and your husband's quirks? The doctor asked, putting down the file. I can pull small things towards me, and my husband can breathe fire from his mouth. Why do you ask, doctor? Is everything all right? You know he wants to be a hero? Inko asked with worry. The doctor sighed. Sorry, kid, there is just no way. It's best if you give it up, said the doctor. Izuku dropped the All Might figure as his eyes went wide. Doctor, what do you mean? The doctor reached into the file and pulled out an X-ray chart, putting it on a light board that showed an image of Izuku's foot. See here, there should be only one joint here. Izuku, on the other hand, has two. This means he won't develop a quirk. The doctor then looked at Izuku. I'm sorry, son, but your dreams of being a hero are over. After a few more explanations, Inko and Izuku walked out of the doctor's office. As they left, the doctor watched them from the window. That boy is exactly what we've been looking for. I must inform Master of this as soon as possible. The car ride home was quiet. Izuku stared outside the window looking at the passing cars. Inko didn't have the courage to speak. She was thinking Izuku was blaming her for this. Now home, Izuku didn't say a word. He silently went over to the computer and began to look up his favorite video. The video was short. It was a 2-minute clip of All Might rescuing people from a collapsed building. Izuku. Hey mom, see, can I still be a hero like All Might, even though I don't have a quirk? Izuku asked, turning around with tears welling up in his eyes. Inko began to cry. Running up to Izuku, she gave him a hug. I am so sorry, Izuku. I'm sorry. Mother and son began to cry into each other's arms as the video of All Might played in the back. The following years were a living hell for Izuku. He was subject to bullying by his classmates, especially by his so-called best friend Bakugo. They've known each other since they could remember and would always stick together. However, once he found out Izuku was quirkless, he started treating Izuku horribly. Izuku now was going to start his first year of middle school and was hoping that things would be different, but he knew once people found out he was quirkless, it would all go back to how things were. Getting ready for his first day, Izuku was about to walk out the door when he was stopped by his mother. Izuku, dear. Got a second? She asked. Izuku nodded. Yeah, mom. What's up? He said, giving her a smile. I know things have been hard for you these last couple of years. Izuku's smile faltered. But I just want you to know that I love you. No matter what, I will always love you. Izuku nodded. I know, mom. I love you too. He walked up to her and gave her a hug. I'll come straight home after school. Good. Now go enjoy your first day of middle school, Inko said, waving goodbye. With that, Izuku walked out of their little apartment. As he walked down the street, he thought about when he was younger. The beatings he took, the quirks he wished he had, the friendships that could have been. However, as he would soon learn, none of that would matter, for everything would change in a matter of minutes. Izuku was just a few blocks away from the train station when a black SUV came up beside him. Startled, Izuku stopped as several men came out. Who are you? But before he could even fight back, he was grabbed and thrown into the SUV. Inside, Izuku was tied up and had a black mask covering his face, preventing him from seeing anything. Izuku began to squirm around and yell, let me go. Just then the click of a gun was heard, and Izuku felt something cold press up against his head. Shut it, kid, unless you want a bullet in your head, one of the thugs said. Izuku swallowed hard. Good, now keep it that way. The boss wants you alive, said the thug, keeping his gun trained on Izuku's head. There were 4 thugs in total, 2 in the front seat and 2 in the back seats. and Izuku in the loading space in the back. This makes the fifth kid this month. What do you think the boss wants with them? Asked one of the thugs. Don't know. Don't care. As long as we get paid, it doesn't matter, said the thug riding shotgun. As they were driving under a freeway bridge, something suddenly came crashing in from the sunroof onto the middle seat in between them. What the? Glass was sent in every direction as the thugs shielded themselves. All right, guys, the fun is over. Time to give back the boy, said a very tired-looking man wearing a scarf around his neck and goggles. Ah shit, it's Eraserhead. Kill him, said one of the thugs, pulling out a gun. However, as he put his hand on the trigger, Eraserhead elbowed the thug in the nose, breaking it and causing him to drop the gun. The other thug tried to grab Eraserhead, but was stopped when his scarf wrapped around his arm. Pulling on the capture weapon, Eraserhead caused the thug to slam onto the car floor. He then proceeded to stomp on the guy's head. That's when the driver's side passenger tried to activate his quirk, but couldn't. What? Damn it. I forgot he erases quirks, he said, reaching for his gun. Pulling it out, he fired, to which Eraserhead dodged. Seeing a chance, he grabbed the thug with a broken nose and threw him against the passenger seat, causing the other to drop the gun. Seeing a chance, Eraserhead pulled back the guy with the broken nose and hit him in the nuts, causing him to hunch over in pain. Eraserhead then grabbed him by the belt and flipped him over toward the loading space and out the car. Eraserhead then turned his attention to the thug on the floor that was now up. Punching him in the chest, the thug jerked back in between the driver and the passenger riding shotgun. The guy running shotgun turned headbutt Eraserhead, causing him to sit back down on the seat. Disoriented, Eraserhead used his capture weapon and pulled, causing one of the other thugs to fly out of the car from the back. You bastard, yelled the driver. That's when Eraserhead punched the driver in the head. Pull over, and you won't end up like your friends, he said, reaching for the wheel. However, as he did, the thug in the passenger side grabbed the hero by the head and began to bash him against the radio, over and over again. Damn it, I need an opening and fast, my eyes are drying up. As almost on cue, the thug bashing his face stopped to reach for his gun. Seeing it, Eraserhead dodged, but the thug still fired a round, right into the thigh of the driver. You idiot, shoot him, not me. Right? Sorry about that, the thug said, turning back to Eraserhead, only to be kicked in the head by Eraserhead, knocking him out. The driver saw this. Damn. Oh well, might as well try it, he said, turning and opening his mouth right at Eraserhead. Normally, Eraserhead would just use his quirk, but he was at his limit and needed to blink. And in that split second of blinking, the driver let out a sonic scream, throwing Eraserhead out of the car. However, just at the last second, Eraserhead managed to throw his capture weapon to the back of the car. I need to hold on, he said, grunting as he was being dragged. The rear view mirror, the driver saw Eraserhead was still there. Damn, this guy is persistent. The driver then turned the wheel hard back and forth, trying to make Eraserhead let go. Eraserhead was swinging around in the back, holding on for dear life. See, come on. Got to reach the kid, he said, pulling himself forward. With so much wind blowing into the car, the mask covering Izuku's face came loose and fell off. Izuku saw Eraserhead trying to reach him. He tried to move around, maybe even help him in some sort of way, but found that he couldn't. "Okay, kid, stay there. I know you're scared, but once I reach you, everything will be." Before Eraserhead could finish, a loud bang was heard. Izuku looked towards where the sound originated to find the thug that Eraserhead had knocked out was now awake. The bullet hit Eraserhead in the shoulder, causing him to lose his grip on the capture weapon. "Kid." Eraserhead watched as the kid's eyes began to fill with despair as he tumbled onto the pavement. Izuku's eyes filled with tears as he saw the hero fall. "Secure the kid," the driver yelled out. The other thug nodded and grabbed Izuku, placing him into the back seat. Now, without the mask covering his face, Izuku could see where they were taking him. They drove out of the city, past the countryside, and into the mountains. After a 4-hour car ride, they finally arrived at what looked like an abandoned dam. Izuku was then taken out of the car. After walking for a bit, they stopped in front of a giant metal door. One of the thugs knocked. After a few seconds, the door opened, and out walked a fairly old, bald man with a bushy mustache. He also wore a pair of goggles and a white lab coat. "We got another for you, boss," one of the thugs said, presenting Izuku to the doctor. Good, very good. You have done well, but where's the rest of your crew? Asked the doctor. Captured. We ran into some trouble with a hero, but don't worry, we dealt with him, said the thug. The doctor looked at the scared Izuku, then at the thugs. I see, good job then. Here is your payment. Reaching into his coat, the doctor pulled out an envelope filled with cash. The thug took the money and began to count. He smiled as he confirmed the amount. Pleasure doing business with you, Doc. So when is the next job? Oh, about that. The doctor then quickly reached into his coat once again and pulled out a revolver. Before the thugs could even move, the doctor shot them in the head, causing blood and brain matter to splatter all over the place. Izuku fell to the floor and blood spattered across his face. That's when the doctor walked over and picked up the envelope. Idiots, only going after the money and so easily disposable, said the doctor as he turned to Izuku. Don't worry, son, you're not as disposable. No, your life is much more important. Now get up and get inside, the doctor said, pointing the gun at Izuku. With no other option, Izuku got up and walked into the building. The building was poorly lit and damp. Izuku was taken to what looked like a room. Stay here. Once we set everything up, I will call for you. Oh, I should probably remove those restraints. The doctor then removed the restraints. Good. Now get some rest. You'll need the energy for what's to come. He then began to walk away. Izuku then mustered what little bravery he had left. What are you going to do to me? The doctor stopped. Turning, he gave Izuku an evil grin. Don't worry, son. If you prove yourself, then you'll move on to the next part. Izuku didn't like the sound of that. With that, the doctor left and closed the door behind him. I need to get out of here. I need to get back home. That hero saw me, so he should rescue me by the end of the day. A few hours later, Izuku was laying on the ground when the door to the room opened up. Come, it's time, said the doctor, accompanied by 2 henchmen with guns. Izuku was escorted into a large room. There he found 10 other kids around his age. Looking around, he found an observation deck. There the doctor watched. Izuku walked over to one of the kids. Excuse me, do you know what we are doing here? The girl turned around. She was a bit taller than Izuku. She also had red hair and red eyes. I don't know. The girl was obviously scared. Just then the doctor's voice was heard. All right, kids, it's time to start the trials. As you see, there are 10 of you, but to be honest, that's too much. So for your first task is to dwindle that number down to 5. Izuku's eyes went wide. Wait, does he want us to kill each other? To speed up the process, we will provide you with these. Just then, sections of the floor began to open up, revealing hunting knives. You have 5 minutes to get it done. If by the 5 minutes more than 5 of you are standing, then we will kill you all. Good luck, everyone. Izuku grabbed one of the knives. I don't want to do this. Let us out, he yelled, but the doctor said nothing. Just then, the sound of yells were heard. Turning around, Izuku found one of the kids stabbing another in the chest. Oh God, please, no. I don't want to do this, Izuku said as tears fell from his eyes. 5 minutes later. Well done, everyone. You all managed to survive for the 5 minutes, the doctor said over the speaker. Izuku stood in the center of the room with a bloody knife in his hand and a body behind him. His eyes were dead as he looked up at the doctor. Now it's time for the next trail, said the doctor. Izuku dropped the knife and looked at his bloody hands. I don't want to be here anymore. Please, anyone help me. But help never came. Izuku would be subjected to various forms of torture, both physical and mental. The doctor was trying to revert them back to their primal animalistic nature. He needed them to be broken in order for his plan to work. Every day, Izuku wasn't allowed to speak to the other kids. The only time they interacted was when there was another trial. The 5 that survived the first trial was soon down to 4, then 3. Each kid would be taken away and never to be seen again. Izuku at first felt sadness, but after the 3rd, he no longer cared. If it was his turn, then good. The pain and suffering would be over. At least things would be peaceful. After several months, it was down to Izuku and the red-haired girl he saw during the first trial. They were both given a strange injection. The vial that held the liquid was green in color. What you are about to receive is an experimental quirk-giving process. The last 2 kids didn't survive the test. Let's see how you 2 will do, said the doctor, injecting the 2 of them. Izuku immediately felt a burning sensation crawling up his arm. He screamed out in agonizing pain as he felt the liquid course through his body. Looking over, he saw the red-haired girl's chest rise and fall, almost as if she was having a heart attack. Then she stopped. Izuku looked over at the EKG machine to see flatlines. Izuku then felt his chest starting to pound, harder and faster with every passing second. "Come, I need at least one of you to survive," the doctor said, giving encouragement. The EKG machine hooked onto Izuku was erratic, then normal. The doctor looked on with delight. "Yes, it worked. Congratulations, boy. You are the very first quirkless person to ever receive a quirk." Izuku couldn't even hear the doctor. His chest was still beating hard. Suddenly, a wave of calm fell over him as his eyes rolled behind his head. Izuku would wake up hours later back inside his cell. Getting up, he noticed the ration of food he had in front of him. This was the first meal he had in a week. He then began to stuff his face. He wasn't even chewing his food, all he cared about was eating. That's when Izuku could feel his stomach turning. Before long, Izuku threw up everything he just ate. Izuku sobbed alone in his room. Why? Why me? Why did this happen to me?" Izuku yelled, slamming his fists to the ground. "Tell me, God, why do you hate me? Is this my punishment for being useless? Is it?" Izuku said, pointing up. Dropping his head, he looked at the mess he made. "Please, I just want it to end." Izuku looked over at the plate and saw a fork. Grabbing the fork, he brought it to his neck. "Screw this," he said before plunging the fork into his neck. Izuku could feel the warm blood trailing down his neck. This is much better," he said before closing his eyes. A short while later, Izuku snapped his eyes open. "Huh? I thought I killed myself." "You did," said the doctor. "But lucky for us, that serum we gave you had a quirk possessing uncharted regenerative capabilities. You won't be able to kill yourself so easily, I'm afraid." Izuku's soul left his body when he heard that. Death was his only escape, but now he couldn't even do that. Izuku was then subjected to gruesome torture. Now that he had a powerful regenerative quirk, the doctor saw fit to experiment on him more. Now, with the ability to heal from just about anything, Izuku's body became a surgical playground for the doctor. Throughout the halls, Izuku's screams could be heard echoing out day and night. 2 years later. Over the last 2 years, Izuku was given a number of other quirks. Healing, super strength, stamina, speed, heightened senses, and one odd power, retractable bone claws. For some reason, they put a huge emphasis on the bone claws. Day and night, they would put Izuku through the most brutal of training. One such training included dropping off Izuku atop a mountain in sub-zero temperatures. He was then forced to fend for himself against wolves, bears, and mountain lions. It was all to test his mental fortitude. What Izuku didn't know was that he wasn't doing this on his own free will. The doctor had used psychological manipulation to force Izuku to do everything, endure anything, and obey his command. The doctor would start to manipulate his mind before every training exercise, and the worst part was that Izuku wouldn't know what he did until after it was already over. He would wake up in his cell with no memory of what he did, but if the blood on his bone claws were any indication, it probably wasn't anything good. The doctor was building something, but what? Izuku would soon learn what. It was early in the morning when 2 guards came into his room and ordered him to follow. Izuku put up no resistance as he was escorted into a new room. The room had a big tank in the middle. "Ah, there you are. Come. Today, if everything works out, you will become an unstoppable weapon," said the doctor with delight. Izuku was stripped down to his underwear and forced into the tank. He was given a respirator and attached to several restraints. Floating in the water, Izuku no longer cared what they did to him. "Doctor, he's ready," said one of the assistants. The doctor nodded. "Master, are you there?" "Yes, doctor, I am here," said a voice through the monitor. "Good. I can't wait for you to see this. This will be my greatest invention yet. As you already know, we've given him a number of quirks, the most important being the healing one. We will now try to surgically bond his skeletal system with the metal you provided," explained the doctor. "How do you know this will work?" asked the voice. "I've spent quite a bit of money obtaining that metal. 52 billion yen to be precise. The metal they were going to use was rare. so rare in fact that not even the governments of the world could get their hands on it. Well, there is no 100% chance, but at the most I would say there is a 25% chance he lives, said the doctor. Only 25%. Doctor, I hope you know the consequences if you fail, said the man through the monitor. I do, sir, and I am willing to accept any and all punishment if we fail. Now let us begin, shall we? Said the doctor, instructing his assistant to get the procedure started. Just then, several large spinning needles appeared surrounding Izuku's entire body. The needles were spinning so fast that they turned red at the tips and made the water around it boil. They then stopped just centimeters from Izuku's skin. That's when the assistant turned to the doctor. He's ready. Proceed. Pressing a button, the needles around Izuku then suddenly jammed into his skin with so much force that they reached into his bones. Start the metal infusion. Beside Izuku was a cauldron filled to the brim of a silver liquid metal that was boiling hot. Just then, the liquid metal began to get sucked through the needles. Izuku then felt the boiling hot metal digging into his bones. He began to thrash around violently. He was screaming, but no one heard him due to being underwater. Doctor, why didn't you sedate him? I know you are cruel, but to this extent, asked the man on the monitor. We can't sedate him. The healing quirk we gave him makes him all but immune. Only a massive dose will do, but if we gave it to him during the procedure, there is no telling if it would interfere. Right now, he is awake and alert. He is feeling everything. But don't worry, this is just another method we have of breaking his mind, the doctor said with a smile. As Izuku thrashed around, flashbacks of his life began to play in his mind. The time he spent with his mother, the constant bullying, the beatings he's gotten, his kidnapping, the first time he had to kill just to survive, the physical and mental abuse he endured over the past 2 years in this hellhole. But nothing could compare to what he was feeling now. The only thing keeping him alive was the memory of his mother, and one thing she said long ago: I just want you to know that I love you. No matter what, I will always love you. He tried to hang on to that memory, but it quickly turned into nothing but darkness. The heart rate monitor on Izuku began to flatline. He then stopped moving completely. The doctor was shocked. No. After everything, I failed. It seems, doctor, that your creation, your supposedly unkillable machine, can die. And to make things worse, you used our remaining reservoir of adamantium. I am sure you know what this means, don't you, doctor? The man asked through the monitor. Yes, master. I will not fight against you in any way, the doctor said, putting his head down in shame. Good. I will have my subordinates go in. However, before the man could finish, one of the assistants yelled. Doctor, look, she yelled out, pointing to the heart monitor. The doctor turned to find the heart rate monitor beeping, slowly at first, then it got faster. Heart rate and blood pressure are returning to normal? What about the adamantium? The assistant checked. The reservoir of adamantium is completely depleted. The bonding worked. The doctor slammed his hands onto the desk. Yes, master, did you hear all that? Yes, I did. It seems congratulations are in order, doctor. Now, will it work on the Nomas? Asked the man. In theory it should, but I need the key to everything which is in his DNA. I will need to extract more of his DNA to proceed, said the doctor. Doctor, now that he has the metal, he's now too dangerous to let roam free. I agree. That's why we are going to erase his memories and rebuild him to follow your every command. He will keep all the memories of his training, but any memories of his past life will be gone. Friends, teachers, and especially family memories will be gone forever. We are starting that now, explained the doctor. Little did he know that Izuku was listening, and thanks to his enhanced senses, the flashback of his mother once again appeared in his mind. The last thing keeping him together was about to be taken from him. The assistant began to lower a sort of metal helmet on Izuku's head. It had several cables coming out of it and a red visor. Starting the memory wipe, doctor, the assistant said. Good. It will take a few minutes for it to complete. In the meantime, we need to make sure when he wakes up. However, before the doctor could finish, alarms began to blare throughout the facility. Doctor, what is that? Asked the man on the monitor. Status report, the doctor yelled out. Yes, sir, we have a breach. It's the heroes, a man said through the radio. Heroes? Which ones? The doctor yelled. Oh God, not him. Why did it have to be him? The man yelled out as gunfire was heard in the background. Who is it? Just then a proud laugh was heard. It's over, villains. Your time is up. Why? Because I am here. The man on the monitor recognized the voice. Doctor, you need to leave, now. That's when gunfire was heard coming from the metal door outside the operation room. *T, don't tell me. It's him. Suddenly the gunfire stopped, and there was an eerie silence before the door suddenly exploded open. The doctor and his assistant scrambled as they tried to run, but from within the smoke a capture weapon wrapped around them. Not so fast. I've been looking for you for the past 2 years, said the pro-hero Eraserhead. Pulling on the capture weapon, he forced the doctor towards him. Now glaring down at the doctor, Eraserhead pulled on the capture weapon harder. Now, where's the boy you abducted 2 years ago? He said, his eyes glowing red. The doctor cowered in fear. Talk. Now, that's when the doctor heard footsteps approaching. I would answer him, if I were you, said the number 1 hero towering over the doctor and Eraserhead. What are you talking about? What child? Said the doctor playing dumb. However, Eraserhead wasn't playing games. Grabbing the doctor's head, he proceeded to slam it against the floor. Lifting his head up by the hair, the doctor had blood pouring down his nose. The kid, where is he? The doctor's eyes then began to wander. Eraserhead picked up on that and turned to see a giant tube with Izuku in it. No, is all he could say, letting go of the doctor. Eraserhead then walked over to the tube to see Izuku floating in the water with the helmet over his head. What did you do to him? The doctor laughed as he wiped the blood off his nose. We made him into the perfect weapon, the very first of his kind. Eraserhead then saw the wires on the helmet lead to the computer. All Might destroy the computer. All Might nodded, and in the blink of an eye he stood in front of the computer. No, the process isn't complete yet. If you stop it now, we will all die. The doctor yelled out, begging for All Might to stop. Your evil plans for this boy ends now. Utah smash. All Might brought his massive fists down on the computer, completely destroying it. On the monitor behind him, the numbers 98% completion flashed. What have you done? Just then a snick was heard coming from the pod Izuku was in. Inside, Izuku began to thrash around violently before breaking free of his restraints. Opening his eyes, Izuku then began to slash at the pod. After 2 slashes, Izuku broke free, landing on the shattered glass. Ripping the helmet off of his head, Izuku looked around. That's when Eraserhead approached the boy. Are you Izuku Midoriya? No response. Kid. Izuku then stared at Eraserhead. His gaze was cold and empty. The doctor then hid behind one of the desks. Midoriya? That's when Izuku let out an animalistic roar and charged right at Eraserhead, claws at the ready. Barely managing to dodge, Eraserhead used his capture weapon on the boy's legs, tripping him up. Izuku fell to the floor. Relax, kid. We are here to help. Izuku picked himself up and growled at Eraserhead. Who are you? Is all he said before snapping the capture weapon. We are heroes, here to rescue you. See, it's All Might. You know who All Might is, right? Asked Aizawa. Izuku tilted his head. All Might? Who's that? He asked, retracting his claws. I am the number 1 hero's son. Now come with us, we can get you to safety. All Might said, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku flinched when All Might touched him. Then the flashbacks of the torture he had to endure played through his mind. Reaching up, Izuku grabbed All Might's wrist. Let me go, he said, shooting daggers at All Might. All Might then felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Izuku then let out a loud grunt. The number 1 hero then felt himself being lifted off the ground and thrown into a nearby wall. All Might was shocked. It wasn't every day someone was able to lift him, much less throw him with so much force. Eraserhead was even more shocked. Kid, you need to relax. We aren't here to hurt you. But Izuku wasn't listening. Damn it, don't make me do this, Eraserhead said, pulling out a knife from his back. Charging in, Izuku let his metal claws pop out with a snick. He then began to swipe randomly at Eraserhead, to which he dodged, but only barely. This kid is fast. If I lose focus even for a second, it's game over. Izuku then jumped into the air and brought down his claws. Seeing an opening, Eraserhead jumped up as well. Tackling Izuku, he brought him back down to the ground. However, something within the Veteran Pro was screaming to take this kid down no matter what. His instincts were taking over as he swung the knife and sliced Izuku across the face. Blood dripped as Izuku's head turned from the slash. That's when Eraserhead regained his composure. *T kid. I didn't mean to. However, as Izuku turned his head back, Eraserhead saw the cut on his face begin to heal, and within 2 seconds, it was completely healed. Not even a scar was left behind. He heals. Now fully recovered, Izuku started to take things seriously and faster than Eraserhead could see. Izuku snuck behind him with claws at the ready. Eraserhead brought up his knife, but Izuku's claws cut through it like butter. Just as the claws were going to stab into the hero, All Might came in and punched Izuku away from Aizawa. "You alright?" he asked, standing beside Eraserhead. "Why, yeah, I'm good. Listen, we need to knock him out. I don't know what they did to him, but he heals," said Eraserhead. "A quirk? But didn't the file say the boy was quirkless?" asked All Might. "It did," Eraserhead said, activating his quirk. Shota Aizawa, better known as the pro hero Eraserhead. His quirk allows him to temporarily erase the quirk of anyone in his eyesight. However, if he uses his quirk for too long, he gets some serious dry eyes. Shame, really. Aizawa thought the metal claws on Izuku were the result of an artificial quirk, which he could easily erase. However, instead of disappearing, nothing happened. "What? My power is not working on him." The doctor smiled behind the desk. "Good. The adamantium is acting as a blocker to his quirk." "All Might, I'll restrain him. Once I do knock him out," instructed Aizawa. All Might nodded. Aizawa then ran at the boy. Izuku snarled and ran at Aizawa. All Might stood back and waited for the perfect chance to strike. He watched as Aizawa slid under Izuku, getting behind him. Izuku swung his claws behind him and managed to cut Aizawa across the chest. Aizawa grunted in pain as blood dripped from the 3 slash marks. Pushing through the pain, he threw his capture weapon, which wrapped around Izuku's body. "I know this won't hold you, but it should be enough time for this. Now, All Might." Izuku turned around to see a massive fist in front of him. All Might had jumped at him. "Sorry, kid, but this is for your own good," he said, punching Izuku across the face. Izuku hit the floor hard, but he still wasn't knocked out. Shaking his head, he began to get back up. All Might thought he knocked out Izuku with that punch, but his overconfidence would prove a liability when Izuku dug his claws onto the back of his legs. All Might grunted in pain as Izuku pulled his claws free. Turning around, All Might swung his fist, but Izuku jumped out of the way. "Damn it, he got me." Just as Izuku was going to run at All Might, a loud scream was heard from the door. "Yay!" The pro hero Present Mic had arrived. His quirk gave him the ability to create loud, high-pitched sounds. The sound waves hit Izuku. Reeling back in pain, Izuku plugged his ears with his hands. "Sound is hurting him? But why?" Present Mic stopped his yell and was surprised to see Izuku still standing, barely. Stabbing his claws into the ground, Izuku began to lift a large slab. With wobbly legs, Izuku threw the slab at Present Mic. Just as the slab was about to hit, All Might appeared, destroying it. "Thanks for that, All Might. Did you deal with the rest of the armed guards?" "Yeah, it was thanks to Midnight. Speaking of which..." "Hey there, little boy," said a voice coming from the destroyed door. "Do you mind taking a nap for me?" Out walked the pro hero Midnight. Her quirk allows her to put others to sleep. Males in particular fall asleep faster than females. Ripping the sleeve on her costume, a purple mist began to come out of her skin and head towards Izuku. The purple mist hit Izuku, and instantly he began to feel the effects of her quirk. However, even after taking a hit by All Might, being screamed at by Present Mic, and hit by Midnight's quirk, Izuku was still standing. "How tough is this guy?" asked Present Mic. However, Izuku couldn't hold on. Retracting his claws, he began to walk over towards Aizawa. "And no, more, don't hurt me." And with that, Izuku collapsed, succumbing to Midnight's quirk. The pro heroes let out a huge sigh of relief. "This kid, is he the one you were talking about, Aizawa?" asked Present Mic. Aizawa nodded. "Yeah, this is him. Although he didn't have a quirk when he was abducted, yet he has more than one now." All Might's eyes went wide. "There's no way, could there?" If he is involved, then this became even bigger than we thought. Hey, where's that doctor? Asked Aizawa. The heroes looked around to see the room empty. The doctor and his assistant left while they were fighting Izuku. They got away. Let's go search for them. They couldn't have gotten far, said All Might. Aizawa stayed behind with Izuku. I'm sorry, kid. I should have saved you 2 years ago. Remember, Inko was never a runner. She was a small, frail woman, but when it came to her son, she would carve a way through the mountains if she had to. When she got the call that Izuku had been found, she thought it was a sick prank someone was playing on her. But after everything processed in her mind, she immediately ran next door to her old friend Mitsuki. Inko never gave up hope on finding Izuku, and neither did Mitsuki. Inko, I've never seen you run so fast, Mitsuki said, running behind Inko as they ran down the hospital halls. No, I waited 2 years to see him. I am not waiting another minute, said Inko. Come on, where's that damn room? They then suddenly came to the room 1974. They were surprised to see Eraserhead and a policeman standing outside the room. The hero turned to see Inko and Mitsuki. Mrs. Midoriya, I presume? Inko nodded. Yes, that's right. Now where is my son? I want to see him. Wait, ma'am. There are a few things you need to know before that, said the policeman in a trench coat. To hell with that. My friend has been waiting 2 years to see her son. I think she's waited long enough, Mitsuki said, glaring at the man. Ma'am, we have reason to believe Izuku has lost his memory. When we found him, he attacked us, and he could do the same to you, explained Aizawa. My Izuku? No, he would never hurt a fly. He was the sweetest boy on this planet, said Inko. The two men looked at each other, but before they could say anything else, the room they were standing by began to flash red. Shit, he's awake, Eraserhead said, looking through the window. Inko pushed her way through the hero and looked through the glass. She was in shock. My God, Izuku. What she expected to see was her quiet, small, timid son she knew, but in front of her was what she could only describe as a beast. Izuku was thrashing around violently as doctors and nurses tried to subdue him, but he was too strong. Izuku threw the men and women across the room. Let me go, he yelled out as he was getting grabbed. That's when Izuku popped his claws. Aizawa's eyes went wide when he heard the snikt. Oh no. Naomasa, call Midnight. We are going to need her quirk again, Aizawa said, punching in the code to get into the room. Inko covered her mouth with her hands in disbelief. Mitsuki was also in disbelief. There's no way. I thought you said Izuku was quirkless, Inko. He is, or well should be. Seeing that the door was closing, Inko slipped past the door and walked in. With his claws out, Izuku lunged at one of the nurses, but was stopped when Aizawa threw his capture weapon at both of his arms. Izuku, relax, we are only here to help. Izuku turned around. His eyes bulged with pure rage as he fought against the capture weapon. Aizawa gritted his teeth as he gripped the weapon with all the strength he had, but to his surprise, Izuku began to overpower him. With a loud grunt, Izuku brought his hands together and proceeded to throw Aizawa across the room. Slamming into the wall, Aizawa spit out blood. As he slid down, he was grabbed by the neck by Izuku. With his free hand, Izuku pointed his claws right at Aizawa's face. I'll make sure you'll never hurt me again. Hiya! Thrusting his claws forward, Izuku was about to kill Aizawa. That is until a voice called out to him. Izuku, stop. Izuku stopped, the blade centimeters from piercing Aizawa's face. Turning around, he found Inko standing at the door. Izuku, it's me, your mom. You remember me, right? She said, taking a step inside. Izuku glared at Inko. W are you? And who the hell is Izuku? Suddenly flashbacks began to play in his mind. Reeling back in pain, Izuku grabbed his head. Memories of his time being tortured began to overwhelm him. No, leave me alone, he yelled out, letting go of Aizawa. Izuku, what's wrong? Inko yelled out in worry. She tried to approach Izuku, but Aizawa stopped her. Stop. He's not in his right mind right now. He could hurt you. But Inko didn't listen. She simply walked slowly towards him. No, it's all right. He would never hurt me, or anyone for that matter. Isn't that right, Izuku? Izuku continued to grab his head and slam against the monitors. Falling to his knees, Izuku covered his ears with his hands, begging for the images to stop. Please, please, make it stop. That's when Inko kneeled down beside Izuku and hugged him. Shoo. It's okay, Izuku. You're safe now. Listen to my voice and take a deep breath. Try to relax. Let us. No, let me help you remember who you are. Izuku didn't know why, but her voice calmed him down. This feeling. This warmth. What is this? He thought to himself as he fell unconscious. Inko quickly caught him, but found that he was too heavy to carry. Instead, she gently placed his head on the floor. Aizawa, now recovered, and with red marks around his neck, got up to see Inko smiling down at Izuku. She then turned to him. Tell me everything that happened to him, now. After securing Izuku, Inko was told everything, the rescue mission, what Izuku did, and his newfound quirks. Inko was surprised to say the least. So where do we go from here? If he doesn't remember anything, not even me, what am I going to do? We can help him remember. Is there anything at all that can help him jog his memory? Asked Aizawa. Inko thought about it. Oh, his childhood friend Bakugo. They have been together since they were kids. I'm sure he could help. Aizawa nodded. It's worth a try. The psychiatrist says it could bring his memory back. Inko agreed and stepped out to find Mitsuki and Bakugo. That's when Aizawa turned to Naomasa. You didn't tell her about the torture. Why? We have all the information from files we pulled from the computer after All Might destroyed it. Naomasa got up. She doesn't need to hear that now. It will only cause her future heartbreak. For now, we can only help them rebuild some semblance of a normal life. Inko walked into Izuku's hospital room, where he had metal cuffs covering his hands and straps going across his chest and arms that bolted to the wall. Izuku laid asleep on the bed. Does he have to be that tied up? Asked Inko. Aizawa nodded. I assure you it's for your own and our own protection. Inko didn't like it, but she couldn't argue against it. Very well. She walked over to the bedside and placed a hand on his shoulder. Instantly, she noticed a significant amount of muscle. She then began to shake him gently. Izuku, 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 wake up, dear. Izuku's eyes snapped open. Get away, he yelled out, thrashing around, trying to break free from the restraints. Shoo, Izuku, it's me. I'm not going to hurt you, Inko said in a quiet, tender voice. Izuku looked over at Inko and began to calm down. You were here last time. Who are you? Inko took a deep breath. My name is Inko Midoriya, and you are Izuku Midoriya. I am your mother. That makes you my son. And mother? Izuku suddenly felt a sharp pain from his head. Easy, Izuku. Don't force yourself. You've gone through a lot, said Inko. Gone through a lot? What do you mean? Asked Izuku, confused. Inko looked back at Aizawa. As she did, Aizawa shook his head. I'll tell you later, but in the meantime, the doctors told me that you lost some of your memories. Seeing as that you can't remember me, you most likely had a traumatic experience. Izuku looked down at the cuffs. All I can remember is waking up in a pod, surrounded by people. Then, I felt pain, so much pain. Izuku, you were gone for 2 years. I was starting to think that I lost you forever. You may not know who I am, but I promise you, I will never lose sight of you again. Inko said as tears fell from her eyes. I want to remember. Please, help me remember, said Izuku, looking up at Inko. Inko nodded. Of course, and to help you, I brought one of your old friends to help you. Maybe you could remember who you are. Aizawa then opened the door and in walked the Bakugo family. They approached him quietly and slowly. Hey there, Izuku. It's good to see you, said Mitsuki. Do you remember me? Izuku stared at Mitsuki and her husband. And no, I don't, should I? We are old friends of your mother, Izuku. If you don't remember us, that's fine. Alright, maybe you remember your childhood friend Bakugo, Masuari said, stepping aside. Bakugo just stared at Izuku. Look who finally decided to show up, stupid Deku. I knew you were weak, but weak enough to let someone kidnap you. Well, that's just pathetic. Bakugo, yelled Mitsuki. Bakugo scoffed. What? He's a quirkless loser. If I'm being honest, he should have stayed missing. That's when Izuku's head began to hurt. He closed his eyes and clenched his teeth. As he did, flashbacks of Bakugo's bullying began to play in his mind. Then he began to relive it. Every explosion ever fired, every burn on his body, and every drop of pain that Bakugo inflicted on him. Izuku, talk to me, what's wrong? Inko cried out. Izuku dipped his head for a second before lifting it and glaring at Bakugo. His eyes burned red with rage as he began to move his arms around trying to break free. However, the restraints were working. Inko got up as Bakugo stepped back. What happened to him? Asked Masuaru, shielding his son. Shit, seeing Bakugo must have triggered a memory. Stay back, the restraints should hold him. Aizawa said at the ready. However, the restraints wouldn't hold forever. Izuku popped one of his claws. The long, sharp metal sliced through the tops of the cuffs. Seeing that he couldn't get his hands free, he began to twist his wrist to the point of dislocation. A loud crack was heard as the claws slid downward, freeing one of his hands. Inko was shocked Izuku just sacrificed one of his hands to break free, but she was more surprised to see his wrist twist back to its original position, completely healed. Izuku then looked at his other hands. Slicing down, he cut through the cuffs like butter. You? I remember you. You used to torture me, he said with the snicked sound of his second claws popping out. Bakugo glared at Izuku. Bring it, you useless freak, he said, pushing his way past his parents. Raising his hand, he fired an explosion at point-blank range right in Izuku's face. The room was covered in smoke as a result of the explosion, useless as ever. However, as the smoke cleared, Bakugo's eyes widened. Izuku had half of his face burned thanks to the explosion. However, that wasn't the thing that worried him. It was the fact that Izuku was smiling. Suddenly, the burn marks began to heal rapidly. As he was healing, Izuku lunged at Bakugo, snapping the chains across his chest. Izuku swiped his claws down, cutting across Bakugo's chest. Using his explosions, Bakugo backed away, clenching his now bleeding chest. You fucker! I will kill you! Bakugo yelled out, glaring at Izuku. Blood dripped down Izuku's claws as he snarled at Bakugo. He then pointed. You will stay away from me. That is unless you want to die. Your threats don't scare me, Deku, Bakugo yelled out. Bakugo was about to attack Izuku, but that's when Inko got in front of her son. Izuku, please stop, she said with her arms outstretched. Izuku narrowed his eyes. Move, I don't want to hurt you. Please Izuku, this isn't you. Remember what I told you before you went missing, Inko said, approaching Izuku. Izuku flinched and pointed his claws at Inko. Stay back. He then pointed his right claws at Aizawa, who was about to sneak up on him. That means you two dead eyes. It was early in the morning. You were getting ready for your first day of middle school, remember? Before you left, I stopped you at the door. I told you that these last couple of years have been rough, but that I wanted you to know one thing. Do you remember what it was? Inko said, approaching Izuku. Inko's chest was now touching Izuku's claws. Any closer, and she would be impaled. Izuku's eyes went wide as his memories began to play in his mind. The image of Izuku in an All Might onesie jumping around on the couch played. Look, Mom, I'm All Might, the #1 hero. Then the day at the doctor's began to play. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry. And finally, the memory of the day. Izuku stood at the doorway of his apartment with his mother beside him. I love you. No matter what, I will always love you. Snapping back to reality, tears began to run down Izuku's face. I love you. Those were the last words you said to me. Inko gasped. Izuku. Izuku retracted his claws and put down his arms. Mom? Where am I? And who are these people around us? During the standstill, Bakugo and his family managed to leave to get Bakugo the medical attention he needed. Stupid Deku. I will make you pay for what you did to me. That I swear. After calming down, Inko began to talk to Izuku, hoping he would remember anything else from his past. Unfortunately, he could only remember her and nothing else. The doctor said it could take time for his original memories to return, but it was best not to force anything. The doctor also wanted to do a physical exam on Izuku to see if he was healthy. The doctor was surprised to see how muscular he was. Aizawa was under the impression that the doctor at the facility wasn't feeding him. It turns out at one point the doctor fed Izuku to the point where he could gain muscle mass. Once he did, the doctor took away his food and began to give him specialized pills that contained all the nutrients and vitamins he needed. However, during this process, they did run into a problem. As they put Izuku in an MRI machine, the machine suddenly began to shake violently. Thanks to the giant magnets in Izuku's adamantium skeleton, he began to bounce around the inside of the machine like a pinball. The nurses stopped the machine, but it was too late. The MRI machine was completely destroyed. Izuku was unharmed thanks to his healing power, but the hospital now had one less MRI machine. Following more tests, Izuku was allowed to go back to the room and rest. The doctor, Aizawa, and Naomasa all went to a conference room where they were going over the results. However, before they started, All Might walked into the room with a small bear/mouse looking thing over his shoulder. "Nizu? I didn't think you would be here," said Aizawa, surprised to see the principal of UA here. "Yes, well, All Might told me about this troubled boy, and I wanted to see if there was anything I could do to help," Nizu said, hopping off of All Might's shoulder. "Very well, let's get this started, shall we?" said Naomasa. "Doctor, if you will." The doctor nodded. "Of course, the boy is healthy for all intents and purposes. I found no abnormal defects in his blood. For a boy in captivity for that long, he was surprisingly well taken care of. It seems whoever wanted him to be in perfect condition." "What about his new quirks?" asked Aizawa. "According to his mother, he didn't have a quirk. We also have documents to support that." "That is the extraordinary part. He didn't have a quirk, yes, but now it seems he has more than one. Super strength, stamina, senses, and others. But one of the most important is his claws. He has 3 retractable bone claws that retreat into his forearm and each arm when not in use," explained the doctor. "Bone claws? Doctor, what he has are not bone claws. They are clearly made of steel," said All Might. The doctor shook his head. "No, they are bone claws, but his entire skeletal system has been infused with some sort of metal. Whatever it is, it's virtually indestructible and stable at a molecular level." "Can you remove the metal?" asked Nizu. "Not without killing him. The metal is now part of him. There is also his regenerative ability. As a doctor, I've seen my fair share of healing quirks, but never one like this," the doctor said, surprised. "What do you mean?" asked All Might. "Most regenerative quirks have a drawback, say for example tiredness. But with this boy, there are no drawbacks. The speed at which he heals is astonishing as well. Quirks are like muscles, so you have to train them, and in order to get it to his level." The doctor paused. Aizawa gritted his teeth. "Those bastards, it's no wonder he lashed out against us when we rescued him. He must have thought we were going to torture him." "Doctor, what about his memory loss?" asked Naomasa. The doctor grabbed his notes. "Yes, there's also that. Normally someone would regain them after some time, and with someone with his healing power, it should have returned by now. That is until we scanned his brain, we found that his neurons, the things that give him memories, are destroyed. It was as if someone took a stun gun and tasered his brain. Combine that with physical torture, and it seems as they were trying to mold him into something else, a weapon." "This poor kid. Is there anything we can do?" asked Nizu. "No. All we can do is hope his memories come back, but the chances are slim. I don't know how this boy acted before they did this to him, but his personality will certainly change. It's best if he were surrounded by positive influence," said the doctor. Nizu thought about it. "I spoke to his mother before coming here, and she told me he always wanted to be a hero. Even with no quirk, he still had dreams of becoming a hero, like you All Might. I suggest we let him try out for UA. That way we can help him, get him back on the track of being a hero." All Might smiled. "That is a wonderful idea. The exams are in 2 weeks' time. Would he be able to leave before then?" "Honestly, he could leave now. Physically, he's fine, and it is best if he went home," said the doctor. "Are you sure it's a good idea to let him in, Nizu? The kid is mentally unstable. What if he lashes out again like he did before?" asked Aizawa. "Your concerns are warranted, but I do believe the teachers would be able to handle him if it came to that. Besides, we don't know if he'll get in or not. He is only taking the exam. If he fails, then that's the end of it," said Nizu, getting off his chair. "Also, since the boy doesn't remember anything, I think the police will consider this case closed. However, if he remembers anything at all, I will reopen the case," said Naomasa. "Then I guess that settles it. I'll go inform Mrs. Midoriya," said All Might. All Might went to tell Inko the good news. She, of course, happily accepted the offer. Inko thought that this would be a perfect way to help Izuku become who he used to be, or at least recover some of his memories. Izuku was allowed to leave the next morning. Now home, he smelled that he indeed was here before. The thing he found odd was all the All Might stuff he apparently accumulated over the years. Inko spent the whole day walking around town with Izuku, hoping that seeing the city he grew up in would make him remember. Unfortunately, it didn't work. However, something about Inko's Katsudon made him feel nostalgic. It was now late at night, but Izuku couldn't get to sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, memories of the torture he went through would play in his mind. Izuku popped his claws and began to look at them with the moonlight in the background. Those images, that pain, I never want to feel like that again. Anyone who tries to hurt me will pay. With Aizawa, he sat down at one of the desks at UA. As he was involved with the rescue of Izuku, he was given a copy of the files they confiscated from the lab. The files had several pages of what they did to Izuku, including videos. Each paper gave horrifying, vivid descriptions. Each video you could hear Izuku's echoing screams. Aizawa was a pro-hero and has seen his fair share of blood and death, but this was something completely different. Aizawa didn't sleep that night. He stayed up going over everything, watching every video, reading every paper. The sun began to rise, but Aizawa still hadn't even gotten to half of it. My God, this poor kid. The amount of physical and psychological abuse he went through. It's actually a good thing that they erased his memory. No one would have been sane after that. Getting up from his seat, Aizawa walked over to the window to see the sun rise. This is all my fault. If I saved him while he was getting kidnapped, all of this could have been avoided. Some teacher I am. Unknown location. The doctor and his assistant were out of breath and out of time. Doctor, we need to report to him as soon as we can, said the assistant. I know that, but in the meantime we are staying here, said the doctor, turning on a switch. Suddenly the room they were in began to light up, revealing a mini laboratory. However, before they could get to work, the monitor on the desk turned on. Doctor. The doctor jumped back in surprise. Master, how did you? You cannot hide from me, doctor, for I see all. Now tell me, where is the boy? Asked the voice. The boy is gone, sir. The heroes have taken him, said the doctor, cowering. You failed me, doctor, and for that you must pay. The doctor's eyes went wide. Normally the price for such a failure would be your life. However, I am willing to give you one more chance. With the boy no longer under my control, he has become a liability. For that reason you will build something that can kill him. And master, with all due respect, that is impossible. You yourself picked out the quirks to make him unstoppable. If we haven't given him the healing quirk, we may have been able to, but now. I don't see it happening, said the doctor. Do not say that it's impossible. No one is unkillable. You have a few weeks. Fail me again, and I will personally see that you never see the light of day again. Do I make myself clear? Said the voice, in a cold demeanor. The doctor kneeled. Yes, master. I do believe I would need some more adamantium for that. But as you said before, we are all out. That is where you are wrong, doctor. Do you honestly believe I gave you all of my adamantium? I have a small reserve courtesy of our supplier. I will give you the tools you need, but fail me again, and I will make what you did to the boy feels like a walk in the park. One more thing, doctor. Make sure it hurts. The doctor looked up and smiled. Yes, of course. He then turned to his assistant. Let's get to work. The man on the monitor turned off the TV, Kurogiri. Suddenly, a black portal opened up in front of the man. Yes, master. From the portal, a figure of a man covered in black mist appeared wearing a suit. Is our infiltrator ready? Kurogiri nodded. Yes, master. They're going to take the UA entrance exam in 2 weeks' time. Good. How is Shigaraki? He is improving, master. He still has much to learn, said Kurogiri. The man took a deep breath. I see. Then please, continue to guide him. He must be ready for when we strike. He will, master. Is the Nomu almost ready? Asked Kurogiri. It is. It will be ready for when Shigaraki needs it. That is all. You may leave now. Thank you, master. With that I bid you farewell. With that Kurogiri left. New start. Over the 2 weeks, Izuku's personality began to change. The once timid, shy, weak boy was no longer there. In his place stood a strong, confident, powerful young man, and he was going to make sure no one would ever mess with him again. He was still well-mannered. Inko made sure of that, but he still came out with a sense of pride around him. It was now the day of the UA entrance exam, and Izuku didn't fully understand why he was there. His mother told him he always wanted to be a hero, but he didn't understand why. Izuku stood outside the gates of UA. Oh well, here goes nothing. As he walked inside, he noticed so many kids around his age. Walking over to a table, he picked up his temporary badge and a few papers. As he was reading the papers, he began to walk into the building, but suddenly bumped into someone. The other person bounced off of Izuku and fell on their butt. Izuku looked down from his paper. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to where I was going, said the person on the floor. Izuku noticed that he just bumped into a girl. She had short brown hair, brown eyes, and was wearing a brown coat over her school uniform. It's fine, I wasn't looking where I was going either. Here, let me help you, Izuku said, offering her a hand up. She's pretty cute. Thanks, she said, taking his hand. With little effort, Izuku lifted the girl up. Sorry again, my name is Achiko Uraraka. It's nice to meet you. Izuku noticed that Uraraka had two small round pink blushes on her cheeks. Izuku Midoriya, I take it you are trying for the hero course? Uraraka nodded. Yeah, I am. But how did you know? Izuku bent over and picked up a piece of paper that she had dropped. I believe this is yours. Uraraka grabbed the paper. Thanks again. So, are you taking the hero exam too? Yeah, that's the plan at least. Just then a bell began to ring, signaling the start of the exams. And that's our cue to go in. Izuku walked over to the door and held it open for Uraraka to walk through. After you. Uraraka smiled. How sweet. Thanks. The two walked into the auditorium and took a seat next to each other. Looking around, Izuku began to take mental notes of everyone. He didn't trust anyone, not even for a second. Just then the lights in the auditorium dimmed and a spotlight which shined on a podium. Welcome, everybody, a loud voice said, appearing from the podium. Izuku covered his ears. Thanks to his heightened senses, it made loud noises hurt more. The name is Present Mike, and I will be explaining the UA entrance exams. But first, can I get a hell yeah? Everyone stayed silent. Tough crowd. Anyway, there will be two parts to this entrance exam. First part will consist of a written test, but no one really cares for that. The second part will be the practical. You will be assigned different locations, and within these locations you will find robots. Each robot will be marked from 1-3. Before he could explain anything else, a hand shot up. Excuse me, I have a question, yelled out a blue-haired, glasses-wearing boy. Yes, you with the glasses, said Present Mike, pointing him out. According to the handbook, there are 4 different kinds of robots, but you've only explained 3 of them, said the blue-haired boy. Izuku rolled his eyes. Maybe if you let him talk instead of interrupting, we could get some answers. The boy turned to Izuku. How rude. I was only trying to look out for others. Right, that's what you were doing, said Izuku, turning his attention back to Present Mike. All right, you two settle down. The green-haired kid has a point. I was getting to that. You see, the 4th robot is worth 0 points and is mostly there as a distraction, so it's best to avoid it at all costs, explained Present Mike. Right. Thank you for explaining, and I apologize for not letting you finish, said the boy, bowing before sitting back down. Now that that's out of the way, let's just jump right into the written part, yelled out Present Mike. After passing out the tests, everyone went to work quickly. They had 1 hour to finish the exam, but for Izuku, he didn't even need 30 minutes. He couldn't explain it, but Izuku just understood every question. He was sure he didn't study beforehand, so why were they so easy? After being the first one to turn in his exam, Izuku was allowed to wait in the waiting area. As Present Mike watched Izuku leave, he looked down at the paper. So this is him, huh? The boy? Nizu said to keep an eye on him. Now that the hour was over, Izuku was issued a testing arena and allowed to change. Izuku went with a simple look, white muscle shirt and black shorts. Everyone around him saw his muscular body and wondered how he got to be so muscular. Izuku looked around, surveying his opponents. So many different kinds of quirks. That's when he spotted her, the girl from before. Izuku saw Uraraka breathing in and out, trying to calm her nerves. Wanting to talk to her, Izuku began to walk over, but was stopped when someone touched his shoulder. What do you think you're doing? Asked the blue-haired boy. Can't you see she's trying to focus? What? Are you trying to make her lose focus? Izuku looked at the hand on his shoulder. Get your hand off of me, ow. The boy felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly let go. What? For your information, I was going to help her calm down, said Izuku, glaring at the boy. Now get out of my way. The boy was in shock. Hey, you alright? Asked Izuku, walking over to Uraraka. Uraraka smiled as he approached. Why, just a bit nervous, that's all. Jesus, look at those muscles, he clearly works out, thought Uraraka, with a slight blush on her cheeks. Hey, don't worry about it, you'll do great, said Izuku, trying to make her feel better. Uraraka nodded. All right, everyone, it's time for the practical exam. Everyone turned to find Present Mike atop a watchtower. Welcome to Ground Beta, said Present Mike. Behind him were two giant metal doors that had a massive reconstruction of a city just on the other side. Just two more things before we start. First is that you are not allowed to hurt/attack anyone. If you do, you are automatically disqualified. Second thing, this is a 30-minute test, so don't waste any time. That's when a loud buzzer was heard and the metal doors swung open. Everyone just stood around puzzled as to what to do. But not Izuku. His battle instincts kicked in as he rushed into the fake city. The others were stunned. Well, what are you waiting for? In real life, no one is going to tell you when to start. Better hurry. Looks like he's about to earn his first points. Uraraka and the rest quickly ran into the city to look for some robots. While everyone was still at the start line, Izuku was running towards a three-pointer. Izuku smirked. Easy prey. He yelled out as he jumped into the air with the snicked sound of his claws popping out. With a downward motion, Izuku sliced through the robot with ease. As he landed, the robot exploded. On to the next one. Izuku ran around the fake city, slashing his way through robots. He was doing good. He had a total of 119 points. 8 minutes left, yelled out Present Mike. Sitting on a nearby roof of a 3-story building, Izuku decided that he was tired and took a break of slicing robots. Man, this is pretty easy. Can't believe this school has such a low acceptance rate. Let's see, there are people with lasers, acid, engines in their legs, and invisibility. Not bad. Observation room. Several shadows sat in the observation room watching the test takers battle the robots. This year's kids have a lot of potential, said a female shadow. I agree, but we aren't looking for pure quirk strength. They have to be more than brawn. They also need to have brains, said another shadow. That is also true. Speaking of brawn, how is our special case doing? Asked a small figure. It seems like he's taking a break. He's already racked up enough villain points, so I assume he doesn't see a point on continuing, said a shadow. The small figure smiled. Then shall we give him something to continue on then? Aizawa, if you would. With pleasure, said Aizawa, pressing a button on the control panel marked Titan. With Izuku. Izuku looked down the edge of the building to see Uraraka touching one of the robots and making them float. R release. Touching her fingertips together, the robots suddenly fell to the ground, breaking apart as they hit the ground. Uraraka then covered her mouth, as if she was about to throw up. A gravity quirk. Seems like there is a limit to how much she can carry and for how long. Seems like she already reached said limit, said Izuku, standing up. Just then the ground beneath him began to rumble. The building he was on began to break apart and collapse. Izuku fell to the ground level with a few cuts, but his healing power made quick work of his injuries. Pushing concrete away and slashing through metal, he made it out, only to see a giant robot appear from the ground. With one swing of its arms, it knocked over buildings, sending pieces of said building in every direction. The students all turned to run as it began to make its way towards them. Yeah, I'ma stay clear of that, said Izuku, about to turn and leave. That's until he heard a small grunt of pain. Looking back, he saw Uraraka trapped under a concrete wall. Oh hell. Without giving it a second thought, Izuku ran towards Uraraka. As he did, he passed a certain blue-haired boy. Uraraka was in pain. The wall had crushed her leg, and now she was unable to move. She could have used her quirk, but she overused it and was now feeling sick. To make matters worse, the giant robot was making its way towards her. She tried to push the wall off of her, but it was too heavy. See, come on, come on. She yelled out, trying to move it, but to no avail. That's when Izuku appeared. Hey, you alright? Uraraka looked up to see Izuku. No, I think my ankle is broken. Can you use your quirk? asked Izuku. Uraraka shook her head. No, I overused it. No other choice then. Moving down towards the wall, Izuku popped his claws and began to slash at the concert. After a few seconds, the wall was but a pile of small bits. Brushing the pieces away, Izuku picked up Uraraka bridal style. All right, let's go. And just in time, too. Just as they left, the robot crushed the area Uraraka was trapped under. However, the robot wasn't going to let them go that easy. Seeing that they were leaving its range, the robot reached down, threatening to squish the two. Look out! Yelled Uraraka as she saw the hand approaching. Izuku looked back. Shit, no time to dodge. He then looked at Uraraka. Sorry about this. Hey, Four Eyes. Catch. Izuku then suddenly threw Uraraka at the boy. The blue-haired boy quickly ran and caught Uraraka. Looking back, she saw Izuku facing the robot. Bring it, you giant rust bucket, said Izuku, claws at the ready. The giant metal hand squished Izuku under its immense weight. The students all went wide-eyed. No, Uraraka yelled out as the boy who saved her got crushed underneath the massive metal hand. We have to help him, said Uraraka, grabbing the blue-haired boy's shirt. What can we do? Asked the boy as his body refused to move. Uraraka tried to put pressure on her leg, but found that she couldn't. However, her worry quickly turned to shock when from the back of the robot's hand, metal claws appeared. Izuku was squished by the robot's giant hand, but he managed to raise his claws and slash his way out. Blood was seen around his body, but the cuts themselves had already healed. That hurt, said Izuku. The robot now had a hole in its hand. It tried to pull back its hand, but Izuku decided to finish it off. Jumping onto the robot's wrist, Izuku began to run up the robot's metal arm. With his claws scratching against the metal, Izuku ran higher and higher. Reaching its shoulder, Izuku sliced at its joint, causing the whole right arm to fall off. Izuku then ran towards the head of the robot, lifting his arm up. Izuku began to slice through the neck of the robot like it was nothing. Now barely holding on by a wire, Izuku jumped and stabbed the robot in the back of the head. The lights coming from his eyes began to fade away as it began to shut down. Just then, the head of the robot exploded, causing a chain reaction. The onlookers backed away as the robot crashed to the ground. That's when a buzzer was heard signaling the end of the exam. And that's time. Present Mike yelled out. If you are injured, please stay where you are. Someone will come by to help you soon. Uraraka was in shock, but then remembered that Izuku was still under the pile of destroyed robot bits. We need to dig him out. Get me over there, Uraraka said, instructing Ida to move. Ida nodded and began to run towards the pile of metal, but stopped when he saw the metal moving. To their surprise, Izuku climbed out of the pile of metal. Stupid robot. Making his way off of the pile, Izuku saw Uraraka. Oh hey, how's your ankle? Uraraka blinked twice in disbelief. It still hurts, but what about you? Are you alright? That's when she saw it. Oh my god, Midoriya, you're bleeding. Looking down at his torso, Izuku saw a metal rod sticking out of his stomach area. Oh, that's a problem. Izuku then proceeded to grab it and then pull on it. Wait, don't pull on it, you'll bleed out. Just wait until help arrives, said Ida, trying to make Izuku stop. But Izuku didn't listen. With a loud grunt, Izuku pulled the rod out of him. Midoriya, we have to stop the bleeding. Someone quick, get me something to put pressure on it, said Uraraka in a panic. Guys, relax, see. Izuku then pointed down at where he pulled out the rod. The two looked to see. Nothing. It's completely healed? That's amazing. It's as if nothing ever happened, said Ida, surprised. Yeah, it is, but enough about that. You need some help, said Izuku, pointing to Uraraka. Right you are, son. So let me do the helping around here, said a voice behind them. Turning around, the three found Recovery Girl walking towards them. Who's that? Asked one of the students. That is the youthful heroine Recovery Girl. Thanks to her quirk, UA can have these reckless exams, explained a French-looking student. Why don't you set her down, son, so I can heal her, ordered Recovery Girl. Ida did as instructed and put down Uraraka. Recovery Girl then leaned down and kissed Uraraka on the ankle. Within seconds, her broken ankle was completely healed. Wow, thank you so much. Recovery Girl nodded. Of course, now for you. Are you sure you are fine? It seems to me you have a healing quirk. You're not feeling weak, are you? No, not even a bit. So if that's all, I think I'll go get changed now. Don't want to give the girls a show, said Izuku, winking as he walked by Uraraka and the other female students. Observation room. Well, that just happened, said one of the shadows. Indeed it did. I read the report but couldn't believe it. Guess now I have to, said the small shadow. Aizawa got up from his seat. The way he fights is astonishing. His speed and strength alone are enough, but that explosion could have killed anyone. But he just walked away like it was nothing. Right? Are you sure this is the same kid we rescued? Asked the female shadow. Yes, and he's an absolute beast, said Aizawa. But it's more than that. Those are the moves of a killer. This kid. A beast. Yet he saved that girl from getting crushed. It seems like a bit of the boy that once was is still inside him, said the small shadow. Are you sure you want him here, Nizu? Asked the shadow. From what you told us, he isn't the right mindset right now. That is precisely why he should be here. He has the power, skills, brain, and from what his mother told me, drive, said Nizu. Until he does something crazy, he will be allowed the chance to join this school, just like any other student. With Izuku. Izuku walked out of the campus, but suddenly stopped when someone called out to him. Hey, Midoriya, wait up. Turning around, Izuku found Uraraka running towards him. Oh hey, Uraraka, right? What's up? Need something? Asked Izuku as he waited for her to catch up. Why yeah, I just wanted to thank you for saving me, Uraraka said, bowing. Izuku looked at her. Thank me? Why? I didn't do anything to warrant it. Uraraka looked up. What are you talking about? If it wasn't for you, I would have been crushed. Oh that, don't worry about it. I'm sure someone else would have jumped in, said Izuku. Regardless, I feel like I owe you. So if there's something you want, I'll get it. Oh, nothing expensive though. I'm kind of short on cash at the moment, said Uraraka. You really don't have to. Izuku rubbed the back of his head as he looked at her gleaming brown eyes. If you really feel like you owe me, I'm willing to offer you a trade. Uraraka tilted her head. A trade. Izuku lifted 2 fingers. For 2 things. One is some of your time. We can go and get some coffee or something. And the second thing is your number. Oh, Uraraka blushed slightly. All right, Midoriya, you got yourself a trade. Uraraka took out her phone and passed her contact information to Izuku's phone. There, you have my number, so give me a call soon, said Uraraka as she played with her hair. Izuku nodded. You bet I will. Uraraka smiled. Awesome. So do you want to walk to the station together? Sure. Izuku, for all his fears and broken mind, felt a sense of calm talking to this girl. After talking and getting to know each other a bit, they parted ways and said they would call each other later to set a time and place to get the coffee. Izuku got off at his stop and began to walk home, but felt something or someone watching him the whole way back. As he reached for the doorknob, Izuku's battle instincts suddenly kicked in. He could feel something behind him. Turning around, Izuku popped his claws and pointed them at no one. Izuku then began to sniff the air. This smell, it's familiar somehow. Seeing that whoever it was now gone, Izuku decided to head inside, where he told his mother about the entrance exam and meeting Uraraka. Izuku spent the next couple of days training at a nearby landfill that was down by the beach. He was using his claws to slash the trash into pieces and haul them away. He even had time to spend a day with Uraraka, just like he said. Izuku called her, and they set a day, time, and place to meet up. The place was a local coffee shop. It was a cold day, but Izuku was wearing blue jeans, a green shirt, and a black leather jacket, which was light for the temperature. Sorry I'm late, said Uraraka, walking up to him out of breath. She wore skinny jeans, a pink top, and a heavy winter coat. Don't worry about it. I just got here myself, said Izuku. Uraraka took note of his clothes. Aren't you cold? No, really. It's funny, it seems I'm resistant to both heat and cold temperatures, said Izuku, shrugging it off. Lucky, I have to wear this coat, and I'm still cold, said Uraraka, shivering a bit. Well then, let's get that coffee, shall we? Izuku opened the door for Uraraka. As they walked in, they were immediately hit by the smell of coffee. They ordered, and Izuku was about to pay, but Uraraka insisted she pay. The two went back and forth for a bit before ultimately deciding to split the bill. They took their drinks and decided to sit on a bench near the shop. Ah, that sure does warm the soul, said Uraraka. It sure does. So, do you think you passed the entrance exam? Asked Izuku. Uraraka thought about it. Hard to tell, but maybe? I mean, I did get a few points by destroying robots, but I don't think I did so good on the written part. Izuku took a sip of his drink. I'm sure you did fine. I saw you destroying those robots. Your quirk is really strong. What is it, by the way? Oh, it's called zero gravity. You see these little pads on my fingers? If I touch something with all 5 fingers, I can make anything weightless. Although if I use it too much or go over a weight limit, I get really sick, as you saw at the exam, explained Uraraka. Interesting, your quirk really is amazing, said Izuku, grabbing her hand and seeing the little pads. Uraraka blushed. So what's your quirk? Izuku let go of her hand. More like quirks. You have more than one? Asked Uraraka, surprised. Izuku nodded, lifting his hand up and popping his claws from his left hand. Retractable metal claws, and Izuku lifted up his other arm and sliced it, drawing blood. Midoriya, Uraraka yelled out in a panic. Relax, see. Izuku showed that his arm was now completely healed. I also have super regeneration. Uraraka's eyes widened. Right? I forgot I saw that during the entrance exam. Wow, that's amazing. You're so lucky to have such awesome quirks. Izuku retracted his claws. Right, lucky. Uraraka could see Izuku's eyes change. Sorry, I didn't know it was a sensitive topic. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. It's fine. It's just, never mind. Uraraka then suddenly grabbed his hand and began to feel it. Does it hurt? When you pop your claws. You have super regeneration, but do you still feel pain? Oh yeah, plenty of pain. But I've learned to ignore it for the most part. Every time I use my claws I feel pain, but it's just another thing I have to deal with, said Izuku. Anyway, let's go for a walk. Uraraka nodded and followed Izuku down the shore. The cold ocean air hit their skin, but thanks to the warm coffee they had earlier, it was manageable. So when do you think we'll get the results back? Asked Uraraka. They said 2 weeks, so we should find out in a couple of days. Just then Izuku got a call on his phone. Sorry, it's my mom. Izuku answered. Yeah, mom? Izuku, his mother's voice came from the phone. It's here. The letter from UA, it's here. Oh really? What are the chances? I'll be right over, mom. Izuku then hung up and turned to Uraraka. Seems like my letter is here. Really? Then I should go home and check the mail. Uraraka quickly got up. I'll walk you to the station, said Izuku, chugging the rest of his coffee. Why, you don't have to, said Uraraka. I know, but I want to. Come on. With that, Izuku walked Uraraka to the train station. He waved goodbye as she boarded the train. Izuku then walked back to his house. As soon as he walked through the door, his mother came out running. Izuku. Easy, mom. You're going to hurt yourself, said Izuku, helping his mother up. Here, take the letter. Inko then handed Izuku the letter with the UA symbol on the front. Izuku grabbed the letter. Thanks, mom. Let's open it together. They went to sit down on the coffee table. Izuku then slowly began to open the letter, only to find no letter inside. Huh? What's going on? Asked Izuku, puzzled. That's when a small metal disc, as it landed in front of Izuku, it suddenly began to project the image of All Might. Izuku was startled by the sudden appearance of the #1 hero and shielded his mother. With a snick, he popped his claws. Is this thing on? Asked All Might. It is. Ha ha ha. Hello there, young Midoriya. It is I, All Might, the #1 hero, here to give you some news. Izuku relaxed and retracted his claws. First is, you are looking at the newest teacher at UA. I will be joining UA this semester, so I hope to teach the future heroes a thing or two. Now on to the news that you care about, the UA entrance exam. As you know, the exam was split into 2 parts. First is the written exam, and I am happy to say that you scored a perfect score. Inko smiled at the news. Now on to the second part of the exam, the practical. All Might began to read the points. Are you sure this is right? Really? Wow, okay. For the practical, you will be happy to hear that you scored first place, with a grand total of 289 points. A new school record, I might add. Izuku was a bit confused. I didn't score that many points? What gives? Now you must be thinking, how did I get so many points? Well, you see, the practical exam was actually a 2-parter, villain points and rescue points. You actually received 119 villain points and 70 rescue points. Going through the footage, it seems you didn't even notice saving your fellow test takers. However, it was when you saved Uraraka that made us give you that many points. You chose to rush headfirst into danger in order to save the girl, and that is something UA wants in a student. So Izuku Midoriya, I welcome you to UA. You passed, son, and I hope to see you in the new school term. The image of All Might faded away. Izuku then turned to his mother. Well then, Mom, it looks like I passed. Inko hugged her son. Oh, I'm so proud of you. Tears fell from her face as she embraced him. I'm going to make your favorite food tonight, and as much as you want. Izuku nodded. Thanks, Mom. The two celebrated with a huge dinner. It was getting late, so Izuku decided to go sleep. Well, at least try. It was about 10 p.m. when Izuku got a call on his phone. It was Uraraka. Hey, Uraraka, what's up? Did you find out if you got in or not? Asked Uraraka. I did, and well, I got in. What about you? Asked Izuku. On the other side of the phone, Uraraka smiled. I also passed. Seems like we'll be seeing more of each other. So it seems. I'm glad you got in, Uraraka, honestly, said Izuku. Thanks. Hey, sorry, my parents actually got me a cake, so I'm going to enjoy that before heading to bed. Good night. Good night. With that, Izuku and Uraraka hung up. Izuku walked over to the window and looked outside. Mom was right. This could be a new start for me. I may not know who I really am, but I hope this can show me who I want to be. The others. Izuku was looking forward to this. Well, at least a bit. It was now time for his first day at UA. Izuku made plans with Uraraka to meet up and check to see which class they got into. Just as Izuku was about to leave the apartment, his mother stopped him. Izuku, a word before you go. Izuku stopped and turned. Yeah, Mom? What's up? I just want you to know that I'm proud of you. I know things are pretty crazy and new to you, but do try to make some friends. I know you're talking to that girl already, but make some other friends, all right? Said Inko with a worried smile on her face. Izuku nodded. I'll try, Mom, promise. I'll see you later, all right? Bye, love you. With that, Izuku walked out of the apartment and boarded a train to UA. It was a good 25 minutes away from his house, so he had some time to think about what his mom said. Make friends. How exactly do I do that? I mean, Uraraka is my friend, right? Izuku pondered on what his mother said the whole train ride. He was now in front of UA's gates. Well, here goes nothing. Walking in, the first thing Izuku noticed was the amount of people. He stood still, amazed by the sheer number of students. However, this also posed a problem. With his heightened senses, Izuku could hear and smell it all. Every voice, every drop of a pen, every conversation, and so forth. At times things got bad that they could cause a headache, but Izuku learned to drown out sounds. However, he heard one sound that he remembered. Get the hell out of my way, freak. Turning around, Izuku found Bakugo walking his direction. Izuku felt his anger growing. Sorry, princess. I'll move at once, said Izuku in a condescending tone. As Bakugo walked past Izuku, he pushed him with his shoulder. Animal. Izuku gritted his teeth. Why you? Izuku was about to pop his claws, but stopped when he heard another voice. Hey, Midoriya. This time around, Izuku found Uraraka walking over to him. Hey, good to see you. That uniform really suits you. Uraraka blushed slightly. Thanks, you too. The uniform suits you well. It's good to see you too, by the way. So did you find out what class you were in? Asked Uraraka. Yeah, I'm in class 1A. What about you? Asked Izuku as they walked down the quad area. Uraraka's eyes lit up. Me too. I'm in 1A as well. Man, I can't wait to get to class. Then let's go. I think it's down this way. The two then walked into the main building. Following the signs, they eventually found class 1A. In front of them was a tall door. Why the giant door? Asked Izuku. For giant people, answered Uraraka. Makes sense, whatever, let's go inside. Izuku opened the door to the classroom and noticed people were already inside. He saw Bakugo with his feet kicked up on the desk and the blue-haired boy running over to him. Please remove your feet from the desk this instant, demanded the boy. Easy, Four Eyes. I'm not hurting anyone, said Bakugo. That's when the blue-haired boy spotted Izuku and ran towards him. You. Izuku stared at the boy. Yeah? Please allow me to apologize for my behavior during the entrance exam, said the boy, bowing. All right. Apology accepted. Who are you, by the way? Asked Izuku, confused. The boy adjusted his glasses. My name is Tinya Ida. Ida? Cool. My name is Izuku Midoriya, and this is… Izuku turned to Uraraka and allowed her to introduce herself. Achiko Uraraka, it's nice to meet you, said Uraraka with a smile. As they stood around, something suddenly opened the door to the class, and in walked a sleeping bag. If you're just here to socialize, then you can just leave now, said a very tired-looking man. Izuku recognized him. I know him. He's one of the people that were there when I woke up. The man walked over to the podium. The name is Aizawa, and I'll be your homeroom teacher. All right, now that introductions are out of the way, go put on your gym uniforms and meet on the field. You have 10 minutes. The class, who were all sitting down, looked at each other confused. 9 minutes, said Aizawa. Everyone quickly went off to the locker rooms to get changed. After that, they went to the field. Good, you're all here. Now, you are going to participate in a test to see if you are really worthy of being here. Mr. Aizawa, what about the orientation? Asked Uraraka. We don't have time for that. A hero spends their time doing productive things. Now, Midoriya, think fast. Aizawa threw a ball at Izuku, which he caught with ease. Good reflexes. Aizawa pointed to a white circle. Get inside the circle and throw it as far as you can. This way we can test your current limits. Izuku nodded and went inside the circle. I bet he won't even get past the 50-yard mark, said Bakugo in a mocking voice. Izuku heard him but chose not to say anything. Instead, he wind up and threw the ball as hard as he could. Holding a small device, Azat turned to the class. Not bad, 250 meters. Man, this looks like fun, said a yellow-haired boy. Yeah, we get to use our quirks and everything, said a pink-skinned girl. Aizawa smiled, and as he did, Izuku could smell his change in attitude. Fun, you say? All right, whoever gets last place gets expelled. The class gasped. Why, you can't do that, said Uraraka, surprised. I can and I will. UA gives its teachers a lot of leeway. So I suggest you try your best, said Aizawa. The next stage would be a 50-meter dash. Izuku took his start next to a tall girl with black hair. The starting gun fired and Izuku took off. The class watched as he finished it in 3.59 seconds. Next was the grip strength test. Each student was given a device that measured their strength. One student with multiple arms got a score of 540 kilograms. Izuku's score was over 2 times that amount. He came in at 2,000 kilograms. The next test was the standing long jump. Izuku cleared it with ease. Next was the side steps, which Izuku did 100 of them before he was told to stop. Now it was back to the ball throw. Izuku watched as his class went to throw. Bakugo used his explosions and got 705 meters. Uraraka, on the other hand, got an impressive infinity score. Izuku whistled. Whoa, Uraraka, you sent that ball into space. Good work. Uraraka blushed slightly. Thanks. The next tests were simple long distance, toe touches, and sit-ups. For the sit-ups, Bakugo and a dual-colored boy were going at it. By the time they reached 75, they stopped, but Izuku kept going. All right, Midoriya, I think you can stop now. 169 is enough. Might even be a school record, said Aizawa. Izuku got up as sweat clinged to body, showing off his muscles. Lifting his shirt, Izuku wiped the sweat off his forehead and gave the girls quite the show of his abs. It was now time to go over the results. All right, let's see how you all did. Pressing a button on the device, it began to display the results of the exam. Izuku was in first place. Someone named Momo Yaoyorozu was second. First place, not bad. I'm safe, but… Izuku looked down to see a small boy with purple balls on his head sulking in defeat. My dreams of becoming a hero and getting all the women are dead, said Mineta. However, one other voice cut through everyone. This is bullshit. Everyone turned to find Bakugo gritting his teeth. How did that useless loser get first place? I won't accept this. You left with no quirk and now you come back with this. Tell me what happened to you, Deku. Bakugo then ran at Izuku. The others watched as Bakugo raised his hand ready to blast him in the face. Die. Bakugo pressed his hand up against Izuku's face, and nothing happened? What? Seeing a chance, Izuku went down low and grabbed Bakugo's leg and took him to the ground. Now on his back, Izuku stood over Bakugo. Why you? Bakugo tried to get up, but stopped when he heard a snicked sound. With his fist pointed to Bakugo's face, Izuku popped his claws, but stopped just short of impaling him. I thought you learned your lesson back at the hospital. Seems to me you need another lesson. So how about it? You feel like getting your ass kicked? Asked Izuku as he glared at Bakugo. All right, that's enough. Aizawa yelled out, wrapping his capture weapon around Izuku's arm. If you don't stop it, I will kick the both of you out. Do I make myself clear? Looking over, Izuku saw Aizawa's eyes glow red as his hair spiked up. Izuku scoffed, and with his free hand he swiped up and snapped Aizawa's capture weapon. Whatever. The metal claws slowly began to retract back into Izuku's forearms. Aizawa turned off his quirk. Good. Now let's get back to this, shall we? Mineta, you better improve, or else you really will be kicked out. All right, class dismissed. Aizawa then began to walk away from the class. Oh, right, the part of me kicking you out. That was all a lie, said Aizawa with a smile on his face. What? Yelled out most of the class. Everyone but Izuku and Momo didn't yell, for they knew he was just messing around. I mean, it was obviously a ploy from the get-go, said Momo. I should have seen this coming, said Ida, disappointed in himself. Hey Midoriya, how did you know Mr. Aizawa wasn't serious? Asked Uraraka. Oh, that, I could smell it. He gave off a distinct smell, and when he said he would kick someone out, said Izuku. Uraraka was confused. Smell? I never knew you could tell someone was lying like that. Exactly how can you smell that? My senses are supercharged. I can see and smell things others can't, explained Izuku, but he could still see a look of confusion on her face. Just think of it like another part of my quirk. With that, everyone went to go get changed and headed to the orientation. It was a pretty boring orientation. They went over rules and regulations, the normal stuff. After that, Izuku and his class went through the different classes: history, art, English, math, and science. Some of the teachers were annoying, especially Present Mike. Maybe it was because he talked too loud. Whatever the case, maybe it was now the end of the school day, and Izuku was walking out of the campus when he heard someone call out to him. Hey, Midoriya, are you heading to the train station? Asked Uraraka, walking with Ida. Izuku turned around. Yeah, you guys want to walk to the station? It's better if we stay together. You never know what could happen, said Ida, adjusting his glasses. Izuku nodded, right. So anyway, why did Bakugo call you Deku? Asked Uraraka. Cause he's an ash asterisk glue. That's why, said Izuku, much to Ida's shock. Language, yelled out Ida. Really? Just looking at him, I can tell he has a temper, but still, can he really be that bad? Questioned Uraraka. Trust me, he is, but I won't let him or anyone hurt me again. I'm not a Deku anymore, said Izuku. But Deku kinda sounds like you can do it. I kinda like it, said Uraraka with a smile. As Izuku walked, he noticed her smile. Different meaning. If you look at it that way, it doesn't sound too bad. Still, I don't like it. As the three made their way to the station, Aizawa knocked on the door of Nizu's office. Come in. Walking in, Aizawa found Nizu going over some paperwork. Aizawa, what brings you in today? It's about the boy. He was about to kill Bakugo, or at the very least severely hurt him, said Aizawa. Nizu stopped reading his paper. Yes, I thought that would be the case, said Nizu. And yet you put them in the same class? Why? Asked Aizawa. Nizu sighed. I want them to eventually reconcile. Tell me what happened. We were doing a quirk apprehension test, and when Bakugo saw the results, he snapped. If I didn't use my quirk, Izuku would have been blasted in the face. Not that it would have mattered. He heals, but still. Eventually, Izuku took down Bakugo and pointed his claws at him. The look in his eyes said it all. It was the look of a killer. Midoriya has done it before, I know he has, and it's only a matter of time before he does again, explained Aizawa. Nizu spun around in his chair. That is troubling. We may have to rethink our approach. Then maybe it's time we call in the big gun, suggested Aizawa. 2 days later. The couple days of school were easy. All they did was go over the syllabus and talk about how the class will be run. However, they were Hero Corps students, and as such, they needed to learn that as well. The class waited for the teacher to show up. So who do you think is going to teach us hero stuff? Asked Uraraka. Izuku thought about it. Hopefully someone strong. Just then Izuku sniffed the air. This smell, I know it from somewhere. I am coming through the door like a normal person, said All Might as he opened the door and striked a pose. Wow, it's All Might. In his Golden Age costume, said Kirishima. The class erupted in cheer, but all Izuku did was stare at the #1 hero. All right, settle down, kids. Today we have something very important to go over. You are all in the hero course for one thing, to be heroes, right? So why don't we start doing that? But first you all need to look the part. So here you go. Clicking a button on the desk, the wall behind All Might began to reveal suitcases with numbers on them. These are your hero costumes courtesy of the support department. They carefully went over the designs you've submitted and crafted these masterpieces. Now, go get changed into them and head over to Ground B. With that, All Might ran out of the classroom. The students grabbed their respected case, but when Izuku grabbed his, he thought of something. Wait a minute, I never submitted a hero costume. Izuku looked at the case. So what's in here? As Izuku put on his hero costume, he couldn't help but notice they used green, the same color of his hair. Izuku changed quickly and was one of the first ones out. Izuku came out sporting a skin-tight green and black suit. The suit was mostly green in color but had 3 black streaks coming from his sides. He also had black shoulder pads. The costume stopped there and exposed his arm muscles and forearm. He also wore black gloves and black tactical boots and a green belt. This mask had fully white eyes pieces, large/medium-sized black ears that slicked back, and was part of the main costume. You know, I had to go with the classic Wolverine costume. I added some aspects of the modern version and changed the colors to match Izuku's green hair and eyes. The rest of the class began to arrive. Izuku turned to see their costumes. Not bad. Looks like they thought about their quirks. Momo's is a bit revealing, not that I mind. Ida's is tailored to his speed. Then theirs. However, before he could finish analyzing his classmates, someone called out to him, Midoriya, is that you? Turning around, Izuku found Uraraka walking over to him. Wow, your costume is amazing. Izuku removed his mask. Thanks. He then began to eye Uraraka. You're wearing a spacesuit? Uraraka costume consisted of a skin-tight bodysuit and visor that went over her face. Why, yeah. I think there was some kind of mistake. I didn't mean for it to be so skin-tight. I probably looked weird, she said, blushing slightly. Izuku shook his head. No, you look amazing. The suit, it really brings out your eyes. It also shows off her curves, and I got to say nice. Uraraka's blush grew. Thanks. All right, everyone gather up. Now I bet you are all wondering what you are all doing here. Well, today you are going to be participating in battle trials. You see the building behind me? That will be your battle stage. Inside there is a bomb. You all will be split into teams of 2. Then you will split up into 2 teams. One will be heroes and the other will be villains. The heroes will win by touching the bomb or capturing the villains. The villains win by stopping the heroes or by letting the time run out, 30 minutes. So those are the rules. Let's move on to the teams. All Might then brought out a lottery bowl. Reaching in, All Might began to make the teams. Izuku was paired up with Uraraka or Team A. All right, now let's pick out the heroes and villains. Reaching in both boxes, All Might pulled out Team D for the heroes and Team A for the villains. Izuku's eyes widened. He then looked over to Bakugo, who was glaring at him. Oh, this should be fun, said Izuku with a smile on his face. Both teams were given 10 minutes to prepare. Izuku and Uraraka walked into the building. On the 5th floor they found the bomb. So Midoriya, got any plans? Asked Uraraka as they stood next to the bomb. Izuku thought about it. Maybe. How long can you use your quirk? Depends on the weight. The heavier something is, the less time, explained Uraraka. Nodding, Izuku turned to one of the building's pillars, and with a snick he began to slash the pillar into pieces. Use that and float them over the entrance. Uraraka quickly did it and set a trap. Do you think what would work? Probably not, but it should slow them down a bit. I will go on attack. You should stay here and protect the bomb. I'm not diminishing your capabilities, quite the opposite actually. Since you can make things float, I was thinking you could take the bomb somewhere else, explained Izuku. Oh, that's actually a really good idea. All right, if they get past you, I'll move the bomb to the roof, said Uraraka, setting up the traps. Also, Bakugo will be coming straight for me. said Izuku. How can you be so sure? Asked Uraraka. Izuku pulled his mask back on. Call it a lucky guess. Just then, All Might's voice was heard over the loudspeaker. And your 10 minutes are up. You all know the rules, but if I see anything that will jeopardize your well-being, I will stop the match. Your 30 minutes start now. With a loud buzzer, the exam started. Uraraka, we are playing villains, right? Asked Izuku. She nodded. Yeah. Izuku grinned. Good. Then let's be some villains. With that, Izuku walked out of the room. Uraraka felt a shiver run down her spine as Izuku left. W.O., I better do my part. Observation room. All Might and the rest of Class 1A all gathered in front of a giant monitor that displayed the images of inside the building. So who do you think is going to win? Asked Kaminari. It's hard to say, but I think Bakugo's got this, said Kirishima. All Might laughed. Do not count the others out just yet, young man. First rule of being a hero is that anything is possible. That means even the underdogs have a chance at winning. Turning his attention to the screen, All Might narrowed his eyes at Izuku. This is the perfect chance to see what Midoriya can really do. But I need to be careful. One slip-up could mean one of the others dies. If the reports on him are to be believed, he has more training than most of the teachers here. With Bakugo and Ida. Ida tried to talk strategy, but Bakugo wouldn't have it. He was going in guns blazing. Come on, Bakugo, we should really think of a plan, said Ida, following him inside. Shut it, Four Eyes. The girl is no problem, and Deku is useless. We don't need a plan for those weaklings, said Bakugo, making his way up the stairs. Now on the third floor, the two saw the floor had twists and turns. The walls were made out of pure cement, and the whole place was poorly lit. Stay here, I'll go scout ahead, said Ida, taking off around the corner. Bakugo grunted but walked toward the corner when all of a sudden he heard the sound of metal being slashed, following a scream. Hey, Four Eyes, you alright? Asked Bakugo. Did you trip on something? As Bakugo turned the corner, something came flying at Bakugo. His eyes widened, but he managed to dodge. The object hit the wall behind him. Turning around, Bakugo saw that it was Ida's helmet with 3 slash marks going across the face. Bakugo turned back to the long hallway. Come on out, Deku. I know you're there, he said, explosions at the ready. Slowly making his way down, Bakugo felt very uneasy. He could barely see anything in front of him. That's when he heard something in front of him. Thinking it was Izuku, he reached out and fired a blast. However, nothing was there. Bakugo gritted his teeth. Show yourself, Deku. You know, back at the hospital, I didn't really give you a fair shot, said Izuku, his voice bouncing off the walls. Bakugo looked around but couldn't find him. Let's start our rematch, shall we? With his back against the wall, Bakugo pointed his hand to either side, ready for when Izuku would show up. However, he wouldn't come from either way. Suddenly, a fist came crashing through the cement wall just beside Bakugo's face. Looking over, he then saw the hand grab his face and pull him through the wall. Bakugo's body was flung into a room. With dust all over his face, he got up more pissed off. The outside light illuminated the room. Damn it, Deku. Fight like a man. Face to face, right? Said Izuku, walking through the hole in the wall. There you are, said Bakugo, glaring at Izuku. Izuku cracked his neck. Let's go then. Just then, the metal claws began to slowly appear from his knuckles. The light bounced off them. This was it. Izuku was going to show Bakugo why he shouldn't mess with him ever again. Crossing his claws in front of him, Izuku looked at Bakugo through them and let out a growl as he ran at him. Fight me. Bakugo's eyes widened as he saw Izuku run towards him. Raising his hand, Bakugo fired an explosion that connected. However, from the smoke, Izuku appeared, claws at the ready. F***CK, said Bakugo as he used his explosions to fall back. As he did, Izuku's claws stabbed into the ground. Looking up, Izuku pulled his claws free. Why are you running, Bakugo? Are you perhaps scared? Bakugo's eye twitched. Me afraid of you? Never. It's you that should be afraid of me. Using his explosions, Bakugo rocketed towards Izuku. Izuku swung his claws, but Bakugo dodged. Now behind him, Bakugo fired a blast that hit Izuku in the back. The explosion managed to burn Izuku's costume. Stumbling forward, Izuku turned around and swung again. This time he managed to cut at Bakugo's costume. The two fighters jumped back. "You're a nimble one, aren't you?" said Izuku. "Is dodging the best you can do? I'm disappointed. Now let me show you what I can do." Izuku charged at Bakugo head-on. Raising his hands, Bakugo fired off multiple explosions that hit Izuku. From the smoke, Izuku jumped up with his costume partly burned off. Slashing down, Izuku managed to disarm one of Bakugo's gauntlets. Izuku then grabbed that arm. "You bastard." Raising his other hand, Bakugo fired a blast right in Izuku's face. The explosion ripped through the air. As the smoke cleared, Bakugo was shocked to see Izuku still standing. He was even more shocked to see Izuku with blood running down his ears and his face severely burned. Izuku's face twitched from the pain. Taking a deep breath, he began to heal. After a second, Izuku healed completely. Seeing that he was still close, Izuku leaned his back and delivered a powerful headbutt. Izuku's metal skull slammed into Bakugo's nose, completely shattering it. "Those explosions really do hurt, Bakugo. They even give me concussions. But like all things, I heal, so everything you do is meaningless." Bakugo yelled out in pain as Izuku let him go. "My fucking nose. I'll kill you for this." Bakugo yelled out as blood poured down his now deformed nose. Izuku smirked. Bakugo saw this, and it infuriated him. "How dare you look down on me? I'll show you. I'll show you." Gaining distance, Bakugo raised the gauntlet and grabbed a pin that was attached to it. "You probably already know this, but these gauntlets aren't just for show. I had them custom made to hold my sweat. Think about it. So much nitroglycerin concentrated into one area. What do you think the results will be?" Izuku's eyes widened. "You wouldn't dare." Bakugo smirked. "Try me." Izuku narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. All Might, who was in the observation room, saw this. "Young Bakugo, don't. If you fire off an explosion like that, he'll die." Bakugo simply smiled. "That's the idea." All Might and the class watched on in horror as Bakugo pulled the pin. Just then a massive explosion was released, shattering every window in the building. Izuku's eyes widened as the explosion got close. He tried to jump out of the way, but it was too late. The explosion managed to knock Izuku into a wall and burn his entire right side. "No!" yelled out All Might from the intercom. Izuku fell to his knees. His right side was turned away from the camera, but as the camera turned, the class all gasped. Now facing the camera, Izuku was seen with his arm with third-degree burns. Black burned skin was seen through his entire right side. His arm looked like it was shriveled up and put into a fire pit. Izuku grabbed at his arm. "This exercise is over. Someone call recovery." However, before he could finish, one of the students yelled out, "Sir, look," said Kaminari, pointing at the screen. All Might looked back at the screen. My God. Everyone was shocked to see Izuku stand up, but what shocked them even more was the fact that he was healing. His disfigured arm began to regrow his cells rapidly. However, this meant Izuku could feel it all. He could feel the layers of skin, muscle, and nerves grow back. Groaning in pain, Izuku began to stand up. Grabbing the wall, he broke off a piece of it as he tried to stay upright. After 30 seconds, Izuku now had a fully healed arm. Flexing it, Izuku tested it out. He then looked at Bakugo. "That hurt." Bakugo blinked, but in that split second, Izuku disappeared. "What the?" The next thing Bakugo felt was something digging into his shoulder. Looking down, he saw Izuku's claws sticking out from his shoulder. Blood dripped from the claws as Izuku pulled them free. Bakugo screamed out in pain. However, before he could do anything else, Izuku grabbed Bakugo by the face and began to push him towards a wall. Slamming Bakugo into the wall, Izuku looked up. "You won't hurt me again." "Why you? I will kill you," Bakugo yelled out, muffled by Izuku's hand over his face. Raising his hands, Bakugo fired a blast to get Izuku off of him. Sticking his claws into the ground, Izuku slid to a stop. He watched as Bakugo placed a hand over the 3 puncture wounds. "Why don't you put those claws away and show me what you can do without them?" said Bakugo. Izuku thought about it, and then smiled. "Now why would I do that? Are you scared that I might beat you? Or maybe you'll find out that you aren't as great as you think you are." Bakugo's eye twitched. Izuku smiled. "Looks like I'm right. That fragile ego of yours is going to get yourself killed one day." Just then, All Might's voice was heard through the comms. "Bakugo, Another blast like that, and you forfeit the match. Do I make myself clear? You too, Midoriya. Use those claws to seriously hurt him, and I'm calling this exercise off. It's fine, All Might, yelled out Izuku. I can take anything he can throw at me. Him, on the other hand, well, that's another story. All Might was stunned. Is this kid crazy? As a teacher, I have an obligation to stop this. But I can't help wanting to see how this ends. Izuku motioned to Bakugo. Come on, Bakugo, we don't have all day. With explosions rippling in his hands as Bakugo rushed Izuku. Die. Using his explosions, Bakugo began to bombard Izuku. Flipping over him, Bakugo fired blast after blast. The top part of Izuku's costume was now completely gone thanks to the explosions. But all the while Izuku just stood there, motionless. Come on, fight back, yelled out Bakugo as he hit Izuku in the face with an explosion. Smoke filled the room they were in. Fine, a voice said through the smoke. Just then Izuku's fist appeared. With retracted claws, he hit Bakugo in the stomach. Immediately, Bakugo spit out blood as he fell to his knees. That's something else you failed to understand, Bakugo. My claws aren't the only thing that are made of metal. My entire skeletal system is chromed. That means my knuckles as well. Izuku then kneed Bakugo under the chin, breaking his jaw in the process. Bakugo was sent towards the wall. Hitting it, he looked up as blood ran down his lip. I'll kill you. Reaching down, Izuku then grabbed Bakugo by his costume and lifted him off the ground. Get stronger, and maybe you'll stand a chance. 'Cause right now, you are nothing. Standing him up straight, Izuku then began to punch Bakugo over and over. He was hitting him so hard that ribs were breaking by the sheer impact. Bakugo's blood splattered across the wall and spilled onto the floor as Izuku continued to punch Bakugo over and over again. After all of those years, you finally get to feel what I felt. Every explosion, every burn mark you left on my body, every damn day. The class watched in horror. Sir, aren't you going to stop this? Asked Kirishima. He's going to kill Bakugo if he doesn't stop. All Might knew that. He reached for the mic to end the match, but just as Izuku was going to punch Bakugo one last time, someone touched Izuku on the back, causing him to float. Izuku growled as he looked down. That's when he noticed it was Uraraka. Midoriya, that's enough. He's beaten, no longer a threat. Put me down, Uraraka. You don't know what he did to me. He has to pay, said Izuku on the ceiling. Uraraka was stunned. Yeah, I don't know what he did to you, but look at him. Izuku turned to see Bakugo sitting on the floor, with his back against the wall, a bruised and bloody mess. His face was swollen and his cuts bleed with every breath he took. This was meant to be an exercise. You're acting like an animal, said Uraraka. Izuku looked down at his hands. They were covered in blood. Just then Izuku's mind went blank, and then he remembered something. Images of his hands were seen playing in his mind. Then he saw something red on the floor. Looking down, Izuku noticed it was blood. Then he saw it. A body laying on the floor motionless, and right beside it a combat knife. Just put me down. Uraraka touched her fingertips together and let Izuku down. Landing on his feet, he turned around. The match is over. Villains win, said All Might. Bakugo could barely hear the announcement as he faded in and out of consciousness. And not yet, he said, reaching out his hand. Thanks to his hazy eyesight, Bakugo couldn't see Uraraka was the one standing in front of him. He thought that it was Izuku. Looking down, he saw the other gauntlet that he lost during the fight. Reaching over, he put it on and began to raise his hand. With a shaky hand, he pulled the pin. Izuku heard this and turned around. His eyes widened as he saw Bakugo point the gauntlet at Uraraka. No, he yelled out, rushing to Uraraka. Just as Izuku reached her, Bakugo fired and caused another massive explosion that destroyed the floor they were on. Without thinking, Izuku covered Uraraka, shielding her. The blast hit Izuku's back. The two were then violently thrown out of the building. The explosion was enough to send them towards the building across the street. Izuku, seeing that Uraraka would smash into the building, quickly twisted his body and took the hit for her. With a loud thunk, Izuku hit his head on the wall so hard that he broke it. The two then fell to the floor. Uraraka was knocked out as a result of the explosion. Izuku was as well, but after a few seconds he stood back up. Looking around, Izuku noticed that there was a lot of debris from the building. Uraraka, Uraraka, where are you? Just then, Izuku saw a hand sticking out from underneath the rubble. Going over, he picked up the pieces of the cement wall and tossed them aside. That's when he found her. Cuts and bruises were seen all over Uraraka's body as she laid there unconscious. I'm so sorry, this is all my fault, said Izuku as he picked her up. He then turned to leave, but that's when the medical bots arrived. Seeing that they were there to help, Izuku placed Uraraka on a stretcher. The bots quickly took Uraraka away. That's when All Might showed up. All Might's eyes widened when he saw Izuku. Midoriya, are you alright? Izuku was confused. That's when he noticed one of the medic bots was trying to get him on a stretcher as well. What do you want? He asked it. The bot began to poke at Izuku. Looking down, Izuku saw that he had a piece of rebar going through his abdomen. When did I get that? Izuku thought nothing of it. Reaching down, he grabbed the rebar and pulled it out. The piece of rebar hit the floor. All Might was about to say something, but before he could, the wound on Izuku's abdomen healed completely. All Might blinked twice. Right, I forget you could heal. Come on, Midoriya, we still need to go over how you did. Izuku nodded and followed the #1 hero in complete silence. Now in the observation room, Izuku was the only one out of the 4 that took part in the exercise still standing. Bakugo was severely injured and Ito was found with 3 claw marks across his face and knocked out. The class were all distant towards Izuku, but he didn't care. He just wanted all this to be over with. Well, that was more thrilling than I thought it was going to be. So can anyone tell me, who takes the MVP award? Just then a girl with long black hair raised her hand. Yes, Yaoyorozu. The MVP should go to Midoriya, said Momo, much to Izuku's surprise. Haha, you are correct, but do you know why? Asked All Might. Yes, while his methods are cruel to say the least. They were methods that any villain could use against us. With his strength and regenerative capabilities proved that we should expect the unexpected, explained Momo. All Might was surprised. That's exactly right. Well done, Yaoyorozu. Now remember, this world is filled with weird and powerful quirks, so we can't assume someone's power based on looks. Let this be a lesson to all of you. Now let's continue with the rest of the exercise, shall we? Izuku stood off by himself for the remainder of the class. Occasionally, he would look up at the screen to see what type of quirks his classmates had, but that was about it. It was now the end of the class, and All Might stood in front of the students. Well, that was a successful first battle trial. You all did amazing. So keep up the good work, and I'm sure you will all become great heroes. With that, go get changed and head back to class. With that, All Might took off, leaving the class behind. However, as he turned the corner, All Might deflated in a puff of smoke and became really skinny. And man, that was risky. I was barely able to teach that class, said All Might, coughing out blood. Izuku sniffed the air and smelled smoke, but chose to ignore it. After going to get changed, Izuku went back to class there and found Uraraka already out of the nurse's office. Not saying anything to anyone, Izuku went to his desk and put his head down. The day went on as usually, but no one talked to Izuku, not even Uraraka. The final bell rang and everyone got up to leave, but as Izuku was grabbing his stuff, someone stopped in front of his desk. Looking up, Izuku found Uraraka. Can I talk to you for a bit? She asked, much to the surprise of the class. Izuku nodded. Yeah. The two got their stuff and began to walk out of class. They went to the quad area and stood under a tree. Izuku leaned up against the tree. Look, if this is about what happened during the battle trial. However, before Izuku could finish, Uraraka bowed. Thank you, and I'm sorry. This surprised Izuku, who pushed off the tree. Huh? Why are you thanking me but also apologizing? Asked Izuku. The girls told me that when Bakugo fired off another blast, you shielded me from it. If you didn't do that, I would have gotten hurt. And I'm apologizing for calling you an animal. That was stupid of me, Uraraka said, still bowing. Izuku blinked a few times. He then sighed. Look, it's me that should be apologizing to you, and Bakugo, but I'll get to him later. I went overboard, and I was mad. If you didn't stop me when you did, I might have gone too far. So thank you. Uraraka looked up at Izuku. She could tell he was genuinely sorry. Well, I guess we both stand to gain something from this experience, don't we? All right, just don't do it again. Or next time I might have to step in and take you down myself. Izuku smiled. Well then, I better watch what I do from now on. Uraraka giggled. I'm glad to hear that, Midoriya. Maybe you can tell us how you plan to change yourself at Principal Nizu's office, said Aizawa, walking towards the two. Izuku lost his smile. Yeah, I thought that would be the case. He then turned to Uraraka. I'll see you tomorrow? Uraraka nodded. You bet. But make sure to text me when you get out. Izuku waved goodbye. So, what's going on between you two? Asked Aizawa, with a smirk on his face. Izuku scoffed. Nothing, don't worry about it. Anyway, let's get this over with. The two then walked to Nizu's office. Opening the door, Izuku found Nizu sitting behind his desk. Midoriya, glad you could make it. Did I even have a choice? Asked Izuku, taking a seat across from him. No, but honestly, if you wanted, we wouldn't be able to stop you from leaving, said Nizu. Would you like some tea? Sure. Izuku watched as Nizu reached over and poured him a cup of tea. Here you are. Nizu pushed the cup across the desk for Izuku to take. Izuku grabbed it and smelled it. This smells funny. He looked up to Nizu to see him smiling. So why did you call me in for? I assume you found out what I did during class. What are you going to do? Suspend me? Expel me? Oh no, nothing like that, said Nizu. This surprised Izuku. Really? I just beat a fellow student half to death, and you are just letting me go? How is he, by the way? Well, not exactly. We won't expel you or anything like that, but you clearly have some things you need to work through. I know you are still trying to figure out who you are, so that's why I want you to talk to a counselor. As to how Bakugo is doing, Recovery Girl healed him, but he still needs to rest up. He should join class tomorrow, said Nizu. Izuku sat back on his chair. Look, I'm grateful for everything that you've done for me. Really, I am. You want me to behave? Fine, I'll tone it down. But I'm not seeing any counselors. I don't need it. Why would I want to sit down with someone just to tell me what I already know? Nizu then reached into his drawer and pulled out a tablet. This is the video from the exercise today. The video of Izuku beating on Bakugo began play. After a minute, Nizu paused the video. Tell me, what do you see here? Izuku leaned in and saw himself. Me, of course. Look closer. Look at your face. Izuku narrowed his eyes on his face. The still image of Izuku looking at his hands in horror was paused on the tablet. You remembered something, didn't you? Izuku looked away. Tell me, Midoriya, what did you remember? That's when Aizawa walked up behind Izuku and placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder. Nothing you say leaves this room, Midoriya. Judging by the look on your face, you remembered something horrible. Blood. I remembered blood. I was in a room with blood all over the floor. There was a knife beside me and a body. I think I killed before, but not just once. Izuku looked down at his hands. Nizu and Aizawa looked at each other. Is that the only thing you remember? Asked Aizawa. For now, yeah. Izuku turned to Aizawa. You were there when I was found, right? I want to read the police report. I want to know what they did to me. I don't think that's a good idea, Midoriya, said Nizu. Why not? I have a right to know. If I ever want a chance to find out who I am, I need to see those files, said Izuku. Nizu sighed. We can't just hand them over to you. Tell you what. Go to a counselor, and I'll see what I can do. Izuku shook his head. Not good enough. I need guarantee that you won't just fool me later. Nizu smiled. Smart man, but you are in no position to negotiate for this. Remember, you did beat a student half to death. As I said before, we won't expel you or suspend you, but you will now be under heavy surveillance. Another outburst in anger, and I will take action. Do I make myself clear? Izuku got up. Fine, I'll be leaving now. For someone so small, you sure do give out a fierce aura. Izuku was about to walk out of the door when he stopped. Oh, by the way, that tea doesn't have any flavor anymore. You might want to get a new batch, Izuku said as he walked out of the door. Aizawa walked over to Nizu. He's hurting. I know. He reminds me of a certain underground hero I once knew, said Nizu. Aizawa groaned. I'll keep looking after him, but if he displays another burst of anger like he did today, I'm not sure I would be able to stop him. I went over the footage. He was purposely avoiding hitting anything vital with his claws. He was basically toying with Bakugo the entire time, just to prove a point. If Midoriya really wanted, he could have killed Bakugo 10 times over. That is why he must never learn what they made him to be. If he remembers that, then there's no telling what it might do to him, said Nizu, replaying the video of Izuku. Midoriya for sure can be either one of two things: a great hero or a great villain. And I for one wouldn't want to fight him, said Aizawa, looking out the window. We have the exercise at the USJ next week on Monday. I request that All Might be there. In case something does happen, he could deal with Midoriya. Nizu nodded. I agree. This will also be a great opportunity to find out if he has what it takes to be a hero or not. One more thing, Nizu. What are we going to do about Bakugo? Asked Aizawa. Midoriya has anger issues, but Bakugo does as well. And considering his record, I don't think he has what it takes. Right, the quirkless hater. What he did in middle school and elementary is concerning and will not be tolerated here. However, I do believe he could change, whether that be with words, or, as Izuku demonstrated, with action. Bakugo may think twice now before he calls someone by derogatory names, said Nizu. With Izuku. Izuku walked down the now empty halls of UA. I need to know what exactly they did to me. But most importantly, who did this to me? With Bakugo. Bakugo woke up hours later in the nurse's office. It was now an hour past since school let out. Ah, good to see you awake, son, said Recovery Girl. Where am I? Asked Bakugo as he tried to sit up. Just then a sharp pain resonated from his ribs, forcing him back down. Easy there, your wounds aren't fully healed. I did what I could, but the damage was extensive, explained Recovery Girl. But don't worry, one more kiss, and you will be good as new. I was just waiting for you to wake up. Recovery Girl then leaned in and kissed Bakugo. Instantly, he felt much better. There you are, good as new. Now take it easy for the rest of the day. My quirk uses the body's natural healing process, so you may feel tired. Bakugo said nothing as he got up and changed. After leaving, he exited the building. That damn Deku. He humiliated me. I will make him suffer for this, even if it's the last thing I do. Unknown location. The doctor and his assistant were hard at work making something that could kill Izuku. And after weeks of planning and forging, they were close. Doctor, how goes your research? Asked a voice coming from the monitor. The doctor jumped by the sudden voice. Master, we are nearly done. All we need to do now is make them. Good. Good. So what is it that you are building, doctor? Asked the voice. With the limited amount of adamantium you gave us, we were able to forge them into these, said the doctor, holding blueprints. I see. Using it against him. How clever, doctor. And you are sure this would work? Asked the voice. The doctor nodded. Without question, and the best part is, you'll have more than one opportunity to kill him. Putting down the blueprints, the image of a hollow point bullet was seen drawn on it. Good. Have it ready by Monday. I need it for something I have planned, said the voice. The doctor nodded as the voice disappeared. Just then the assistant walked up to the doctor. How sure are you that it will work? About 50% sure, but that doesn't matter now. I'm banking on our other experiment to work. How is it going, by the way? Asked the doctor. There is progress, but things are getting complicated, said the assistant. That is to be expected. Tell our associates to continue their work. The assistant nodded and went away. Get ready. Izuku was laying in bed. It was about 3 a.m. when he began to thrash around. And no, I don't want this, he kept saying over and over. Izuku was having a dream. No, rather a nightmare. Every night he had the same dream. He stood over adult men, with his claws dripping with blood. Then came the pain. He was getting flashbacks to when the doctor would experiment on him. He could feel every cut, burn, and bruise the doctor ever performed on him. Waking up in a cold sweat, Izuku's breathing was heavy. He looked down at his hand to see that he had popped his claws without wanting to. He quickly retracted them and got out of bed. What am I? He asked himself as he looked up to the night sky. It was now 7 a.m. and Izuku hadn't slept since he woken up from his nightmare. He took a shower and went about his normal routine. Now at school, Izuku was surprised to see several people standing outside the main gate. What the hell is this? Just then, several people turned to Izuku and began pushing mics into his face. Can you tell us if the rumors are true, that All Might is teaching here at UA? What about rumors that he's here looking for something? All the questions began to overwhelm Izuku. "Shut up," he yelled out, and with a snick, he popped his claws and destroyed one of the mics the reporter had. The crowd fell silent. "Move, if you really want to find out. Make an appointment and stop wasting my time. Now if you'd excuse me, I have class to get to." Walking into the school, Izuku was startled when a large metal wall slammed behind him. "That mouse takes security seriously," said Izuku as he turned to the main building. However, as he did that, he smelled something in the air. Turning around, he saw nothing but the steel wall. "One of those guys smells rotten." Izuku shrugged it off and went to class. Now in homeroom, Aizawa had an announcement. "All right, everyone, a few things before we start. I saw the tapes of the exercise yesterday, and most of you did good work. That being said, Midoriya, you are too over-reliant on your quirk and are quick to anger. You have to take control, or else you'll make stupid decisions. That goes for you too, Bakugo. You knowingly fired an explosion after the exercise was over. If it were up to me, you'd be expelled, but it's not up to me. So consider yourself lucky. You won't get another chance." Izuku looked at his desk and thought back to when it happened. I know it was wrong, but why was it so easy? I almost killed him and I felt nothing in that moment. Why? Now that that's out of the way, as many of you know, the media got wind of All Might teaching here and are swarming the campus. They can't get in, so that's a plus. However, I would ask all of you to refrain from making any threats to them as well. Aizawa looked over at Izuku. Izuku narrowed his eyes. Although that's not the only thing you should be worried about. The class was worried. This sounded serious. "You have to pick the class president." The class erupted in cheer. "I want to do it." "No, I want to do it." "Screw you extras. I'm the logical choice." Everyone in the class wanted to be president. Well, everyone except Izuku. Aizawa then activated his quirk and silenced the class. "I don't care how you pick. Just pick before homeroom ends," said Aizawa, going into his sleeping bag. That's when Momo raised her hand. "We should vote on it. It's the logical choice." The class agreed. "All right, everyone. I'll pass out slips of paper and write down who you want to be class president," said Ida. The class did just that. Izuku voted for Momo, since she was the most level-headed of the bunch. As the final results came out, Izuku couldn't believe what he was seeing. "All right, it's official. With 6 votes, Midoriya is your president. And with 4 votes, Momo is your vice president," said Aizawa. The pair then walked to the front. "How the heck did I get voted for? Especially after what happened during the battle trials. I thought you guys hated me." Mina shook her head. "Hated? No, afraid? Maybe just a bit. But we all saw what you did for Uraraka. You protected her with your own body. That takes guts." "That's right. Besides, your role was that of a villain, so it makes sense for you to let loose a bit," said Kirishima. Izuku looked over at Uraraka, who nodded, agreeing with the rest of the class. Izuku sighed. "Well, all right then. Seems like I'm the class president now." Just then the lunch bell rang, signaling the start of lunch. Izuku joined up with Ida and Uraraka. As they were walking, Ida congratulated Izuku. "Congrats on winning, Midoriya. I sure hope you become a fine class president." Izuku nodded. "Thanks, Ida. But to tell you the truth, I didn't really want this spot. I just kinda got thrown into it. Regardless, I think you'll be a great class president, Midoriya," said Uraraka with a smile. "So, Midoriya, I have to ask, why do you want to become a hero?" asked Ida. Izuku's eyes widened. That's a difficult question to answer. To be honest, it's like the class president thing. I just kinda got thrown into it. Something happened that caused me to lose some of my memories, so I'm still trying to piece things out. If I had to guess, it's to make sure I don't become something I don't want to be." "I see. So that's your motivation. And I'm sorry about your memory. I do hope they come back soon," said Ida, grabbing a plate of food. "What about you, Uraraka? Why do you want to be a hero?" asked Izuku, also grabbing a plate. The trio went to sit down. "For the money." "The money?" asked Izuku and Ida, surprised by this. "Don't get me wrong, I still want to help people and all that. But my parents are not in the best spot financially. They run a construction business and things have been slow. I want to be a hero and sign with a top agency so I can give back to my parents," Uraraka said, taking a bite of her food. Ida nodded. "A noble cause. Wouldn't you agree, Midoriya?" "Yeah, nothing wrong with making some money while helping people. Still better than my reason for being here," said Izuku. Just then alarms began to blare out in the cafeteria. Izuku, Ida, and Uraraka all stood up. "What's going on?" asked Uraraka. That's when the stampede of students all came rushing towards the exits, threatening to trample over them. Izuku looked around, but then he smelled something. This smell, it's the same as this morning. He then turned his attention outside. That's when he saw the reporters from the morning making their way inside. "It's the reporters from this morning," Izuku said as he was being pushed by a wave of students. "We need to stop everyone from panicking, but how?" asked Ida. That's when Izuku saw Uraraka was hit hard from behind by someone. Reaching over, he caught her before she tripped. With an arm around her, Izuku helped her up. Thanks for that, Midoriya," she said, blushing slightly. "Don't mention it. Someone is going to get hurt if this keeps up. We need to do something," said Izuku. That's when he got an idea. "Uraraka, think you can make me float?" Uraraka looked at him confused. "Yeah, but why?" "Trust me, I got an idea. When you see me pop my claws, cover your ears." Uraraka nodded and touched Izuku on the chest, causing him to float up. As he floated towards the roof, he popped his claws and stuck them into the ceiling. He then began to monkey bar his way towards the exit. Looking down, he saw that Ida and Uraraka were covering their ears. Perfect. Izuku then took out both of his claws and floated on the ceiling. Retracting the left and right claws, and leaving only the middle one, he smashed them together, causing a loud metal-on-metal sound to vibrate throughout the cafeteria. Everyone stopped and looked up to Izuku. "Will you all just relax?" he yelled out, making sure that everyone could hear him. "I thought this was the best school in all of Japan. Guess I was wrong. You reflect the school, and look at you, scared of some loud sounds and lights. In case you haven't noticed, it's the media from this morning. So I suggest we all go back to enjoying our lunch before someone gets hurt," said Izuku, looking down at the students. The students all began to whisper and talk amongst themselves before ultimately going back to their seats. Izuku sighed. "Uraraka, you mind putting me down now?" Uraraka nodded. "You got it." She then touched her fingertips together and let Izuku down. Landing on his feet, Izuku walked over to Ida and Uraraka. "Now then, shall we go back to our food?" The trio then sat down. "I'm impressed, Midoriya. You handled that situation well," said Ida. "It's not a problem. I'm more concerned about how they got in here in the first place. The gate should have stopped them," said Izuku with a bit of worry. "That's right. Only people with special IDs can get through the gate. I wonder what happened?" asked Ida as they went back to their food. After lunch was over, the trio went back to class, but as they were about to enter the room, Momo stopped Izuku. "Midoriya, a word please." Ida and Uraraka turned to Izuku, who were just as surprised to see her speak to him. "Sure." Izuku then turned to them. "Go on in, guys. I'll be there in a few." The two then walked into the room, but as she walked in, Uraraka glanced back at Momo. "So what's up? No offense, but you don't strike me as the type to start up a conversation out of the blue." "I just wanted to say awesome work taking control of the situation. It showed your leadership skills, although that sound you made was kind of loud," said Momo. Izuku raised an eyebrow. "Thanks? You pulled me aside to tell me this." Momo nodded. "That, and to tell you that I've taken an interest in you, Midoriya." Izuku's eyes went wide. "Interested how?" Momo walked up to him and got close to his face. "I'll leave that to your imagination." She then walked into class without saying another word. That was weird. Izuku didn't give it another thought. The rest of the class was filler. Apparently, they were going to do some special training today, but it got pushed back to Wednesday, thanks to the break-in. After school, Nizu and the other teachers were going over the events of the day. "So any ideas on how the gate was disintegrated?" asked Nizu. "Whoever it was, they have a powerful quirk. The door was reinforced, and they turned it to dust," said Power Loader. "Anything on the cameras?" asked Aizawa. "There is this guy." Nizu pressed a button on the table, and the image of a tall man with a gray hoodie was seen on the screen behind him. "Someone with such a powerful quirk. It's a shame they turned to a life of crime," said Aizawa. "Regardless, this was clearly an attack meant to test us. I believe they will strike again, and this time with much more clear intentions," explained Nizu. Wednesday. It was now the day the class was meant to participate in a special course, and just like Monday, Izuku had the same nightmare. But he dragged himself out of bed and went to school. Now in homeroom, Izawa stood at the podium. All right, class. Today you will be going to an off-campus facility called the USJ. This place is specialized for rescue missions. You will all be tested on how well you do under different situations, explained Izawa. The class cheered. That sounds awesome, said Kirishima. Everyone relax, yelled out Izawa. Thanks to Monday's incident, we are increasing the number of teachers going with you. Myself and All Might are going. We will also be accompanied by one more hero. You'll find out who it is when we get there. Now go get changed into your hero costumes and get on the bus. You have 10 minutes. The class quickly went to change. Thanks to his fight with Bakugo, Izuku's costume was damaged and needed repair. However, thanks to a student, they were able to repair it just in time. Izuku, along with the class, went outside where they found a bus waiting for them. All right, everyone. The bus seems large enough, so pick whatever seat you like, said Momo, addressing the class. Now on the bus, Izuku decided to take a quick nap to catch up on the sleep that he missed thanks to the nightmare. But even now, he was still seeing images play in his mind. This time was different. This image was of him in a test tube. He could see nothing but murky green water, followed by the sound of drills. Then came the pain. Izuku then suddenly snapped his eyes open and popped his claws. The class were talking to themselves when this happened and fell silent. Izuku looked around. His eyes were wide and his breathing heavy. He saw his classmates all look at him. He then looked down to see his claws. He took a deep breath and retracted his claws. You all right, Midoriya? Asked Uraraka. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I'm good, just a nightmare. So what were you guys talking about? Oh, we were talking about our quirks, Ribbit, said Tsu. Yeah, we all have some amazing quirks. Although I don't like mine, it's not as flashy as the others, said Kirishima, activating his hardening quirk. You serious? Asked Izuku. If I had to say, I think your quirk, Kirishima, is one of the better ones. You can use it as an offensive and defensive weapon, explained Izuku. You really think so? I haven't thought of it like that. Thanks, man, said Kirishima with a smile. So what about you, Midoriya? What's your quirk? Asked Mina. Izuku raised his fist, and with a snick he popped his claws. Quirks, to be precise. I have these metal claws, and as all of you saw during the exercise the other day. Izuku then moved his other arm, and with his claws he sliced his forearm straight down. Blood began to drop down his arm, much to his classmates' horror. Midoriya, yelled out Uraraka, concerned. Izuku shook his head. It's fine, see. Wiping the blood away, Izuku showed that the wound was gone. I also have super regeneration, along with enhanced strength, speed, reflexes, and senses. I can smell things from really far away and see pretty much in pitch black. Although, there is something I can't see very well. Oh, and what might that be? Asked Momo. Izuku then pointed to Hagakure. I know she's invisible, but I can still see an outline of her. Hagakure's eyes widened. Really? Izuku nodded. Yeah, but don't worry, it's not a full picture, so I'm not seeing much. Hagakure sighed. Oh, thank goodness. I thought you saw me naked for a second. Wait, so how good is your sense of smell then? Asked Mineta. Izuku sniffed the air. He then pointed at Mineta. You had pepperoni pizza for breakfast. He then pointed at Uraraka. You had mochi. He then pointed at Kirishima. A chocolate protein shake. The rest of the class looked at the three he pointed out. Well, is he right? They all nodded. Whoa, now that's impressive. Just then Izawa turned to the class. All right, everyone, time to be quiet. We have arrived. The bus stopped in front of a giant dome building. Whoa, UA doesn't go cheap, said Izuku, looking at the building. Come everyone, get inside. The other instructor is already inside, said Izawa as he walked into the building. Once inside, the class was greeted by 13, the space hero. Hello everyone, and welcome to the USJ. Uraraka's eyes gleamed. Wow, it's 13. She's my favorite hero. Izuku eyed 13 down, not much of the physical type. I wonder what kind of quirk she has. Alright guys, listen up. 13 here is going to explain everything, so pay attention, said Izawa. Thanks, Izawa. So this is the USJ. Here you will learn rescue tactics when facing unforeseen scenarios. As many of you know, quirks can be helpful in rescuing, but they can also be deadly. Take my quirk for example. It's called Black Hole. I can suck up anything and break it down to its molecular compound. Perfect for rescue, but also deadly if used on a person. Explained 13. Be very careful how you use your quirks. They can do more harm than good. The class all clapped. Thank you, so let's get started, shall we? Hey 13, I thought All Might was supposed to be here. What happened? Asked Aizawa. He ran out of time and is taking a break right now. He said he would join us shortly. Said 13, holding up 3 fingers. Aizawa sighed. Can't do anything about that. Oh well, we'll just start without him. Just then Izuku, who was in the back of the class, sniffed the air and smelled something familiar. This smell, it's the same from Monday. Izuku then began to walk forward until he pushed past his class and stood at the ledge of the stairs leading down to the main plaza. Midoriya, what are you doing? Asked Aizawa. Narrowing his eyes towards the fountain in the middle of the USJ, Izuku put on his mask and slowly began to show his claws. We got company, Mr. Aizawa, and they aren't friendly, said Izuku as he raised his claws. Aizawa was confused. He too was looking down at the plaza, but couldn't see anything. That's when a black portal began to appear, and from the portal, several villains appeared. Are those robots like the entrance exam? Asked Kirishima, walking towards the ledge, only to be stopped by Izuku's claws appearing in front of him. Those aren't robots, those are real villains, said Aizawa as he pulled down his goggles. Everyone get back. 13, protect the students. Izuku then turned to Aizawa. Are you really planning on taking them on all by yourself? That's suicide. Here's your first lesson, Midoriya. A hero is nothing without a few tricks up his sleeve. Now go and get out of here. Aizawa then ran down the stairs and towards the villains. Izuku gritted his teeth. You better not die. I still need some answers from you. He then retracted his claws and turned to the rest of the class. Down at the fountain, the black portal suddenly got bigger, and 2 people and 1 thing walked through. One of them was a man with pale, dry skin and a bunch of hands all over his body. The other was a man with a lab coat. I shouldn't be here, the man in the lab coat said. Doctor, my patience with you is wearing thin. You are here only because my master told me to bring you along. Although he did not tell me the reason, you will do your job and shut up, said the man with the hands. Behind them stood a tall, muscular-like monster, with razor-sharp claws and a bird-like face. Just then the portal closed and reformed into that of a person. Shigaraki, everyone is here. Shigaraki nodded. Good work, Kurojairi. You know the plan, do your part. Wait, where is All Might? The intel said he would be here. Just then Shigaraki noticed that he was losing minions. Oh, what's this? In front of the pack was Aizawa, using his capture weapon to take down minions. It seems like the legendary hero Eraserhead has graced us with his presence. Kurojairi, go deal with the students. We can't have them leaving. Kurojairi nodded. Of course. He then teleported himself away. What about me? Asked the doctor. You will stay here, said Shigaraki. USJ entrance. 13 was rushing to get the students out of the USJ. Come on, everyone, hurry. Izuku was running beside his class when he smelled something. Everyone stop. Just then the black portal Izuku saw in the plaza appeared in front of them. You have good senses, boy. If you hadn't stopped when you did, I would have teleported you all. Hello, everyone. We are the League of Villains. With a snick, Izuku popped his claws. Yeah, we didn't ask, said Izuku. Kurojairi narrowed his eyes. Those claws? I see, so you are the one. This confused Izuku as well as the rest of the class. Regardless, I have a job to do. However, before Kurojairi could activate his quirk Bakugo, and Kirishima jumped at him, quirks at the ready. Did you honestly believe we would just let you? Asked Kirishima. From the smoke of the explosion, Kurojairi's voice was heard. And did you honestly believe that you could stand up to me? I will complete my job, now begone. Kurojairi then activated his quirk and blanketed the students in a black mist. Izuku saw this and quickly pushed Ida and Uraraka out of the mist. Midoriya. Ida and Uraraka tried to reach out to him, but it was too late. Izuku and most of the class was gone. Izuku felt like he was falling, and opening his eyes he noticed he was. What the? He looked down to see he was falling towards a mountain area. Izuku tried to slow his fall by stabbing his claws into the mountainside, but his idea quickly fell apart when he hit a ledge and hit the ground hard. Thanks to his healing powers, Izuku got back up. Man, that hurt. Where am I? He looked around to find no one. That is until he heard the sound of fighting just over a cliffside. He walked over to see Momo and Jiro fighting some villains. They seemed to be holding their own. Wait a minute. Izuku then looked up and saw another thug ready to jump on them. Oh hell no. Jiro and Momo were doing the best they could. Momo was creating several swords and bow staffs to fight off the villains. Jiro was using her quirk to disorient them so she could attack, and it was working. That is until the villains got smart and attacked in groups. The girls were slowly being overwhelmed. We can't take on this many, Jiro said, knocking another villain back. Momo created a shield. I know. We need backup. Just then a loud voice was heard from above them. You're mine. The two girls looked up to see a villain with sharp claws ready to slice them. Momo tried to create something, but she was too slow. The villain was just inches away from them when from out of nowhere Izuku tackled him in midair. The two then tumbled before stopping with Izuku on top of the villain. Midoriya? Focus up. You drop your guard, and you're dead. Izuku yelled as he dug his claws into the villain's chest. Everyone in the mountain area stopped in their tracks. This included Momo and Jiro. Izuku stood up with blood dripping down his claws. Did that kid just kill him? Asked one of the villains. Momo and Jiro were just as shocked. Izuku then turned to the rest of the villains. All right, who's next? Monday before the attack. The doctor was excited. This is it. We have done it. The weapon is now complete. In front of him was a briefcase. Inside there was a .44 Magnum handgun and 6 adamantium-tipped hollow-point bullets. Doctor, are you done? Asked a voice through a monitor. Yes, sir, we are finished. Here is the weapon capable of killing the boy. The doctor grabbed the briefcase. Good, good. Now get ready. You are going to be the one to kill the boy. The doctor's eyes went wide. Emmy, what? You made him. It is only natural for you to be the one to end him. But I don't know how to shoot a gun. I won't be able to hit him, said the doctor. Then you are in luck. The attack has been moved to Wednesday. I suggest you use that time to practice. With that, the voice disappeared. What did you do to me? With the blood still fresh on his claws, Izuku looked at the remaining villains. You guys came here to kill us, right? I don't see what's so wrong about killing a few of you in return. The villains all flinched. Izuku sniffed the air and smiled. You're afraid? Good. You should be. Rafa. The girls watched as Izuku ran towards one of the villains. The villain tried to use their quirk, but before they could, Izuku came in and stabbed both of his claws into their stomach. The villain let out an agonizing yell as they slumped over dead. Izuku then tossed them aside. All the villains now had one singular focus. Kill this kid, one of them yelled out. That's when several villains used their quirks on Izuku. One in particular managed to wrap Izuku up with his elongated arms. Got him. Everyone attack, he yelled out. Izuku growled as the villains ran towards him. You think this is enough to stop me? Twisting his body, Izuku managed to fling the villain with the long arms to the side. This in turn caused his arms to take out the other villains that were running at him. Feeling that the grip around him was loosened, Izuku began to run towards the villain holding him. The villain was barely getting up when Izuku came up and kicked him across the face, knocking him out. The other villains were barely getting up when Izuku came in and tackled one to the ground and slashed his claws across the face of the villain. The other villains finally got their bearings and started to attack. One of the villains pulled out 2 knives and managed to get Izuku on the back. Izuku's costume was slashed on the back. The blood ran down his back as Izuku growled. I got him. However, to his horror, the villain watched as the slash marks down Izuku's back began to heal. Ah shit. Guys, he. However, before he could finish the sentence, Izuku stabbed into the villain's neck, killing him. With blood splattered across his face, Izuku raised his claws. His eyes burned red with rage. Momo and Jiro were horrified. We have to stop him, said Jiro, watching as Izuku slashed another villain across the chest. But how? If we get anywhere near him, he might slash us too, said Momo. That's when Jiro remembered. His senses, they're supercharged, right? If we can overload his senses, then he might calm down. Momo nodded. Right. All right, Jiro, I'll distract him. When you see an opening, use your quirk at full strength. Jiro connected her jacks to her boots, which were speakers. Ready. Opening the palm of her hand, Momo began to create something. After a few seconds, a canister appeared that was labeled Flash Bang. Perfect. Let's do this. She then tossed it towards Izuku. Meanwhile, Izuku stabbed his claws into the chest of another villain. That's when another villain with a sword came in, but Izuku simply raised his claws. When the sword hit Izuku's claws, it shattered into pieces. He then lifted his arm and stabbed the villain underneath the chin. With blood covering his claws and knuckles, Izuku let out a roar, but that's when Momo's Flash Bang landed beside him. Startled by the sound, Izuku looked directly at it, only to have it explode. First, a bright flash of white light blinded Izuku. Then came the thundering sound of popping. Now it was Jiro's turn. Plugging in her earphones jacks, she amplified the sound of her heartbeat and let out a massive sonic attack. The attack broke the ground around it as it hit Izuku head-on. Izuku immediately plugged his ears and fell to his knees. With his vision blurry and unable to hear, Izuku turned to look at Momo and Jiro. "Oh, I think we just pissed him off even more," said Jiro, watching as Izuku slowly got up. That's when Momo yelled out, "Midoriya, snap out of it. We need to meet with the others and get out of here." With the sound still vibrating in his head, Izuku pushed himself up slowly. "It's not working," yelled out Jiro as she could no longer hold her quirk. The sound waves dissipated and Izuku began to heal. However, as he lifted his claws, he saw the blood on them and stopped dead in his tracks. His breathing suddenly became heavy as he began to remember something. Entering his mind, Izuku could see himself in a small room in pain, screaming at the top of his lungs. That's when they emerged, his bone claws. They pierced his skin, causing blood to run down his arms. "Yes, the quirk has been successfully implanted," said a voice over the intercom. "Hurts, doesn't it? And thanks to your healing powers, every time you use them, you'll rip through the skin, and the pain will just start all over again." Snapping back to reality, Izuku fell to one knee. "Where am I?" He looked around to see the bodies. "What have I done?" Izuku slowly began to retract his claws. That's when Momo and Jiro walked up to him. "Are you yourself now?" asked Momo. Izuku looked up at Momo. "I don't know what came over me. When I saw the blood, it was as if something just snapped inside me. Who am I? And how could I kill so easily?" "We'll worry about that later. Right now, we need to get moving. There's no telling if there are more villains around," said Jiro. Izuku nodded. "You're right. To get to the stairs, we need to go through the plaza. But that's where Aizawa is, so he might need some help." "I agree. Let's go see if he needs any help. If he doesn't, we'll just sneak on by," said Momo. The others agreed and walked by the bodies. USJ Plaza. Aizawa was just about finished taking care of the grunts, and now it was time to deal with the boss. "You're so cool, Eraserhead. You managed to take down all of my minions. Most impressive." Aizawa gripped his capture weapon. "Thanks, but I still need to take you in." Shigaraki began to scratch his neck. "You know, we came here to kill All Might, and that's what we intend to do. But you'll be the appetizer. Nomu, kill him." Pointing at Aizawa, Shigaraki ordered the giant monster behind him to kill Aizawa. Aizawa blinked, and before he knew it, the Nomu had already got behind him. "What?" Aizawa jumped out of the way just as the Nomu's massive arm hit the floor, breaking it. "I was sure that I erased his quirk. Is he that fast even without it?" However, Aizawa didn't have time to react when Shigaraki himself ran at him. "You're good, Eraserhead, but I know your quirk's weakness. There is a time delay when you can use it, and on top of that, your hair falls when your quirk is deactivated. Meaning right now." Aizawa threw his capture weapon at Shigaraki, but he simply caught it. With his hand outstretched, Shigaraki was about to touch Aizawa. But that's when Aizawa pulled on the capture weapon and got in close, delivering a powerful elbow to Shigaraki's stomach. "Meaning right now, you can't use your quirk, but I can." Shigaraki had actually blocked Aizawa's attack and had a hand on his elbow. Aizawa watched as his elbow began to crack and flake off. Aizawa quickly jumped back, but the damage done to his arm was already done. The top layer of skin was gone, exposing the red of muscle underneath. "This quirk, you're the one responsible for the reporters getting in." Shigaraki smiled. "Right you are, but are you sure you should be focusing on me? I'm not the final boss, you know." Towering over Aizawa was the Nomu. It then reached out and grabbed Aizawa, slamming his face into the ground. Blood began to trail off the sides of Aizawa's face as the Nomu pinned him down. The Nomu then twisted the arm that was damaged, completely shattering it. Like I said, I'm not the final boss. Allow me to introduce Nomu, the anti-symbol of peace. Genetically modified to take on All Might himself. Equal to All Might in speed, but most important strength. I believe a demonstration is in order. Gripping down on his arm, Nomu snapped Aizawa's arm, causing Aizawa to yell out in agony. You erase quirks, but that means nothing if the person is already strong. Slowly lifting his face, Aizawa glared at Shigaraki and activated his quirk, only to have the Nomu break his other arm. Oh well, maybe if I kill some kids, then All Might show up. Then why not start with me? Asked a voice from behind them. Turning around, Shigaraki saw Izuku walking towards them. Midoriya, what are you doing? Asked Momo from behind a rock. We should have stayed hidden. I'm going to get some revenge. They hurt Mr. Aizawa, said Izuku with a snick. How did you get away from my minions? They should have taken care of you, said Shigaraki, surprised to see a student. Oh, you mean those lightweights? I took care of them. They won't be coming back ever, said Izuku, raising his claws. Shigaraki's eyes widened. Oh? Then I'm guessing you're strong. But unfortunately for you, there's always someone stronger. Appearing in front of Izuku, the Nomu stabbed its razor-sharp claws into his stomach, piercing him. Midoriya. Jiro and Momo yelled out as they saw blood running down the monster's claws. With the claws coming out his back, Izuku spit out blood. Pulling its claws free, Izuku hit the floor motionless. Huh, not so tough now, are we? That's when a purple mist appeared beside Shigaraki. Hirojiri, did you kill 13 yet? 13 is now no longer able to move, and I successfully managed to disperse most of the kids. However, some did stay, and one actually managed to escape, and is most likely alerting the teachers, explained Kurojiri. Shigaraki was furious. You let one get away. If you weren't our way out, I would have killed you by now. Oh well, looks like it's game over now. This mission is a failure, so let's leave All Might some dead students, shall we? Just then a familiar voice was heard. I don't think so, bub. Turning around, Shigaraki saw Izuku standing up. Why you? How are you alive? Brandishing his claws, Izuku smiled. Wouldn't you like to know? Shigaraki looked at Izuku, and where the Nomu stabbed into him, only to see that it looked like nothing had happened. Impossible. That's when the doctor saw who it was. Why you? You're the weapon. Izuku was confused. Weapon? What are you talking about? That's right, you don't remember. We wiped most of your memories. I was the one who created you, and now I'm going to be the one to take you out. The doctor reached into his coat and pulled out the revolver loaded with the adamantium-tipped bullets. Izuku's eyes widened. So you're the one who made me, huh? All right, then I have some questions for you. The main one being is, what did you do to me? With his rage behind him, Izuku ran at the doctor. The doctor raised the gun and was about to pull the trigger when the Nomu punched Izuku away. What are you doing? I had a clear shot. You won't do a damn thing, doctor. We'll let Noma handle him, said Shigaraki. You can't. If he manages to kill it, then we are all dead, yelled out the doctor. Suddenly, the doctor felt 4 fingers touch his neck. You will be silent, unless you want to be a pile of ashes. Izuku was sent towards the lake. Sliding to a stop, he looked up to see the Nomu running at him. Out of my way. Jumping at the Nomu, Izuku plunged his claws deep into the Nomu's chest. Taking it to the ground, Izuku laid atop of it. However, much to Izuku's surprise, the Nomu grabbed his arms and began to lift him up. Pulling Izuku up meant pulling the claws free. Izuku watched as the puncture marks on the Nu's chest healed rapidly. Looks like I'm not the only one that heals. Let's see how good your healing is. Managing to lift his legs, Izuku placed them on the Nomu and began to pull. However, try as he might, the Nomu wasn't letting go. Let go, god damn it. That's when a small pellet landed beside the Nomu and exploded, causing the monster to let go. Izuku landed on his feet as the Nomu stumbled for a bit, before looking towards where the explosion came from. The Nomu looked towards the mountain range to see Momo creating bombs and Jiro tossing them. It roared and began to walk towards the 2 girls. However, before it could get even close, Izuku jumped towards it and stabbed into its back. "You're not going anywhere." Izuku then began to rapidly dig into its back, causing blood to run down its back. The Noma screeched out, and it tried to reach out behind to grab Izuku but couldn't. Then it got smart. The Nomu began to run backwards towards the rocks. It then smashed into them back first, causing Izuku to take the front of the damage. However, Izuku wouldn't let go. Instead, he dug his claws deeper into the back of the Nomu. That's when Shigaraki got an idea. "Nomu, drown him." Following his command, the Nomu ran towards the lake in the USJ and jumped in. This caused Izuku's claws to slip out of the monster's back. Now able to strike him, the Nomu turned around and punched Izuku across the face. Deeper into the lake, Izuku fell. Regaining his bearings, Izuku gritted his teeth and slashed across the Nomu's face, causing it to bleed. However, just like Izuku, it healed rapidly and then hit Izuku in the stomach, causing him to swallow some water. The Nomu then slammed Izuku on the back before finishing it off with a powerful uppercut that sent a pillar of water straight out of the lake, as well as Izuku. Izuku hit the ground hard. Getting to his knees, he spit up the water he swallowed. Man, he's strong. But that's when Izuku heard something, the click of a gun. Thinking fast, Izuku jumped back, and right where he stood, the adamantium hollow point bullet splattered across the ground. Izuku looked up to see the doctor. "You're a shit shot, but now I know where you are. So it's time you answer some of my questions." The doctor flinched as the reflection of Izuku's claws shined across his face. As Izuku was walking towards the doctor, he pulled the hammer back on the gun and stumbled to point the gun at Izuku. However, just as Izuku was about to jump at the doctor, the Noma shot out of the water and landed on Izuku's chest. Izuku tried to raise his claws, but the Nomu began to savagely beat down on him. With every punch, the ground beneath Izuku broke. With every punch, the area around them began to shake. After a few more punches, Izuku laid in a crater, bleeding from his nose and mouth. The Nomu got up and roared towards the sky. That's when Shigaraki, Hirojiri, and the doctor walked towards Izuku. Seems like he was all talk. "Did his powers grow weaker?" "No. Let's make sure he's dead," said the doctor, pointing the gun at Izuku's head. "Why? He's dead. No kid could have ever survived the beating he just took from Nomu," said Shigaraki. "No, we have to be sure. If he gets up again, then he'll kill us all." The doctor was about to pull the trigger when all of a sudden Izuku opened his eyes. The doctor flinched, and in that second Izuku got to one knee and stabbed into the thigh of the doctor. Spinning around, he managed to slash Shigaraki across his leg as well. "Shit, he's still alive." The Nomu threw a punch, but Izuku managed to get under it and stab into its arm. With his other hand, Izuku stabbed into its chest and began to lift the Nomu. Rahhhhhhhh. With all the strength he had, Izuku tossed the Nomu several feet away. Hirojiri tried to open a portal, but just as he was, Izuku saw his weakness, a metal plating. Jumping towards him, Izuku ripped through the metal with his claws, exposing Hirojiri's true body. Seeing this, Izuku was about to stab Hirojiri when a bullet came flying past Izuku's face. Looking back, Izuku saw the doctor with the smoking gun. "You." Leaping forward, Izuku ran towards the doctor, who desperately tried to pull the hammer back on the gun. He finally pulled the hammer and fired, but the bullet completely missed Izuku. "Shit. Help me. He's going to kill me." Just as Izuku was about to stab into the doctor, a portal opened up in front of him. Izuku fell through and landed right in the grasp of the Nomu. The monster tightened his grip and began to squeeze the life out of him. Izuku yelled out in pain as his organs were being squished together. "Yes, now kill him," ordered Shigaraki. Izuku gritted his teeth and managed to stab into the hands of the Nomu, but even that didn't loosen its grip. Blood began to spill from Izuku's mouth as he struggled to breathe. "Need to think of something fast." "Die." Out of nowhere, Bakugo came in and fired an explosion right in the face of the Nomu. This caused it to drop Izuku, and catching him before he hit the floor was Kirishima. "Got him." Todoroki. Suddenly, ice separated Izuku and the Nomu. Jumping back, Izuku was put down next to Todoroki. "Midoriya, are you all right?" asked Kirishima. Izuku whipped the dried-up blood off of his lip. "Yeah, I'm good. Where's Momo and Jiro?" "They're safe. They're heading towards the entrance now with Aizawa," explained Todoroki. "Right? I owe them, so I'd hate it if they got hurt." Now what do we do about these guys? Asked Izuku. We kill them. That's what, said Bakugo, appearing beside them. Yeah, that's not happening. We need to be smart about this, said Izuku. It heals like me and is super strong, but there's something else. My claws were working against him, but it seemed my punches weren't. Great. He sounds invincible, said Kirishima. Not invincible, see that? Izuku motioned towards the top of the Noma's head. I don't know about you, but that seems like an obvious weakness. Take the brain out, and it's over. Wouldn't he just heal? Asked Todoroki. Maybe. Look, it's the best shot we got right now. So are we doing this? Asked Izuku. The others looked at each other and nodded. Guess we don't have much of a choice. All right, let's do it. But don't touch him. Izuku then pointed towards the doctor. He's mine. Shigaraki, the kid with the claws, there's something you need to know, said the doctor. Not now. We need to kill these kids first, said Shigaraki. It's about the Nomu and how they were made. I said not now, yelled out Shigaraki. You need to kill the kid with the claws, so deal with him. The doctor looked down at the revolver and noticed that there were only 4 more bullets. Got to make them count. The 4 students then all ran at the villains. The Nomu roared and also ran towards them. That's when Izuku jumped in front of it and jammed his claws into the monster's knuckles. With his free hand, Izuku raised his claws and jammed them in the back of the monster's hand, pinning him in place. Go! That's when Kirishima and Bakugo appeared above the monster. Die! Pointing his hands right at the brain, Bakugo fired off an explosion, while Kirishima dived, landing on the monster's head, and began to punch its brain repeatedly. The Nomu reeled in pain, but it wouldn't go down. Meanwhile, Todoroki was using his ice to stop the others from approaching. However, that's when Kurogiri opened a portal underneath Izuku, causing him to fall in it. Landing beside the doctor, Izuku watched as he pointed the gun right at him. Izuku's eyes widened as he heard the clicking of the hammer. The doctor fired 2 shots, but as the bullets left the chamber, a wall of ice appeared in front of Izuku. The ice completely shattered, but it managed to stop the bullets from hitting him. Looking back, Izuku nodded towards Todoroki. Thanks for that. Swinging his claws, Izuku managed to cut the doctor across the chest. The doctor fell to the floor, grabbing at his chest. It hurts. It hurts. Stop. Don't come any closer. The doctor yelled out as Izuku began to slowly make his way towards him. Izuku then kneeled down on one knee and put his fist a few inches away from the doctor's face. You want to live? Then answer my questions, starting off with, what did you do to me? The doctor began to cry. That's when he saw one metal claw appear. And no, stop. Start talking. I don't have all day, growled Izuku. Why, you were experimented on. You were a quirkless boy destined for a life filled with burden. But we changed that. No, I changed that. Now you are the ultimate weapon. That metal within you is what's left from my experiments, explained the doctor. Then the flashbacks, why torture me? Why? Asked Izuku. I needed your broken. A broken mind is easy to reshape. That's why we wiped your memories. If we could control you, then we would be unstoppable, said the doctor. Then why kill me now? That doesn't make any sense, said Izuku. The doctor flinched. Because you are here at UA. If you become a hero, then our plans for the future come crumbling down, and he won't let that happen. Who is he? Asked Izuku. That's when the doctor noticed something. What you're really asking is, who are you? You are trying to piece your life together, aren't you? Come with me, and I can help you. I can give you back your memories. Izuku narrowed his eyes. Why should I trust you? Just seconds ago you tried to kill me. Because no one else can help you. I am the only one who can get you your memories back. I can show you who you really are. The doctor got up. Come, I created you, follow me. The doctor extended out his hand. Izuku began to retract his claws. Izuku found himself reaching out for the doctor's hand, but stopped when he heard someone yell. Turning around, Izuku saw that the Nomu had a hand around Bakugo's neck. Izuku's eyes widened. Tell them to stop it. I can't, stuttered the doctor. Then tell me how to kill it for good, said Izuku. The creature has your regenerative abilities, thanks to your DNA. But it doesn't have the same capabilities as you. Its regeneration is less effective. Decapitate it, and it shouldn't be able to regenerate, explained the doctor. Take off its head, got it. Izuku turned his back on the doctor. Stay here. Once I'm done with it, I'll come for you. However, that's when the doctor saw the gun on the floor. Yeah, I could do that, or... The doctor then jumped at the gun and grabbed it. I could kill you right now. With the gun pressed against the back of his neck, Izuku stopped. I thought you wanted to help me? The doctor smiled. Help you? Please, you are nothing but a failed experiment. You think you're special? We have your DNA. We can make more of you. Why do you think I was ordered to kill you? It's 'cause you're a disposable tool for me to use and throw out when I damn please. I see. So those bullets, can they actually kill me? Asked Izuku. Yes, they can. They are very special and one of the few things that can kill you. The doctor then began to pull the trigger, and in that instant Izuku turned around and grabbed the gun, pushing it upward. The doctor fired, causing Izuku's eardrums to rupture. Blood poured down his ear as he regained his bearings. His vision then focused on the doctor. That's going to cost you. I think your hand will suffice. With his other claws, Izuku sliced up, cutting through the doctor's hand and the gun, causing the remaining 2 bullets to hit the floor. Huh. The doctor looked down on the floor to see his hand in pieces. He then saw the blood pouring out from his now gone hand. Fuck. Without saying a word, Izuku once again turned his back. You may have made me, but I'm not something you can just use. Back with the guys, Bakugo was in trouble. This whole time the Nomu barely moved, and when it did, it managed to grab Bakugo and kick Kirishima away. Just as the Nomu was going to snap his neck, Izuku came in and sliced its arm clean off. Bakugo hit the floor, but was now free. Izuku landed on his feet and growled at the monster. Midoriya, yelled out Kirishima. Shut up and grab Bakugo. I need to finish this while he's regenerating. Kirishima nodded and quickly went to grab Bakugo. That's when they saw the Nomu beginning to regenerate. Izuku knew that this was it. Running at the monster, Izuku managed to duck under its punch and get behind it, slashing at its Achilles tendon. The monster fell to one knee. Now closer to the ground, Izuku jumped up and was about to slash its neck when a small purple portal opened up beside his face. From the portal, a very familiar-looking hand came through it. Shigaraki had actually stuffed his hand through the portal just to reach Izuku. You're dead, kid, yelled out Shigaraki as his hand got ever closer. However, just as his hand was going to touch Izuku, a loud boom was heard coming from the USJ entrance. Do not fear any longer, students. Why? 'Cause I am here. Standing at the entrance was All Might wearing a white shirt and tie. Finally, I can move on to killing the symbol of peace, All Might himself, said Shigaraki as he pulled his hand free from the portal. Nomu, get him, ordered Shigaraki, but the Nomu did nothing. Nomu, what are you doing? He's here. Your whole reason for existing is right there in front of you. Kill him, ordered Shigaraki once again, but still nothing. Frustrated, Shigaraki turned towards the Nomu. What are you doing, you stupid? That's when he saw it. I am possible. Shigaraki watched as the Nomu's head came rolling off and stopped just a few feet from him. The body of the monster fell on the floor lifeless and with blood pouring out of it. Bakugo, Kirishima, and Todoroki were in shock. He killed it, said Kirishima in disbelief. But things were about to go from bad to worse for the villains when All Might finally made it down the steps and landed beside the students. His eyes widened as he saw Izuku atop the now dead Nomu. My God. Shigaraki, we have to retreat. The Nomu is lost, and we can't take on All Might right now, said Kirojiri. No, if we can't kill All Might, then let's kill that kid, said Shigaraki. Izuku glared at Shigaraki. Go ahead and try it. I'll kill you before your fingers could touch me. The two then ran at each other, but just as they were about to fight, All Might grabbed Izuku. What are you doing? Let me go. Izuku struggled against All Might's grip, but couldn't break free. Calm down. You can't just go killing him like you did to that thing. There are rules. We have to bring him in. Bring him in? He was here to kill us, and he will do it again. We need to get rid of him now before more lives are lost, said Izuku. You don't get to make that call. Now stand down, said All Might, tightening his grip. Izuku could stab All Might's arm like he did to the Nomu, but he didn't want to hurt him. Shigaraki, this is over. Now come on. If we get captured here, then our whole plan falls apart. But if we leave now, we will fight another day, said Kirojiri. Shigaraki scratched his neck. Fine, we'll leave. But this is far from over. Bring the doctor too. He failed at his mission, so he will report to Master. Izuku's eyes widened when he heard that. No, not him. All Might, don't let them take him. What are you doing? Stay still, said All Might as Izuku thrashed around. Blood continued to run down the doctor's dismembered hand as a black portal opened up behind them. No, let me go, but All Might refused. Snicked. Izuku popped his claws and cut at All Might's arm, not too deep, but just enough to force him to let go. Izuku landed on the ground and ran towards the portal. When you are ready, come and find me. I will help you regain your true self, said the doctor as he disappeared into the portal. Izuku threw himself at the portal, but it closed just as he was inches away. Hitting the floor, Izuku was furious. Fuck. That's when All Might appeared behind Izuku and placed a hand on his shoulder. I don't know why you did that, young man, but you need to explain. For now, let's go back to the others. As Izuku got up, he slapped away All Might's hand. Don't touch me. He was my one chance of getting my memories back, and you just let him go. I'll go back right now, but you should head out. Your time is running out. All Might's eyes widened. How did you know? Ignoring the question, Izuku walked back to where he had cut off the doctor's hand. Looking around, he found the destroyed gun and 2 bullets. Reaching down, he grabbed both of them. These might be helpful in the future. Minutes later, the rest of UA's teachers arrived on the scene. The students seemed to be all right, only a few cuts and bruises. As they walked out of the USJ, Izuku was greeted by Uraraka. Midoriya? Thank God you're all right. When you disappeared, I thought something terrible happened. Izuku smiled. Why are you so worried? I heal. Always have. Always will. What about you? Are you all right? I smell blood on you. I'm fine. The blood wasn't mine. It was 13th's. She was badly hurt. But the medics say she should live. Aizawa too, but he was in really bad shape, explained Uraraka. I see. Well, I'm glad you're safe, said Izuku, patting Uraraka on the head. As the students were talking, several police vehicles appeared, and men with riot shields and guns came out. What's going on? Asked Mina, surprised to see so many officers. They all walked towards Izuku and pointed their guns at him. Izuku Midoriya, put your hands up. Izuku's expression turned to one of rage. What is this? That's when All Might and Nizu appeared. Midoriya, it's best if you do what they tell you. Principal Nizu, what is going on? Asked Uraraka. As of now, Izuku Midoriya is under arrest, pending criminal charges, explained Nizu. Criminal charges? For what? We were the ones who were attacked. Even if he fought back, we have a right to defend ourselves, said Uraraka. That's right. He took down that monster. If it wasn't for him, we would all be dead, said Kirishima. Stand aside, Uraraka. This is your first and only warning, said Nizu. Izuku could tell where this was heading if he didn't say anything. It's all right, Uraraka. I'll go with them. Uraraka was surprised, but Midoriya. However, Izuku simply put his hand up. It's fine, trust me. Here, take these. Izuku handed Uraraka the 2 bullets he gathered. Don't let anyone take them from you. I'll come get them when this is over. Promise me you'll keep them safe. Uraraka nodded. I will, I promise. Good. That's when the officers moved in and placed handcuffs on Izuku. The class watched as they took Izuku away. Momo and Jiro were the only 2 people who knew why they were doing this. Consequences. Izuku was taken down to the police station behind a SWAT car in handcuffs. Arriving at the station, they walked Izuku down to the questioning area. He was thrown into a room with a table and 2 chairs. The room was poorly lit and had a glass panel that you couldn't see through to the other side. One of the officers shoved Izuku with the barrel of his gun. Sit down. Izuku looked back and glared at the officer. Try that again, and I'll slice your trigger finger off. The officer flinched, and without saying another word left the room. Izuku walked over to the chair and sat down. A few hours passed by, and Izuku was starting to get bored. Well, this sucks. He then sniffed the air. 2, 3, 4, no 5 armed guards outside the door, and someone that smells like a polygraph. Just then the door to the interrogation room opened, and in walked a man wearing a trench coat. Izuku Midoriya, my name is Detective Naomasa. I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Is that all right? Izuku scoffed. Do I have a choice? Whatever. Let's get this over with. I've been here for hours and I'm starving. Naomasa nodded. Very well, let's start with, do you know why you are here? No, answered Izuku. That's when Izuku noticed a small twitch in Naomasa's eye. I see. You are here because of the deaths of individuals during the USJ. However, before Naomasa could finish, Izuku interrupted. Villains, explained Izuku. Naomasa raised an eyebrow. I'm sorry. They were villains. The people who attacked us were villains, said Izuku. Yes, while that is true, that still gave you no right to kill them, said Naomasa. Heroes are not executioners. They don't have that kind of power. But I'm not a hero. I'm a student at a hero school, but not a hero. As far as I'm concerned, I was simply defending myself and defending my classmates, said Izuku. Naomasa put down the notebook he was holding. Why kill them? I'm sure with your strength you could have subdued them. Izuku leaned back in his chair. I would have, if it weren't for the fact that they were trying to kill us. There was no time to subdue them or hold back. If I did that, then the two girls, my two classmates, would have been hurt, or even worse. I see. Are you sure that's why you did it? Asked Naomasa. Izuku tilted his head. What do you mean? Naomasa then reached into his coat and pulled out a file that had Izuku's name on it. Going over this file, it seems you have been through a lot. Izuku leaned forward. Let me see that. Peeking over the folder, Naomasa put it down and closed the folder. No, let's continue on with the questions. Izuku reached for the file, but his hand stopped just short thanks to the chains around his wrists. Let me see the file. Naomasa grabbed the file. I said no. Izuku gritted his teeth. I said, let me see that file. Not until you answer my questions, but even then, I still won't let you see it, said Naomasa. Izuku's face turned to one of rage. The room was silent for a second before an all too familiar sound was heard. Snicked. However, before Izuku could do anything, the 5 armed officers that were waiting outside rushed into the room. Izuku heard the clicking of the guns. I would advise against any further action, Izuku, warned Naomasa. Looking around the room, Izuku weighed his options. He could take them all down, but 2 things were wrong with that idea. One was that they were cops, and 2 was the fact that he didn't want to make things worse for his mother. Retracting his claws, Izuku sat back down. Fine. The officers lowered their guns. Good. Now what happened in the USJ? Izuku was about to answer, but before he could, a tall man in a suit walked in. He wore circular red glasses and had a white cane. Don't answer that, son. Naomasa got up and confronted the man. Who are you? And how did you get in here? Reaching into his pocket, the man pulled out a paper. The name is Matt Murdock. I am Izuku Midoriya's lawyer. Mr. Midoriya is to be immediately released. Here is the paperwork explaining everything. Naomasa grabbed the paper and began to read it. Uncuff him. The officers around him were shocked. You can't be serious. One officer protested. I said uncuff him. He's free to go, said Naomasa one more time. Izuku turned to one of the officers and put up his arms, presenting the cuffs. You heard him, uncuff me. Reluctantly, the officer walked over and uncuffed Izuku. Now with the cuffs gone, Izuku stood up and stared down the officer. He smiled before leaving with Murdock. Izuku and Murdock walked down the hallway of the police building. So are you going to tell me who sent you here? I don't remember hiring you as a lawyer, and Mom doesn't have that kind of money. Tell me who hired you, demanded Izuku. The two made it to the lobby and walked out of the building. I think it's better if you don't ask me any more questions, said Murdock. But you can ask her all the questions you want. Murdock motioned towards a long black limo, and standing by the door was Momo and Inko. She waved and motioned him to come over. I was not expecting her. Izuku then turned to Murdock. It was nice meeting you, Murdock. Thanks for getting me out of there. Murdock nodded. Not a problem, kid. Next time don't get in trouble. Izuku smirked. I'll try not to. Izuku then walked over towards the limo. His mother immediately ran over to him and hugged him. Izuku, are you okay? Did they do anything to you? She asked frantically. Mom, I'm fine really. They just put me in a room for a couple of hours, said Izuku, reassuring his mother. Are you sure? Asked Inko. Izuku nodded. Oh right, we should thank your friend here. She was the one who got you out. Izuku then walked over to Momo. So, it seems I have you to thank for getting me out of there. So thank you. Momo smiled. It's not a problem. Shall we head out? It's been a long day. Izuku nodded and walked over to the door and opened it. Ladies first. Aren't you the charmer? The three then got into the limo and drove off. Take Midoriya home, please, said Momo to the driver. So I got to ask why? Why help me? Asked Izuku, curious as to why she did all this. I told you before, didn't I? I've taken an interest in you, explained Momo. Inko's eyes gleamed when she heard that, but Izuku wasn't buying it. Uh-huh. So want to tell me the real reason? Momo sat back on the seat and stared at Izuku. You have something I want, Midoriya. It's something you can't find anywhere else. That only confused Izuku even more. Okay. Do you want to elaborate? Momo then slid over to Izuku and got up close to him. No, but in time you'll know. In the meantime, sit back, relax. We were given the day off tomorrow. Momo then went back to her spot. The rest of the limo ride was uneventful. Inko began to talk with Momo. Izuku, on the other hand, simply looked outside the window. After some time passed, the limo stopped in front of the apartment building Midoriya lived in. And we are here, said Momo as the doors opened up. Izuku got out and opened the door for his mother. I can't thank you enough for this. If it wasn't for you, Izuku would be in a cell, said Inko as she bowed towards Momo. Momo put up her hands. Please think nothing of it. Midoriya saved my life, so it was the least I could do. Inko nodded. Hey mom, do you mind heading up? I want to talk to Momo for a second, said Izuku. Inko looked at Izuku and then at Momo. Oh, of course, take as much time as you like. Thank you again. With that, Inko went up to the apartment. What did you want to talk about? Asked Momo. Izuku looked at Momo dead in the eyes. What happened in the mountain area? I remember seeing the villains and then blood all over my claws. But after I remember only you and Jiro. What happened in between? Momo could see the anticipation in Izuku's eyes. You went, for lack of a better term, crazy. You started killing villains left and right. Jiro and myself were scared. We thought after you were done with them, you'd turn on us. So we had to snap you out of it. We overloaded your senses, and it somehow worked. Izuku looked at his hands. How many? 20 in total. Izuku clenched his fists. I know you feel bad, but don't. They were villains there to kill us, to kill All Might. Because of that, you saved not only everyone in Class 1A, but All Might too. That monster, the one you sliced its head off, it was going to kill All Might. Izuku stood there not saying a word. A few seconds later, Momo walked over to Izuku and quickly planted a kiss on his cheek. That was a thank you. It doesn't matter what the police thinks. You, Izuku Midoriya, saved us. You are a hero. Izuku placed a hand over his cheek. Thanks, but we'll see what the school has to say about that. I should get going. Just rest, okay? Izuku nodded, and with that, Momo got back inside the limo and drove off. Going back up to his apartment, Izuku went to his room. He still had his costume on since they didn't allow him to change out of it. Taking it off, he saw the holes the Nomu made with its claws. Izuku then looked down at his stomach to see no scar, no sign that he was ever injured. I heal, but the pain, I still feel it even now. That's when Izuku remembered something. These bullets are one of the few things that can kill you. Uraraka, I should call her. Izuku walked out of his room and asked his mother if she had his belongings, which she did. Handing him over his cell phone, Izuku stepped outside and called Uraraka. After the second ring, Uraraka picked up. Midoriya, are you alright? Hey Uraraka, and yeah, I'm fine. I'm actually back home now, explained Izuku. That's good to hear. So has the school called you yet? Apparently we have all tomorrow and Friday off, plus the weekend obviously, said Uraraka. That's actually pretty generous. Listen, do you still have the 2 bullets I gave you? Asked Izuku. On the other side of the line, Uraraka was in the living room of her tiny apartment. She looked over to the small table in the middle of the room. Yeah, I still have them. Good. Do you think I can get them back? Asked Izuku. Izuku could hear Uraraka sigh. All right, but I want an explanation as to what they are. I can tell just by looking at them that they are not ordinary bullets. Explain, and I'll give them to you. Uraraka, I don't think that's a good idea. However, before Izuku could finish, Uraraka cut in. Then you won't get them back. Izuku, I saw the look in your eyes when they took you away. You were scared and anxious. Midoriya, let me help you. Or at the very least let me listen to what you have to say, said Uraraka. Uraraka, fine, I'll explain, but I'll warn you what I'm going to tell you isn't easy to hear, said Izuku. I'm not weak. Midoriya, I can take it. Besides, I'm your friend, you should be able to trust me with this kind of stuff. Send me your address. I'll go visit you tomorrow, said Uraraka. Izuku balled up his fist. All right, I'll be here. Look, I should get some rest. I'll see you tomorrow. Right? After what we went through, it's best if we rest. Bye. Bye. With that, Izuku hung up. Walking back inside, he went straight to his bedroom and laid on the bed. Well, it's better if she finds out from me. I just hope she's still my friend after tomorrow. Later that night, Izuku texted Uraraka his address. She would be showing up around 12 p.m. The next day, it was now 11 a.m. and Izuku was home alone. Every time he was alone, he would work out in his room doing push-ups, sit-ups, and pull-ups. He would do his pull-ups outside by hanging onto the balcony's ledge. His neighbors have told him multiple times not to do that, but he didn't care. If he fell, he would just heal. Besides, it was a good workout. Izuku was now sweaty and needed a shower. Jumping back onto the balcony, he walked inside. But as he walked into the living room, he heard a knock at the door. Izuku turned to the clock to see that it was 11 a.m. Strange, Uraraka is not supposed to show up for another hour. Izuku sniffed the air and smelled a familiar aroma. You gotta be kidding me. Opening the door, Izuku saw Nizu, All Might, and Naomasa standing there. Hello there, Izuku. It's good to see you are all right, said Nizu with a smile. Izuku narrowed his eyes. Yeah. So what do you guys want? And why is he here? Asked Izuku, pointing at Naomasa. I thought you said I was free to go. Naomasa removed his hat. You are. We are only here to speak to you. Since yesterday, we didn't get the chance. Well, you did take hours to start questioning me. Guess you missed your chance. Too bad. Not really my problem. Now leave. Izuku was about to shut the door when All Might's hand grabbed it. Please, young Midoriya, we just want to know your side of what happened, explained All Might. Also, you may be free of any police punishment, but the school might have something in mind, said Nizu. Izuku looked at the men in front of him. Let's make this quick. All Might smiled. Good, can we come in now? Izuku once again opened the door to let them in. Take a seat. Let me go put on a shirt. Going into his room, Izuku got a shirt and put it on. I'm going to be straight with you. This isn't going to be me just answering whatever you want. I want answers of my own. Nizu sat down on the couch. Yes, we suspected as much. I believe Detective Naomasa has something you want correct. Izuku nodded. Yes, he does. Naomasa then reached into his coat and pulled out the file. Placing it down on the coffee table, he slid it towards Izuku. The file you so desperately wanted yesterday. Yours, if you answer our questions. Izuku looked down at the file. What do you want to know? Let's start with what happened in the mountain zone. Why did you kill those individuals? Asked Nizu. Because they were going to kill us, answered Izuku. Look, I already answered these questions yesterday. Detective Gadget knows that. Cut the BS and ask me something you want an answer to. Nizu looked at All Might. Very well. What did the doctor say to you? You were willing to hurt me to prevent him from leaving. Why? What did he say? Izuku looked at All Might. He said he could help me get back my memories. All Might looked at Naomasa, who nodded, signaling that he was telling the truth. I have nightmares. I'm trapped in a room, blood splattered all over the floor. I look at my claws and see them dripping with blood. What did they do to me? And why can't I remember? Naomasa spoke. You went through a lot, son. You don't remember because your body doesn't want to. Izuku slammed his fist onto the table. Don't lie to me. I have been fed nothing but lies. The only person that was honest with me was the doctor. He had the answers I was looking for, and you let him go, said Izuku, pointing at All Might. Midoriya, we understand that things are difficult for you, but that doesn't excuse your behavior. You killed those villains. There are rules heroes have to follow, said Nizu. Izuku looked up at Nizu. Rules? Tell me then, where in the rules does it say that I should just stand there and let them kill me? Yes, I killed them. Why? Because they were there to kill us. If it wasn't for me, Class 1A would be home in body bags. Not to mention that bird-faced monster. He was made of my DNA. Like what? That makes no sense. All Might's eyes widened at the last comment. It had what? According to the doctor, that monster had the same DNA as me. That's why it had a super regeneration quirk, explained Izuku. That shouldn't be possible. The only way you can have the same quirk was if. That's when All Might figured it out. No, it can't be. Izuku noticed All Might's face go white. You're scared. What? Naomasa turned to the number one hero. That explains everything. He is behind everything. What are you guys talking about? Asked Izuku. However, the men did not answer him. Instead, they got up from their seats. This is a lot more serious than we thought. We have to inform the others, said Nizu. Midoriya, you are now placed on disciplinary probation. While your actions were horrible, they did result in none of the students getting injured. Even the slightest infraction will result in your immediate expulsion from UA. Pick a fight, disrespect a teacher, hell, be late to class too many times, and you are gone. And I promise you this time, no one will be able to save you. Izuku narrowed his eyes towards the small bear/mouse. Fine. Maybe next time UA will actually protect its students rather than have one of their students fight their battles. Now get the hell out of my house. Izuku then reached for the file, but All Might grabbed it before he could touch it. Sorry, but no. What? We had a deal, said Izuku. We did, but things have changed now. This is now part of a bigger investigation, said All Might. Snicked Izuku, then popped his claws. I'm warning you, All Might. Leave it here. I need to know what happened. Naomasa flinched when he saw the claws once again. However, it was Nizu who stepped in. Midoriya, what did I just say? You wouldn't want to make more trouble for yourself now, would you? Izuku retracted his claws. I should have gone with the doctor. At least he was willing to share information. See yourselves out, now? The men nodded and began to walk towards the door. Hey, All Might. Izuku called out to the number one hero. All Might turned around. I told you before, your time is running out. You should really rest. You said that before at the USJ, but it's fine. I'll manage, said All Might. It's a shame, really. The number one hero is losing his power. I wonder how the reporters would react if they got wind of this, said Izuku with a smirk. All Might's eyes widened. You wouldn't. After what you just pulled, I might just. What's more important, your secret or mine? Asked Izuku. I already lost everything. But you have everything to lose. Think about that and get back to me when we go back to class. With that, the three men closed the door to Izuku's apartment. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. I need a shower. Izuku took a longer than usual shower. He spent most of the time thinking about what happened in the USJ and the conversation he just had with Nizu. Now out of the shower, Izuku wrapped the towel around his waist. He forgot his clothes in his room and went to go get them when the doorbell rang. Going to the door, Izuku opened it. I swear if you three are back, I'm going to. However, it wasn't the three he thought it was. Looking up, Izuku saw Uraraka blushing. Oh hey, Uraraka. Uraraka stumbled on her words. Midoriya. What's wrong? Come on in, said Izuku, standing aside. Uraraka turned away. Thanks, but can you put some clothes on first, please? Izuku looked down at himself. Right, sorry about that. I'll go get changed. Come on in and make yourself at home in the meantime. Uraraka sat down on the couch while Izuku went to put some clothes on. However, even with Izuku not next to her, the image of him shirtless played in her mind. She tried fanning herself to try to stop her face from turning even more red, but it wasn't helping. Wow, who knew Midoriya was so muscular? Those big, defined muscles. Uraraka shook her head. Now is not the time for this. Not the time for what? Asked Izuku, appearing from the hallway, with his clothes on. And nothing. Don't worry about it, said Uraraka, sitting up straight. All right. So anyway, thanks for coming over today. After what happened, I didn't think you'd show up. You want something to drink? Asked Izuku, sitting down across from her. Uraraka put up her hands. I'm good, thank you. Yeah, yesterday was scary. Those were the first villains we ever encountered. But I'm glad all of us made it out all right. Especially you, Midoriya. I heard about what you did. Izuku looked away. You did you? So what? Are you going to berate me like the police? Or maybe punish me like the school? Uraraka shook her head. I wouldn't do that. You did what you had to do, Midoriya, in order to survive. People shouldn't blame you for that, and I certainly won't. Killing may have been a bit much for me personally, but they came at us first. If it wasn't for you, we would have a lot more injuries, maybe even deaths. Izuku looked back at Uraraka. Thank you for that, Uraraka. It means a lot coming from you. Uraraka nodded. Of course, now I do believe you wanted these back. Uraraka reached into her pocket and pulled out the 2 adamantium bullets. Yeah, thanks, I'll just take them now. Izuku reached over to grab them, but Uraraka closed her hand. You remember our deal, right? No bullets until you answer my questions, said Uraraka. Izuku sighed. Fine, what do you want to know? For starters, what are these bullets and why do you want them so bad? Asked Uraraka. You know I heal, right? Well, those bullets can kill me, explained Izuku. If I had to guess what they were made of, it's probably the same stuff that's inside me, meaning my claws. Uraraka's eyes widened. Then that means you want these bullets too. Izuku nodded. Yeah. Uraraka stood up. And no, I won't give them to you. Not for that purpose. How could you think like that? Because I'm scared, Uraraka, said Izuku, also standing up. Someone isn't meant to kill people so easily like it did. But for me, it felt like a piece of me faded away, and in its place an animal took over. I was out of control. If it wasn't for Momo and Jiro, I would have gone on a rampage. If I do go crazy, I need a way to stop myself. Uraraka took a step back. By shooting yourself? That's just crazy, Midoriya. I know it is, but I need to have a plan in case. Izuku stopped mid-sentence. In case of what? Tell me in case of what? Asked Uraraka. Izuku clenched his fists. In case I hurt you. Uraraka's eyes softened. What? What? Izuku sat back down. I don't know. Something about you clears my mind. You, calm me. And if something were to happen to you, hell, if I ever did something to you, I would never be able to forgive myself. I trust you, Uraraka. I don't know why or how. I just do, with my life. I can't even trust myself. Midoriya. Uraraka began to walk over to Izuku. She stopped just in front of him and wrapped Izuku in a hug. You need to tell me what's going on, Midoriya. Why don't you trust yourself? You might want to sit down for this. It takes a while. With that, Izuku proceeded to explain everything he knew to Uraraka. She now knew everything he did. No secrets, no lies, just the truth. By the end of it, Uraraka was sitting down in disbelief. That's a lot to take in. Did they ever find out who kidnapped you? Izuku shook his head. No, but that doctor, the one who showed up at the USJ, does. I need to find him. He has the answers to all my questions. I get it. You have a right to know. And those who do know are keeping the truth from you. All right, Midoriya, you can have these, said Uraraka, handing Izuku the adamantium bullets. Placing them in the palm of his hand, Izuku looked at Uraraka. Are you sure? Yes, I trust you won't shoot yourself before you get answers. Besides, even if you did try it, I would kick your butt before you pull the trigger, said Uraraka. Izuku chuckled. I'll keep that in mind. But it's like I said, I can't trust myself, so here, give me your hand. Uraraka was confused, but did what Izuku asked her. Putting out her hand, Izuku dropped one of the bullets in the palm of her hands. Uraraka's eyes widened. Midoriya, I don't think this is. However, before she could object, Izuku pressed a finger to her lips. Please, I need someone I can trust to do what could be necessary. I said it before, didn't I? I trust you with my life, and now you have a way to end me if it comes down to it. Uraraka looked at the adamantium bullet. I still don't like it, so let's just hope I won't need it. Thank you, Midoriya, for trusting me with this. Izuku nodded. Of course, I mean you did see me naked earlier. Uraraka suddenly blushed red. That was an accident. Izuku laughed. I know, but you can't say you didn't enjoy it. Uraraka was about to protest, but found herself unable to argue against him. Damn it. Come on, you are probably still shaken up about yesterday. I'll walk you to the station. Uraraka nodded. The two then walked towards the station. They did make a slight detour when Izuku noticed Uraraka looking at a mochi shop. After buying her some, they went to the station. Now on the platform, they waited for Uraraka's train to arrive. Thanks again for the mochi, Midoriya. No problem. You really like it, don't you? Asked Izuku as Uraraka stuffed another in her mouth. Embarrassed, Uraraka nodded. Yeah, they are my favorite. Good to know. Maybe I'll buy you some more later, said Izuku. Uraraka smiled. Make it a date, and you got yourself a deal. It was only after she said it that Uraraka noticed what she said, but it was too late. Wait. Oh, Uraraka, I didn't think you saw me that way. Was it because you saw me without a shirt? Asked Izuku, teasing her. Uraraka blushed. No. It's not because of that. Izuku laughed. I'm just messing with you. Uraraka pouted. You're mean, Midoriya. Sorry, but if you're serious about it, we could go on a date. I wouldn't mind, said Izuku, looking at Uraraka. Oh, really? You're not messing around? Asked Uraraka. Izuku nodded his head. I'm dead serious. A cute girl like you. Any guy would go on a date with you. See, cute, you think I'm cute? Well, I wouldn't say it's impossible, but yeah, sure we could go on a date later, said Uraraka, playing with her hair. It's settled then. But for now, I think your train is here. Just then the sound of the train horn was heard. I'll see you at school, Midoriya, said Uraraka as she walked towards the train. Izuku nodded and waved goodbye as the doors closed. Unknown bar. The inside of the bar was a mess. Broken chairs and broken bottles rattled the floor. Hirojiri was standing behind the bar as Shigaraki vented his anger. That F***kin kid. How could he kill the Nomo? It was meant to be as strong as All Might, and it just died from decapitation. There must have been some sort of weak point we didn't know about, said Hirojiri, offering an explanation. That's when Shigaraki stopped throwing things and turned to the doctor, who was cowering in the corner of the room. You said something about the Nomu during the attack. You knew what the weakness was, didn't you? The doctor flinched. I swear I had good reason not to tell you. In the blink of an eye, Shigaraki appeared in front of the doctor and grabbed him by the neck with 4 fingers. I should kill you right here, right now. Shigaraki slowly began to lower the final finger to disintegrate the doctor. However, before he could, the monitor in the room turned on. Don't. Not yet, at least. The monitor had the letters AFO on it. Shigaraki stopped his finger just millimeters from the doctor's neck. Master, but why? He is responsible for our failure today. While that is true, it is also true that I withheld valuable information from you, said AFO. What are you saying? Asked Shigaraki, confused. The boy, the one that killed the Nomu, is actually one of my experiments. With the help of the doctor here, we built him into the ultimate killing machine. Due to an unforeseen intervention by the heroes, the boy slipped out of our grasp and landed in UA. And now it seems they are trying to make him into a hero, explained AFO. How strong is he? Asked Shigaraki. The doctor struggled with his words. The boy is strong, not All Might level, but no pushover either. However, that's not what makes him dangerous. It's the quirks we gave him, said the doctor. Per your master's instructions, I gave him multiple quirks. Bone's Claws was one of them. Bone Claws was one of the quirks we gave him, but after a successful operation, we coated his entire skeletal system with adamantium, a near indestructible metal. We also gave him super regeneration. The Nomas also have this, but his is far beyond that. If I had to say, he is invincible, said AFO. He sounds unkillable. Why make him like that? Asked Hirojiri. Master wanted a weapon he could rely on if all else failed. The boy was meant to be our last resort, so we made him virtually unbeatable, said the doctor. Virtually unbeatable? So he has a weakness? Asked Shigaraki. Has is the key word. The doctor's task was to kill the boy with adamantium bullets. Instead, he failed and lost his hand in the process. I would have ordered to kill him by now, but his mind is bright. He will think of another way to kill him, won't you, doctor? Asked AFO. The doctor raised his arm with the missing hand. I swear, master, I will, but I need more adamantium to do that. We do not have any more, doctor. You used the last of it. You need to find another way, but unlike last time, you will have all the time you need to think. You are to go back to your lab and figure out a way. If the boy becomes a hero, then our whole operation is over, explained AFO. The doctor thought about it. There is one person that might have something to kill him. Who? Asked AFO. A man that hates heroes just as much as you guys. If we find him, then there's a chance he would help us, said the doctor. Find him and bring him over to our side no matter the cost, ordered AFO. There's no need, master. Next time I see this brat, I'll kill him with my own hands. said Shigaraki, grabbing a table and turning it to dust. Welcome back. The next couple of days Izuku spent at home relaxing and working out. But it was now Monday and time to go back to school. However, he didn't feel like going. He was worried how the others would treat him. He knew Momo and Uraraka wouldn't treat him differently since they understood what happened, but the others may be a different story. Grabbing his backpack, Izuku went to the train station and walked to school. As soon as he stepped into the school, Izuku began to hear people whisper. Looking over, he looked at the students who quickly turned away. Izuku knew this would happen. Rumors were bound to start, and he accepted that. Walking to class, Izuku opened the door, and as soon as he did, the students that were already there went quiet. Looking around, Izuku could tell they were staring at him. Without saying a word, Izuku sat down at his desk and put his head down. A few minutes later, there was a tapping on his shoulder. Looking up, Izuku saw Uraraka. Morning, Midoriya. Izuku yawned. Morning, Uraraka. Didn't get enough sleep? Questioned Uraraka as she went to sit down. I did, but it's been a weird morning, explained Izuku. Uraraka nodded. I get what you mean. I've been getting stares from all the other students. It's actually creeping me out. Well, if someone tries to mess with you, let me know. I'll make sure they don't bother you again, said Izuku. Uraraka smiled. Thanks, but you shouldn't start anything if you could help it. Yeah, I know. Just then the morning bell rang. Everyone took their seats and waited for the instructor to arrive. Wait, so if Mr. Aizawa is in the hospital, who's going to teach homeroom? Asked Mina. The class looked at each other and shrugged. Beats me, we'll just have to wait and see, said Jiro. Just then Izuku got the scent of blood and someone he recognized. No way, how tough is he? Midoriya, what are you talking about? Asked Uraraka. Just then the door to Class 1A swung open, and in walked Aizawa with bandages completely wrapping around his head and arms. All right, looks like everyone is here. Let's get started, shall we? Hold up a second. Shouldn't you be in the hospital, Mr. Aizawa? Asked Kaminari. Aizawa sighed. A hero can't take breaks, not even when they are injured. My responsibility is with you, so here I am, he said in a slightly muffled voice. Now let's forget all that. You all have to deal with what's coming, said Aizawa in a serious voice. The class began to feel nervous. Oh no, it couldn't be more villains, right? The UA Sports Festival is about to begin. Most of the class erupted in cheer, except Izuku, since he didn't know what it was. Aizawa's red eyes shined through the bandages, scaring the class into silence. As I was saying, the UA Sports Festival will begin. This will be the perfect opportunity to show the world who you are and what kind of hero you want to be. That's when Momo raised her hand. Is it a good idea to have the sports festival after such a large incident? While that was a topic of conversation that came up, Nizu has ultimately approved it. We will have several more heroes from all over to watch over the event. And this year's security will be amped up. We will show Japan that we can protect our students, explained Aizawa. Izuku looked at this hand. A hero, huh? I'm not even sure I'm qualified to be here. Not after what I did. The morning classes went on as usual, and it was now time for lunch. Izuku and Uraraka were leaving class when they were stopped by Ida. Are you two heading to the cafeteria? May I join you? Izuku raised an eyebrow. You never get tired of acting so stiff, do you? I am simply following proper student behavior, that's all, said Ida, adjusting his glasses. What Midoriya is trying to say is that you can join us, said Uraraka, jumping into the conversation. As they walked to the cafeteria, Izuku needed to know, Hey Ida, did you hear about what happened at the USJ? Ida stopped. About what you did? Yes, I did. So, do you hate me? Asked Izuku. Hate you, no. More afraid of you, yes, said Ida. Izuku looked away. Your actions were deplorable, wretched, and disgusting. Killing should never be an answer, especially when it comes to heroes. Uraraka was about to say something, but Ida continued. That being said, I do understand to some degree. You made a choice to kill, and I can't accept that. However, given the circumstances, things could have gotten a lot worse if you didn't do what you did. I cannot hate someone when I know there is a chance that I would have acted the same if I was in your shoes. Izuku looked at Ida. He was being honest. Thanks, Ida, but I don't think the rest of the class feels that way. They'll come around, I think. They just need some time. I know it, said Ida. Come on, let's go eat. However, before they could get to the cafeteria, All Might appeared in front of the group. Young Midoriya, I wish to speak to you, if that's all right. Izuku narrowed his eyes. Uraraka, Ida, go on ahead without me. I'll join you shortly. Right? We'll save you a seat, said Uraraka, walking away from the two. All Might ushered Izuku towards the teacher's lounge. Izuku sat down on one of the chairs. All Might sat across from him. So young Midoriya, about what you said the other day. Before he could finish, Izuku put up his hand. Cut the crap, All Might. You're at your limit. It's best not to overdo it. All Might coughed out a bit of blood. Well, I do suppose there's no point hiding it from you. In a puff of smoke, All Might reverted to his skinny form. Izuku's eyes widened. Wow, so that's how you really look like. God, you went from looking like Johnny Bravo to looking like Johnny Bravo's cracked-out cousin. What the hell happened? All Might lifted up his shirt to reveal a terrible wound. I got this while fighting a villain several years ago. Most of my respiratory system is destroyed, and my stomach is pretty much gone too. This injury puts a strain on my body, so now I can only keep up that form for about 3 hours. I see. That makes a lot of sense actually. But why tell me this? We aren't on the best of terms right now, said Izuku. Given the fact that you already knew about my weakness, I saw no real reason to keep this from you. What you do with this information is up to you, however, before you choose. Remember that society needs a symbol of peace, and without one it will crumble, said All Might. Izuku looked at All Might before standing up. Get me that file, and I won't speak a word. You know I can't, said All Might. Yes, you can, and you will. I'll give you until the end of the sports festival. That gives you a couple of days. Or you can tell me yourself right here, right now. What happened to me? Asked Izuku, his face burning with rage. All Might sighed. Fine, I'll tell you, but not right now. Let me speak to Nizu first, and then we can discuss what happened. It's a start. Izuku then began to walk out of the teacher's lounge. He stopped at the door. Try to wiggle your way out of this, and I'll make sure everyone in Japan knows about your weakness. Slamming the door behind him, Izuku left to go eat. He grabbed his food and walked over to where Ida and Uraraka were sitting. Uraraka was surprisingly pumped up for the festival. Are you two ready? Asked Uraraka, her eyes burning with determination. Izuku was surprised. Whoa, what's got you so riled up, Uraraka? The sports festival, duh. It's the perfect chance to show heroes from around Japan what we can do, said Uraraka. That's right. The more you get your name out, the more chances you have in signing with a top hero. So is that why you are doing this? To sign with a top hero? Asked Ida. Uraraka scratched the back of her head. Yeah, and because of the money. The money? Questioned Ida. Yeah, the better the hero, the more you get paid, said Uraraka, nervous as to how her two classmates would react. Nothing wrong in earning some money, and that seems like the perfect chance, said Izuku. Uraraka's eyes widened. Right. But it's not for me, it's for my parents. You see, they run a construction business, and well, things haven't been going well for a while now. Don't get me wrong, I still want to rescue people, but I also want to repay my parents for all they have done for me. For that, I'm going to place high in the sports festival and sign for a good agency. That is most admirable, said Ida. Izuku nodded. Then I sure hope you get top 10. That's when he felt someone looking at him, looking to his right. Izuku saw most of Class 1A looking at him. I'm getting real tired having them staring at me. It was now the end of school, and everyone was getting their stuff so they could leave. However, before anyone could leave, Izuku walked towards the front of the class and slammed his hands against the podium, getting everyone's attention. Everyone looked at Izuku. Do you guys think I'm dumb? Silence. I know you know what happened during the USJ. I also know that you guys are judging me. So I'll say this once, and you better listen. I do not care what you think of me. Hate me. I don't care. Just know that if I didn't do what I did, most of you would be hurt or dead. Think about that next time you stare. The class watched Izuku leave, but to his surprise, he was stopped by a mob of people. But Izuku didn't care. He simply pushed his way past them. Uraraka quickly followed after him to make sure he was all right. Izuku was now outside walking out of the school when Uraraka called out to him. Midoriya, wait up. Izuku stopped. I don't want to talk to anyone right now, Uraraka. Uraraka finally caught up to him. That's fine. You don't have to say anything. Just listen, The others might look at you differently, but I will always be on your side no matter what. So please don't feel like you are alone or everyone hates you. Izuku smiled. Thanks, Uraraka. Come on, I'll buy you some more mochi on the way to the station. Yay. Wait, there is also one more thing I want you to listen to. It's actually more like a request, said Uraraka. Izuku tilted his head in confusion. Sure, I'll do it. That surprised Uraraka, but I haven't told you what it was yet. That doesn't matter. If you're asking, I'm willing to do anything. Now you ask yourself why? Well, it's because I trust you, Uraraka, plain and simple, explained Izuku. Uraraka smiled. Thanks, Izuku, when you put it that way. Nizu's office. Nizu stood at the window looking outside and saw Izuku and Uraraka walking away from the school. So what did you say to him? Asked Nizu. All Might sat on the chair across the desk in his skinny form. I told him what he wanted to hear. Nizu, he has a right to know. Nizu sighed. Does he? He is a scared kid with enough power to take on the top heroes and walk away unscratched. If he finds out what they did to him, it would destroy him. I know that, sir. But still, shouldn't you know what he went through? You too were a subject of experimentation, said All Might. That is precisely why he must never know. When I found out what happened to me, it almost broke me. I won't let him go through the same thing, explained Nizu. But the more we wait to tell him, the more damage we will do. Right now, Midoriya is desperate for answers. He feels like he can't trust anyone. If we keep this up, he will feel like he's backed into a corner, and anyone in that situation is dangerous, said All Might. Even so, we have the top heroes here at this school. You will deal with him if the time comes, said Nizu. For now, I want you to give him this on the day of the sports festival. Walking over to his desk, Nizu pulled out a file. All Might grabbed the file and began to read over it. His eyes widened. But sir. I know what you are going to say, All Might, but it matters not, said Nizu. Sir, we are lying to him. We can't do that, said All Might. This will only make him trust us even less. Only if he finds out. Remember, he doesn't remember what they did to him. For now, we give him that and hope he doesn't remember, said Nizu. All Might frowned. I just hope this doesn't come and bites us in the ass later. 2 weeks later, around 8 p.m., Izuku stood on a beach surrounded by trash. This place used to be a beautiful beach where people used to walk down to enjoy the sunset, but now it was a dump. However, Izuku didn't see it that way. He saw it as the perfect place to train. Izuku took a deep breath and popped his claws. As soon as he did, several pieces of large trash came flying at him. Turning around, Izuku slashed down his claws and sliced a fridge into pieces. Then came in several cans. Izuku jumped out of the way and landed atop a car frame. Huh, you'll have to try better than that, said Izuku with a smirk. But that's when the frame of the car began to rise up, knocking Izuku off of it. Izuku hit the ground. Guess I spoke too soon. You're getting a lot better. Uraraka then walked out from behind one of the trash piles. Thanks, but it's all thanks to you. I knew having you train me would pay off. Izuku retracted his claws. Uraraka watched as the wound on Izuku's knuckles healed. That healing power creeps me out. It just heals so fast. Izuku laughed. Yeah, I guess it's pretty gross. Especially since I can feel it healing. I think that's enough training for today. Come on, I'll walk you to the station. Uraraka looked at herself. Yeah, I could use a bath. As they walked, Izuku handed a water bottle to Uraraka. So are you nervous about the sports festival tomorrow? Asked Izuku. Uraraka grabbed the water, really nervous. The UA Sports Festival is one of the biggest sporting events in all of Japan. Everyone will be watching. That much, but don't worry about it, I'm sure you'll do great, said Izuku. Uraraka looked away. I wish I had your confidence, Midoriya. Just got to believe in yourself, Uraraka. I know you can do it, said Izuku. Uraraka smiled. Right. I won't let you or my parents down. Just then the train arrived. Oh, that's my train. I'll see you tomorrow, Midoriya. Izuku got up. Make sure to get some rest. With that, Uraraka got onto her train and left. Izuku was now walking home when he thought back to his conversation with All Might. Well, if he's going to say anything, he better say it tomorrow. UA, day of the sports festival. Izuku walked into UA and went straight to a conference room. Opening the door, he found All Might sitting down. I hope you have good news for me, said Izuku, walking in and taking a seat. All Might sighed. You drive a hard bargain, Midoriya, but here you go. All Might slid the file that Niza gave him over to Izuku. Izuku grabbed the file. Thanks, so tell me, what did Niza say about this? He was against it. But after some convincing, he caved and handed over the file to me. And now you have it, said All Might. Izuku nodded. I knew he would protest, but it's good you convinced him. Look, All Might, about what I said that day. I just want to apologize. I should have trusted you. I mean, you are the #1 hero and one of the heroes that found me. Honestly, I thought you weren't going to give me the file, but now I trust you more, so thank you. Izuku's words stung. All Might forced himself to smile. No problem. Now go out there and win this sports festival. Izuku got up. You bet. Thanks again, All Might. Oh, about your secret, I won't say a word, so rest easy. Once out of the door, All Might bit his lip. Was this the right choice? Midoriya has a right to know, but telling him the truth might be more hurtful. It was now time for the sports festival. Class 1A were asked to change into their gym uniforms and wait in a waiting room. Man, I wish we could have used our costumes, said Mina. I mean, it's only fair that we don't. The other classes besides 1B have costumes. The whole thing would be rigged, said Kirishima. I know. I just thought it would be better if I stood out, said Mina, slumping on the table. Izuku was sitting by himself thinking about the file. He hadn't opened it yet. He was going to wait until after the festival. As Izuku was thinking, Todoroki walked up behind him. Midoriya, a word please. Turning around, Izuku found Todoroki looking down on him. What is it? Asked Izuku. The others may be afraid of you, but I'm not. You are nothing compared to me. I'll prove that by beating you and winning this tournament, said Todoroki. That surprised the whole class. Todoroki never really talked to anyone, yet here he was challenging Izuku. Standing up, Izuku stood eye to eye with Todoroki. Let's get one thing straight. You are not better than me. I've seen your power, and it's weak, just like you. So bring it on. I'll take you on any day of the week. Easy, guys. Let's not start any rivalries. We are in the same class, said Kirishima, trying to keep the peace. Todoroki narrowed his eyes before turning away. That's when Izuku yelled out, Hey, Scarface. Todoroki turned around. You'd stand a better chance if you'd use it. You know, your other side. Todoroki's eyes widened. Never. With that, Todoroki walked out of the waiting room. Midoriya, are you all right? Asked Uraraka. I'm fine. Sorry, I didn't mean to worry you. Are you ready for this? Asked Izuku, relaxing his face. Uraraka nodded. As ready as I'll ever be. Still a bit nervous. Just remember what we trained for, and you'll do just fine, said Izuku. Just then there was an announcement over the intercom. Will Class 1A make their way towards the stadium? Walking toward the stadium, Izuku could hear and feel the rumbling of the crowd. Stepping out of the tunnel, the class was greeted by the cheers and applause of thousands of people. The arena was massive, and in the center of it was a large cement arena surrounded by a track and field ring. The class made their way into the arena along with the rest of the first-year students. And here they are, everyone. The world-famous Class 1A, yelled out Present Mike from the announcer's booth. I am here joined with their homeroom class teacher, Mr. Aizawa, also known as Eraserhead. Sitting beside Mike was a very wrapped-up Aizawa. You're too loud. However, Mike ignored Aizawa. Now that everyone's here, let's take it down to our on-the-field referee, the 18-plus rated hero, Midnight. Walking onto a platform in the middle of the arena was Midnight in her hero costume. Standing atop a podium, she cracked her whip, grabbing the students' attention. Welcome all to UA's annual sports festival. Here you will be competing against every student in the first year for the title of UA's best. But in order to reach that, you must first take on some events. The crowd cheered. If you turn your attention to the Jumbotron, we have a list of all the possible events. The way we will pick is by random lottery. But first we need some motivation. That is why I'd like to invite Class 1A's class president, Izuku Midoriya, to say a few words. Izuku looked around shocked. Huh? No one told me about this. The whole stadium cheered. Izuku looked around at his class to find them looking at him. That's when Izuku felt someone push him. Looking behind him, Izuku found Uraraka. Come on, go up. We are waiting on you. But what do I say? asked Izuku. Uraraka shrugged. I don't know. Just make it motivational. Izuku walked past his class and toward the podium. He adjusted the mic and cleared his throat. The hero course. Only a select few are chosen or recommended to be in such a prestigious class. This class is meant to be the best of the best, to help those students become the best and strongest heroes in all of Japan. However, power can come from anywhere. It can appear from out of nowhere and surprise us all. This includes students of the others' classes. It matters not where we came from or what class we are in. We are all heroes in one way, shape, or form. And even someone in this stadium, or even someone watching from home, can have the potential of being a hero. So good luck, and let's have fun today. The crowd erupted into cheer as Izuku made his way down the podium. Even the other classes were clapping. Izuku made his way back to his spot. That was an amazing speech, very inspiring. But now it's time to get this show on the road by unveiling the first event, said Midnight, pointing towards the giant screen. That's when a wheel appeared with all the events. The wheel began to spin faster and faster. It then slowed down and stopped on an event. Midnight smiled. Looks like for our first event we have the obstacle course. The class cheered. This event takes place on the outside of the arena. Every first year we'll be running through a 4-kilometer-long course. But unlike most days, you are allowed to use your quirks freely. Just don't leave the course or you are disqualified. Now let's get started, shall we? Asked Midnight, licking her lips. All of the classes were taken to a corridor which led to the outside of the stadium. The starting line was jam-packed with students, and it was hard to move. Izuku looked over to find Uraraka being pushed. Reaching, he grabbed her arm and pulled her in close. Sorry about this, but I think it's better than getting trampled. Uraraka had a slight blush on her cheeks. Thanks, Midoriya. Is everyone ready? Asked Present Mike. Well, you better be, because we are starting in 3, 2, 1, go. A loud horn blew, signaling the start of the obstacle race. The students all began to run. However, before any of them could make it out of the tunnel, a giant wall of ice appeared in front of all of them. And the one who put it there was Todoroki. Sorry everyone, but I can't have you getting in my way. But that's when he heard the sound of his ice breaking. Looking back, Todoroki saw metal claws piercing his ice. The claws slashed down in an X formation, and then came the punch. The piece of ice shattered and out appeared Izuku. Nice try, but you'll have to do better than that to stop me. Todoroki ignored Izuku and continued to run, but stopped when he saw what was in front of him. Standing several stories tall were 3 0-pointers, the same ones from the entrance exam. And Todoroki has made it to the first obstacle. Let's see how he gets past the waves of Robotos, yelled out Present Mike. Raising his left hand, Todoroki pointed and fired a wave of ice that covered the 3 0-pointers. I'll go right through them, said Todoroki as they fell. Back with the others, Izuku stopped in front of several smaller robots. These were the 2 and 3-pointers. Oh, this is going to be fun, said Izuku as he ran towards a 3-pointer. The robot used its mechanical tail to attack, but Izuku jumped out of the way and slashed down, taking off its tail. The robot began to spark from the damage, but that's when Izuku came in and stabbed his claws into the head of the robot. Taking it to the ground, Izuku pulled out his claws. Midoriya, heads up. Looking back, Izuku saw 2 robots flying at him. Jumping into the air, Izuku timed it and brought his claws down at the robots, completely destroying it. Nice work, Uraraka. Come on, we need to catch up to Todoroki. The 2 then ran towards the second obstacle. They now stood on the edge of a cliff. The entire area had large stone pillars that were separated by thin rope. They could risk crossing, but at the same time, they would risk falling off the edge. Well, this could be a problem, said Izuku, standing at the edge of the fall. This should be simple enough, said Uraraka, much to Izuku's surprise. How do you figure? Asked Izuku. Uraraka smiled. Did you already forget what my quirk is, Midoriya? Izuku's eyes widened. You thinking what I'm thinking? Uraraka nodded. Oh yeah. While the 2 were making a plan, Bakugo and Todoroki were already halfway through the second obstacle. Get over here, yelled out Bakugo as he used his explosions to jump from pillar to pillar. Todoroki used his ice to freeze the rope and using it as a slide. The two front runners were just about over the second obstacle when all of a sudden Izuku and Uraraka came flying past the two. "What's this?" Midoriya and Uraraka had just taken the lead, yelled out Present Mike. The crowd all cheered when they saw Uraraka latched onto Izuku's back. With Uraraka on his back, Izuku got a running start and actually jumped off the ledge, and in that moment Uraraka touched Izuku's back, causing the both of them to float across at an increased speed. "Is that even allowed?" asked Mina. "Let's see what our referee has to say about that," asked Mike. Midnight thought about it. "It's allowed. We never said students couldn't team up." The crowd cheered as Izuku and Uraraka made it to the other side. Deactivating her quirk, Uraraka landed on the ground. "Awesome work, Uraraka. Now let's go win this thing." Uraraka nodded. "Let's go." Bakugo looked like he was about to pop a blood vessel. "Why, you damn useless nerd. Get over here." Todoroki didn't say a word, but used his eyes to make a path to the other side. Izuku and Uraraka were now at the third and final obstacle. Uraraka was about to run in when Izuku stopped her. "Wait, it's a trap." She stopped just in time. Her foot was hovering over a circular piece of earth. "What is that?" "Looks like Midoriya made a good call. The next several meters are covered in mines. But don't worry, the blast won't kill you," announced Mike. "Explosives? Great. Uraraka, do you think you could use your quirk on us again?" asked Izuku. "And no, not to be mean, Midoriya, but you're kind of heavy," said Uraraka. "Must be the metal inside me. Oh well, guess we'll have to think of another way." That's when Izuku heard something behind him. Jumping towards Uraraka, Izuku made sure to shield her. What followed was an explosion that hit Izuku in the back, ripping his uniform into shreds and burning his back. "Out of my way, round face." Bakugo had just blasted past them. Then came Todoroki, freezing the ground underneath him and creating a path. And just like that, Midoriya and Uraraka just lost the lead, yelled out Present Mike. "Can they catch them up with so little time?" "Don't count them out just yet. I think they have something planned," said Aizawa in a muffled voice. "Midoriya, are you all right?" asked Uraraka. Izuku grunted as the burns on his back healed. "Yeah, I'm fine, but we just lost our lead." "Then let's get it back, shall we?" said Izuku, looking down at the final obstacle. "All right, I'm about to do something really stupid, but it should work. I know you're going to say something, so that's why I just want you to do one thing for me." Uraraka looked at him confused. "Okay." "When I start running, stay behind me." That only made Uraraka even more confused, but she found out what he meant when Izuku started running into the minefield. Present Mix's eyes widened. "What the hell? Midoriya is running through the minefield." An explosion rocked the area Izuku stepped on, but from the smoke Izuku appeared with his arms crossed in an X formation. Uraraka watched as Izuku continued to run through without worry about himself. "You idiot." She then ran behind the path Izuku was making. This made things a lot easier. The explosions caught the attention of Bakugo and Todoroki. Turning around, they saw Izuku running directly at them. "That's just insane," said Todoroki. Seeing a chance, Bakugo pointed his hand at Todoroki and fired an explosion. "You should really pay attention to a real threat." As the explosion dissipated, Todoroki stood there with a pillar of ice in between him and the blast. So annoying. The two went back and forth trying to get the other one to fall, but that's when they lost track of Izuku. "Sorry guys, but I'll be taking first place." Izuku then ran past the two. Bakugo and Todoroki looked at each other. They then looked at the floor and heard a click. Phew. The ground beneath then exploded outward. The two students were sent flying to the side. Bakugo slid to a stop covered in scratches. Looking up, he saw Uraraka running past him, which only pissed him off. Even round face, slowly picking himself up, Bakugo pointed his hands behind him and fired off explosions. At the same time, Todoroki got up and threw his hand forward, creating another sheet of ice over the mines. "I have to win, in order to prove him wrong." Bakugo and Todoroki easily passed Uraraka, but the real trouble was Izuku. Looking back, Izuku saw the two had passed Uraraka, and they were quickly catching up to him. "If I can't win, then I'll make sure you two don't." Stopping, Izuku began to run towards Bakugo and Todoroki. The audience were surprised. "What is Midoriya thinking?" yelled out Present Mike. Using his legs, Izuku pounced at the two students. Taking off guard, Izuku grabbed them by the face and proceeded to slam them into the ground. Bakugo grunted in pain. "Wyu!" He tried to reach out to blast Izuku, only to have his face pushed deeper into the ground. Todoroki had the same problem, but he got smart. Since Izuku was grabbing his face, Todoroki activated his ice. The ice began to freeze Izuku's hand. Ice crystals began to form on his hand as it slowly crawled up his arm. Izuku winced in pain as he felt his hand slowly freezing over, but he endured. But it was Todoroki that was surprised. His grip isn't loosening. His entire arm is almost frozen over. He must be in immense pain. As this was going on, Uraraka had actually ran past the three and saw Izuku's arm freezing over. Uraraka wanted to stop, but Izuku gave her a look that said keep going no matter what, so she did. Uraraka used her quirk on herself to float over the minefield and was now in the final stretch of the race. She could see the finish line. Thanks to Midoriya's intervention, it looks like Uraraka is going to win the race. Present Mike yelled out. Hearing that, Izuku smirked. Well guys, it's been fun, but I think it's time to let you guys have a shot at winning now. Gripping their heads, Izuku slammed them down into the ground one final time before getting off of them. He then ran into the minefield again. Bakugo and Todoroki got up and quickly chased after him. Using their quirks, they passed him, but it was already too late. Ochiko Uraraka has finished the race. She just beat out all of the first years, yelled out Present Mike. The crowd cheered, and on the Jumbotron, Uraraka smiled and waved at the crowd. By the end of it, Izuku placed fourth, but he didn't care. Uraraka had gotten first place. Izuku crossed the finish line and looked at his arm still frozen over. Midoriya, Uraraka called out to him. Your arm, is it okay? Izuku looked at her. It's fine, but you might want to look away for a second. Uraraka did what she was told. Uraraka couldn't see it, but she could hear it. The sound of ice shattering was heard, followed by a crunching noise. Izuku punched his arm, causing the ice to shatter. However, that also caused his skin, at least the frozen parts, to fall off, leaving only the red of muscle. After a second, however, his skin regenerated. All right, we're good. Uraraka turned around to see Izuku's arm completely healed and pieces of ice on the floor. Good thing I didn't look, so anyway, I just wanted to thank you. Without you, I would have never gotten first place. Hey, don't worry about it. I know how much it means to you to do well in this festival. Think of it as me investing in your future, said Izuku with a smile on his face. Thanks, Midoriya, it means a lot. With that, the two waited for everyone else to finish. Only the top 42 students would move on to the next round. So after the 42 were chosen, they went back to the arena. Good work, everyone. You have passed the preliminaries, but now it's time to move on to the next event. Pointing up to the screen, the words Cavalry Battle appeared. So let's explain the rules. Students must form teams with a minimum of 2 people and a maximum of 4. Each student will be awarded a point value determined by place in the obstacle race. The higher up you place, the more points you will be worth. Uraraka nodded. That makes sense. Since I got first place, I should be worth the most. Midnight smiled. This year, first place will be worth 10 million points. Instantly, Uraraka felt a shiver run down her spine. Turning around, she saw all 40 of her opponents looking at her. Oh, only Izuku wasn't staring at her. You have 10 minutes to form teams. Good luck. With that, the students went off to find teammates. So what do you say, Uraraka? Want to team up? Asked Izuku. Uraraka's eyes widened. You mean it? But people are going to come after me and my points. Izuku smiled. Let them come. I'll make sure they don't get to you. Thanks, Midoriya. All right, let's do this. The two nodded. But we still need at least one more person. But who? That's when someone appeared in between the two. Hey, let me join your team, said a girl with pink hair. And who are you? Asked Izuku. Right, my name is Mei Hatsum from the support department. It's nice to meet you, said Hatsum. Nice to meet you. So I gotta ask, why us? There's going to be a lot of people coming after us, explained Uraraka. Exposure. Since you're Miss 10 million, everyone will be looking at you. That will give me the perfect chance to show off my babies, said Hatsum. Izuku was confused. Babies? Yeah, that, and well, because of him too, Hatsum said, pointing to Izuku. Those claws. They are amazing. I just have to get a better look at them. Izuku raised his hand and popped his claws. What these? They aren't special. They're just steel. Hatsume's eyes gleamed as she ran over to inspect them. Aren't special? Quite the opposite. And this isn't steel. These are. Well, I can't tell you what it is, but it's not steel, that's for sure. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Really? I'll have to read the file to find out. Izuku then retracted his claws, much to Hatsume's displeasure. So what's this about, babies? Oh, right. Hatsume then pulled out what appeared to be a jetpack and large boots. Tada! Babies of my very own. Built them myself. What's that one? Asked Uraraka, pointing at a large circular shield. Hatsume smiled. I'm glad you asked. That is my unbreakable shield. Izuku reached out and grabbed it. It's made of a special steel compound that has. That's when the sound of metal was heard. Looking over, Hatsume saw Izuku's claws had sliced the shield into pieces. Izuku looked at Hatsume. Not strong as I thought it was going to be, sorry. That's amazing. Now I really want to look at your claws, said Hatsume with a smile. Izuku looked at the other gadgets. This could work. Uraraka, I say we let Hatsume into the team. Uraraka agreed. Yeah, we could use her babies. Yes. Thank you so much. Oh, and after this is all done, swing by the support lab. I want to get a better look at those claws, said Hatsume. Sure. I'm also curious as to what they are made of, said Izuku. We should get one more team member, just in case, suggested Uraraka. Izuku thought about it. There might be one person that might join us. Unknown location. Shigaraki sat on a stool watching the UA Sports Festival broadcast. Shigaraki, he's ready, said Kurojiri. Shigaraki got up. Bring him in. Just then a black portal opened up in the middle of the bar. Good to see you. I heard you have a way to kill a certain someone. From the portal, a tall man with long black hair came out from the portal. He had a dark combat suit, 2 katanas on his back, along with 6 individual smaller knives on his side. Depends. Can this person heal fast? Shigaraki nodded. Very. Then I have just the thing. So tell me, who is it? Another hero? Asked the man. Not quite. But he is a killer who's killed countless and might become a hero, explained the doctor, appearing from the door. The man's eyes widened at the sight of the doctor. You? Yes, it's me. How have you been staying? Said the doctor with a smile. Incident. Midnight stood atop of her platform. Is everyone ready? For Izuku, his team would consist of Uraraka, Hatsume, and Tokoyami. Tokoyami, the bird-faced student, had a particular quirk that Izuku knew would help them. Izuku, along with Hatsume and Tokoyami, would hold up Uraraka while she had on a headband with all their points added up. You guys ready? Ready, they all responded. Izuku nodded. Good, stick to the plan and we win. Midnight then raised her whip. This event will be 10 minutes long, and remember, even if you lose your headband, you aren't out, so keep trying. All right, with that, let's start. On your marks, get set, go. With a crack of her whip, Midnight signaled the start of the event. As soon as it started, everyone rushed Izuku's team, but he wasn't worried. Just like I thought. Looking over to his right, Izuku saw Todoroki's team running at him. Looking to his left, he saw Bakugo angrily glaring at them. We are getting those points. Izuku smirked as they approached. Let's run these fools over. His teammates nodded. Tokoyami activated his quirk. Dark Shadow, come to me. From his stomach, a black, bird-like creature appeared. Cover Uraraka. Dark Shadow nodded. Roger that. Looping around, Dark Shadow covered Uraraka completely. Ready. Given the signal, the group began to run forward. With Izuku in the forefront, they were basically a tank. The other students were surprised. This was such a straightforward tactic. No way it would work. The first unfortunate team to encounter them was a group from another class. They tried to activate their quirks, but before they could, Izuku ran at them and ran through them. The students were knocked down to the ground, at which point Hatsume used a grapple gun and grabbed the points off of them. Izuku looked back and smiled. Haha, with this no one will be able to stop us. Todoroki's team stopped. We can't go charging in head-on. We need to be smart. Momo agreed. Todoroki, use your ice, make some walls. Nodding, Todoroki activated his quirk and put up several ice walls in front of Izuku. However, Izuku didn't care. You think this will stop us? With a snick, Izuku popped his claws. Reaching out, he slashed the ice just as they were about to hit, and thanks to the damage he did, the ice shattered as they ran right through it. Tisk, damn it. We need to think of another strategy, said Todoroki. However, before they could, another team would attack, this team being Bakugo's. It's over, you useless losers. Those points are mine. Hey, Raccoon Eyes. The name is Mina, said Mina as she used her acid to melt the floor beneath Izuku's team. However, since they were running, her aim kept moving, and as a result, she accidentally sprayed Izuku on the thigh with it. Izuku yelled out in pain as he fell to one knee. Looking at his leg, Izuku saw the skin melting off. Damn it. Hatsum, get us out of here. Hatsum nodded and activated the jetpack and took the entire team up into the air just as Bakugo came in with one of his explosions. Get up after them, ordered Bakugo. Kirishima looked at him confused. Does it look like we can fly? Bakugo smirked. Fine, I'll do it myself. Jumping into the air, Bakugo used his explosions to propel himself up towards Izuku. Hatsum looked down. Guys? We may have a problem. Izuku and Uraraka looked down. Is that even allowed? Asked Uraraka. Midnight cracked her whip. I will allow it. He's not touching the floor, so it's all good. Deku, you useless F***CK. This is payback for the hospital. Bakugo was about to blast Izuku's team out of the sky when all of a sudden Dark Shadow appeared and took the blast head on. Dark Shadow won't be able to keep that up. He's weak to bright light, explained Tokoyami. Then let's send the hot head back down, said Izuku with a smile. Just as Bakugo was about to fire off another blast, Dark Shadow used its talons to smack Bakugo down to the ground. Nice work, Tokoyami, said Uraraka as she watched Bakugo fall. Lucky for the explosive kid, his teammates caught him. Let me go? I'm going back up, he yelled out. Man, forget about them. We should focus on getting points. If we need them, we'll go after them, said Kirishima. The others agreed. They needed points if they wanted to move on to the next round. Fine, let's go. But we are coming back for them, said Bakugo reluctantly. Izuku looked down to see Bakugo's team peel away. Looks like they are leaving us alone. For now at least, but when we land, every team will jump on us, said Uraraka. Speaking of which, we should head down soon. This jetpack won't last forever, explained Hatsum. Izuku nodded. Right? Uraraka, deactivate your quirk. Hatsum, make sure we land gently. Tokoyami, protect Uraraka. When we land, the swarm will come again. I'll make a diversion. With a plan set, Izuku's team began to fall down towards the arena. Uraraka was starting to get woozy thanks to her quirk, but nonetheless the group landed. And just as Izuku predicted, the other teams descended on him. Let's move. The team moved, and as they encountered another team, Izuku had a plan. As they ran towards the other team, Izuku dug his claws into the ground, tearing it up. With one mighty throw of his arm, he managed to throw the debris at the other team. This continued on for a while. The arena was now full of scratch marks and debris. 2 minutes, yelled out Midnight. All right, if we keep this up, we are sure to win, said Uraraka. However, that's when an ice spear came in and stabbed Izuku in the chest. Izuku stopped dead in his tracks. Slowly looking up, he saw Todoroki throwing metal rods covered in his ice towards him. Look who's finally back, said Izuku as he reached up and pulled the rod out. The wound quickly healed, but as it did, 2 more rods came in and stabbed Izuku in each leg. Damn it, I need some help here. Tokoyami nodded. Dark Shadow, defend. As more rods came flying in, Dark Shadow knocked them out of the air with his talons. However, this exposed Uraraka to everyone, and Ida saw that. Guys, she's exposed. We may have only one chance to get those points. And I know just how to do it. How? Asked Momo. You'll see. But Todoroki, get ready to grab those points, said Ida. Todoroki didn't know what he meant, but he readied himself. Whatever you got planned, I'm all for it. Ida went into a running position and revved his engines. With blue flames coming out of calves, Ida activated his ultimate move, Recipro Burst. Izuku could smell something burning and was about to warn the others, when all of a sudden, Ida and his team appeared behind them. Izuku looked up to see that the headband on Uraraka's head was gone. They took the points, said Izuku. And just like that, Uraraka's team has just fallen to last place. Will they be able to get some points before the time runs out? Yelled out Present Mike. Uraraka's eyes widened. How? I didn't even see them move. Not the time for that. We need those points back, said Tokoimi. Use the jetpack, Hatsum, yelled out Izuku. Hatsum clicked the button to use it, but all she heard was the sound of it puffing. What the? Uraraka looked at the jetpack and noticed the engines were clogged up with purple balls. This looks like Mineta's quirk. When did that elf get to us? Asked Izuku as they ran towards Todoroki's team. It must have happened when we landed. Dark Shadow, get ready, said Tokoimi. Dark Shadow readied its talons. Ready. 1 minute, yelled out Midnight. Uraraka's team gunned it towards Todoroki's team, who were now unable to move thanks to Ida. Sorry everyone, but that's it. Don't worry about it. We win if we keep these points, said Todoroki as Momo created more rods. Uraraka, get ready too. We are running straight at them, and I'm not stopping for anything, said Izuku. Uraraka nodded. Ready. Let's end this. Todoroki tried to use his ice to create walls of ice, but Izuku, with the help of Dark Shadow, smashed through the ice. They're getting closer, warned Ida. However, Izuku's team wasn't the only team going after Todoroki. This is our last chance. Get after them, yelled out Bakugo as he hit Kirishima on the head. 30 seconds, yelled out Midnight. The crowd cheered. Bakugo nearly popped a blood vessel, so he decided to take matters into his own hands. Jumping off, he used his quirk to launch himself at Todoroki. Uraraka's team was closer and were the first to attack. Dark Shadow flew in and tried to take the headbands right off of Todoroki's head, but missed. However, that's just what Izuku wanted. Seeing a chance, Izuku jumped up, surprising the other team. Todoroki panicked as he saw Uraraka's hand reach out to him. With no other option, Todoroki raised his left arm and almost activated his other half. However, that's when Todoroki noticed what he was doing and dropped his arm. Seeing her chance, Uraraka reached out and grabbed one of 3 headbands. The headbands were backwards, so you couldn't see the point value. But they weren't finished. Dark Shadow then appeared once again and swiped another headband. We got them. Midoriya, your plan worked, yelled out Uraraka. Izuku nodded. Which ones did we get? Time's up, yelled out Midnight. Bakugo, who was in midair, fell face first into the ground mad. In first place is Team Todoroki. They managed to take the 10 million points from Team Uraraka. Izuku looked up at the scoreboard. Does that mean? That's when he noticed that his team was in second place. Damn. Oh well, we made it through anyway. Good work, everyone. With that, Izuku retracted his claws. We were so close to the 10 million points, Midoriya. We got so unlucky, said Uraraka, pouting a bit. Izuku smiled. I know, but don't worry, we'll get them next time. Now it's time to enjoy a short break, but before we do that, let's find out what the final event is going to be. With a crack of her whip, Midnight pointed towards the Jumbotron, and the words one-on-one appeared. Looks like it's the return of a fan favorite, one-on-one fights. While you students are taking your break, we will determine the matchups by lottery. The students then began to walk towards the tunnel. However, as they walked, Todoroki walked up to Izuku. Midoriya, a word. Izuku looked at Todoroki. Sure, Uraraka, go on ahead. Uraraka nodded. Try not to fight people yet, Midoriya. The 2 students then went into the stadium and found an empty corridor. So what's this about? You almost made me use it, said Todoroki. Use what? Asked Izuku. Todoroki raised his arm. His quirk, his fire. Your plan almost made me use it. Good, you should use it, said Izuku. I refuse to use his power, said Todoroki, slightly agitated. Wrong, it's your power, yet you choose to limit yourself. Everyone here is giving it their all, and you're just half-assing it. Either way, get your shit together, or you have no reason for being here. Izuku then walked away from Todoroki. The reason why I'm here is to show my father, Endeavor, the number 2 hero, that I can be great without his father. For years he's made my life a living hell, and I will absolutely not use his power. Izuku stopped. Then you're even more selfish than I thought. And you don't know what hell is. Maybe one day I can tell you. Without saying another word, Izuku went up to meet his class. Class 1A were in the stands waiting for Midnight to announce the matchup. After about a 30-minute break, it was now time. But strangely enough, an entire team from the cavalry battle withdrew. This included someone from Class 1A. a student called Mashireo who could recall doing anything and felt like his place wasn't earned. Now that you are all rested, let's move on to the final event. These are the matchups. Just then the Jumbotron was filled with a bracket with all the students' names. As luck would have it, Izuku would be fighting first against someone named Hitoshi Shinso. Who the heck is that? Oh well, doesn't matter. I'll win anyway. Will Midoriya and Shinso please make your way down to the arena? Announced Midnight. Izuku got up from his seat. Good luck, Midoriya, said Uraraka. Izuku nodded. Thanks. As Izuku was leaving, he was stopped by a tail. Wait, Midoriya. Fair warning, this guy might look weak, but his quirk is weird, so be careful, warned Ojiro. Thanks for the warning, but I'll be fine. Whatever he throws at me, I'll just heal, said Izuku, brushing Ojiro off. Izuku appeared from the tunnel to the sound of applause. And there he is, the beast of 1A, Izuku Midoriya. Present, Mike yelled out. Stepping onto the arena, Izuku finally got a look at his opponent. Shinso was a tall boy with messy blue hair and tired-looking eyes. Whoa, you look like Mr. Aizawa. Are you his son? Asked Izuku. Shinso looked at Izuku with a blank expression. Not really. Really? You look exactly like him, said Izuku as he stood at one end of the arena. All right, let's get the final event on the way. Let's explain the rules, shall we? Said Midnight. Right. So these are the rules. You win by 3 methods. The first is knockout. Second would be rendering your opponent unable to move. And the final way is forcing them out of bounds or surrender. Myself and Cementos will be here in case things get out of hand, but be warned, almost anything goes. Now are the rules clear? Both fighters nodded. Ready? Begin. However, neither fighter moved. Hey Shinso, was it? I think you should just give up, said Izuku, popping his claws. Shinso smiled. Nah, I'm good, but I got to ask. There's a rumor going around. Students are calling you the monster of UA. So is it true? Are you a monster? Izuku stayed silent, but his expression said it all. Oh wow, that's a scary look you have. So I guess it's true. So I'm guessing the part of your class shunning you is also true. A loner, a nobody, a total freak. I'm surprised people actually teamed up with you. They must have felt bad for you. Izuku raised his claws. I'll make you regret that. Izuku began to walk towards Shinso, but as he did, the blue-haired student smiled. Idiot. That's when Shinso activated his quirk. However, as Izuku was walking towards Shinso, he felt a sudden sharp pain from his head. Izuku yelled out in pain, grabbing at his head. Izuku's screams echoed throughout the whole stadium. Uraraka got up from her seat. Midoriya, what's going on? He looks like he's in pain, explained Momo. Down in the arena, Shinso was shocked. This has never happened before, but you should be under my control now. Walk out of the arena. However, Izuku didn't listen. Didn't you hear me? I said walk out of the arena. Izuku fell to his knees. The pain was so intense that his claws began to pop in and out of him repeatedly. Something was wrong. Through the grunts and yells of agony, Izuku managed to speak. Let it stop. In his mind, Izuku began to remember. He remembered the doctor's single order during his experiments. Kill, 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 kill. Outside, Izuku let out one final yell of pain before lowering his head with his arms slumped in front of him. Shinso was surprised. Looks like you finally succumbed to my quirk. Now walk off the edge. However, that's not what happened. Izuku suddenly snapped his head up and growled at Shinso with burning red eyes. Getting up, Izuku let out an animalistic yell and charged at Shinso. Nizu and All Might, who were in the stands watching, were shocked. What happened to him? Asked Nizu. The kid's power, what is it? Asked All Might. It's called brainwashing. He can control people's minds and make them do what he wants, explained Nizu. All Might got up from his seat. We need to stop this fight. Midoriya's mind is still broken from the experiments. If someone enters his mind, then he'll snap. However, it was far too late. With claws at the ready, Izuku ran at Shinso. Jumping at Shinso, Izuku took a swipe at the student and managed to slice his arm a bit. Shinso fell on his butt, grasping at his now bleeding arm. All right, I give up. But his surrender fell to deaf ears. Izuku jumped on Shinso and smashed his head onto the cement floor with enough force to crack it. Izuku then retracted his claws and began to punch Shinso over and over in the face. Thanks to his adamantium-coated knuckles, Izuku shattered Shinso's nose on the first hit. Blood began to stain Izuku's hands as he continued to beat down on Shinso with no control. At first, the crowd cheered since they thought it was getting good, but their cheers soon turned to silence when the blood started flying. Even Bakugo thought that this was too much. In the stands, Uraraka couldn't believe it. She grabbed something around her neck. No. Midoriya, stop it. Punch, please. Punch, Midoriya, that's enough. She yelled from the stands. Down at the arena, Izuku was ready to end this. Raising his fist, Izuku popped his claws. The metal claws gleamed in the sun, and with a yell, Izuku plunged his claws toward Shinso. Midnight and Cementos were already trying to intervene, but they wouldn't make it. All Might was about to jump from the balcony when Uraraka's plea was heard. Just as Izuku was about to stab Shinso, he heard Uraraka's voice. His rage-filled eyes began to soften, and just in time too. With his sanity restored, Izuku stopped his claws just millimeters from Shinso's face. Izuku looked down at his hands. They were covered in blood. That's when he saw the state Shinso was in. Oh my god. No, 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 no. What have I done? That's when something came flying in and punched Izuku to the ground. Just then the cement began to reshape itself and hooked into Izuku's arms and legs. That's when a purple mist hit Izuku in the face. After a few seconds, Izuku fell unconscious. All Might had jumped onto the arena and stopped Izuku. I think it's best if we call this fight. Midnight agreed. Izuku, Midoriya has won. Take Shinso to Recovery Girl now, and make sure to restrain this one. With the help of Cementos, Izuku was carried towards the inside of the arena. Uraraka sat back down on her chair, relieved that Izuku didn't kill Shinso. Oh, thank God. Uraraka then let go of the necklace around her neck, which had the adamantium bullet. See, I told you he was a monster, said Mineta, trembling. They should just put him in jail after what he did. Most of the class didn't want to admit it, but they kinda agreed. Uraraka then stood up quickly. They didn't know what she knew. They didn't know Izuku like she did. Without saying a word, Uraraka walked away from her class. The first battle of the final event went horrible, to say the least. Izuku was confined to a specialized restraining device. His arms were shackled with specialized cuffs that were meant for super-powered individuals and strapped to it with chains. Moments later, Izuku began to wake up. Looking around, he found All Might, Aizawa, and Nizu standing in front of him. What happened? You don't remember? Asked Aizawa. Izuku shook his head. Bits and pieces, but nothing is clear right now. Then what do you remember, Midoriya? Asked Nizu. I felt an urge to kill. When Shinso used his quirk, it felt like thousands of hot needles were trying to dig their way into my head. Then I heard the doctor's voice telling me to kill. I heard his voice over and over again telling me to kill. Explained Izuku. What happened to the person I was fighting? Is Shinso okay? He's alive somehow. He has several broken bones in his face, along with a broken nose. If you didn't stop when you did, Shinso would be dead, said Recovery Girl. Izuku hung his head. I see, so what now? Am I expelled or something? Everyone turned to Nizu. Not this time. It was our fault for not predicting this would happen. Shinso will be fine, and it appears that you've gained your sanity, so I see no reason to expel you. Yet. Izuku looked up. Thank you, but if you're fine with it, I want All Might to be down in the arena when I fight, just in case I go crazy again. All Might nodded. Of course, I don't wish for this to happen again. Oh right, Midoriya, have you been able to read the file yet? Asked Nizu. Izuku shook his head. No, not yet. I was planning on reading it after the festival. Right? I heard All Might convinced you to hand over the file. So thank you. Nizu gave a kind smile. You are most welcome. Now let's get you out of those restraints. As they were discussing what to do, there was a knock at the door. Come in, said Nizu. In walked Uraraka. Hi, is Midoriya here? I wanted to see how he was doing. That's when she saw Izuku with the cuffs around his hands. What are you doing? We are securing him. Midoriya is dangerous, explained Nizu. Uraraka was taken aback. You're talking about Midoriya like he's some sort of animal. Uraraka, that's enough, said Izuku. They have a right to go this far. I lost control of myself, and I hurt Shinso really badly. But still, Uraraka couldn't argue against that. Izuku smiled. It's fine really, they were just about to let me go anyway. But thank you for sticking up for me. That's when All Might walked over to Izuku and unhooked all of the restraints on him. There you are, now go back to the class. And Uraraka, I do believe you are next on the bracket. The two nodded and began to walk out of the containment room. Who are you fighting against? Asked Izuku. Oh, I'm fighting Bakugo, said Uraraka. Bakugo, huh? He's going to be a tough matchup, said Izuku. Uraraka slumped her shoulders. I know, but I'm going to win no matter what. All that training I did with you won't go to waste. Izuku smiled. Good, make sure to give him hell. Uraraka nodded. Thanks Izuku, I will. As the two walked, Izuku had something he wanted to ask. Wait Uraraka, did you think about using it? Uraraka stopped and turned to Izuku. Truthfully, I did think about using it. But luckily you snapped back to reality. Izuku nodded. Good. It's reassuring to know that you will do what's necessary. Uraraka smiled. Yeah, I really didn't want to use it. Also, I still don't have a way to shoot the damn thing. So I was going to ask Momo to create a gun. Izuku nodded, and the two once again began to walk down the halls. Just because I would do it, doesn't mean it would be easy for me, Midoriya. Suddenly, the intercom blurred out. Will Bakugo and Uraraka please make your way towards the arena? Taking a deep breath, Uraraka readied herself. I better get going. I'll see you soon, Midoriya. See you, I'll be watching, said Izuku, and he watched Uraraka leave. Izuku made his way to where his class was, only to have them quiet down when he arrived. Izuku decided to sit in the back, away from everyone else, if they didn't fear him before they sure as hell did now. But to his surprise, one classmate came over. Mind if I sit down with you? Izuku looked up to see Momo standing beside him. Sure, go ahead. Momo nodded. Thank you. She sat down and looked down at the arena where Uraraka and Bakugo were about to start their match. So what happened down there? It was similar to the USJ, you lost control. What? Izuku didn't respond. Instead, he found it annoying. Come on, I told you before, didn't I? I'm interested in you, so throw me a bone here. Izuku sighed. It was the kid's quirk. It made me remember something. Something terrible. I see, care to share? Asked Momo. No, now let me watch the fight. You should watch too. You lost your fight with Tokoyami, said Izuku, crossing his arms. I guess you're right. Fine, I'll watch. Not like it's going to be much of a fight though. Bakugo is going to win this, said Momo. Don't count Uraraka out yet. She's got more than a few tricks up her sleeve, said Izuku. Down at the arena, Midnight pointed at the two fighters. Ready? They nodded. Set, fight. However, just like Izuku's fight, none of them moved. Hey, round face, why don't you just surrender? You can't beat me, said Bakugo. Uraraka smirked. What are you, scared of me or something? Bakugo's eye twitched. Huh? Me afraid of you? Please, it's you that should be scared of me. Oh, look, I'm shaking so much, said Uraraka, mocking Bakugo. Why don't you come over here and show me why I should be afraid? You know what? I'll go to you. With that, Uraraka charged towards Bakugo at full speed. Bakugo saw this and raised his hand. Fine, I'll show you why. Just don't cry when I beat you. Now in range, Bakugo fired an explosion that ripped through the ground and hit Uraraka, sending her flying back. However, that didn't stop her. Sliding to a stop, Uraraka gritted her teeth and ran towards Bakugo once again. However, this time would be different. As she ran, Uraraka would touch the debris caused by Bakugo's explosion and launch them at him. Bakugo fired off more explosions to break the debris. So annoying. Give up. All the explosions were causing black smoke to cover the arena. Uraraka used this as cover, but Bakugo could see the shift in the smoke. Do you think I'm that dumb? He yelled out, firing an explosion where he saw the shift. But it was all a ruse. Instead of hitting Uraraka, Bakugo got her jacket. This surprised Bakugo. He was even more surprised when Uraraka suddenly appeared behind him. This is over, she yelled out as she tried to touch him. However, Bakugo wouldn't let that happen. You think so? Think again, he yelled out, firing another massive explosion. Uraraka's body was launched as a result. Rolling to a stop, she tried to get up. Stay down, The weak should know their place, said Bakugo. With her arms shaking and her body covered in burn marks, Uraraka pushed herself off the floor. And never, I won't give up. Midoriya trained me, and I won't let him down. You mean that useless fuck? Oh, come on. We all know I'm better than him. The only reason he's in this school is because someone felt bad for him. He doesn't deserve to be here, said Bakugo. No, you're wrong, said Uraraka. Midoriya has been through so much. He deserves a chance. We all do. Uraraka once again ran at Bakugo, but she kept being thrown back by his explosions. Why does she keep doing that? Asked Momo. Because of that, said Izuku, pointing towards the sky. Momo looked up to see a small mountain worth of rocks and debris floating in the air. Oh. Izuku smirked. Yup, she used that move on me while we trained, and it worked. However, it won't work on Bakugo, unfortunately. It would have worked on literally anyone else. With one final explosion, Uraraka wiped the dirt from her face. Giving up? Asked Bakugo. No, but this fight is as good as over, said Uraraka. Oh, is that right? Then let's finish this, said Bakugo. For the final time, Uraraka ran towards Bakugo. Her legs burned, and her injuries hurt with every step, but she kept pressing forward. Bakugo was about to fire off an explosion when all of a sudden Uraraka touched the tips of her fingers together. What the? I should really thank you, Bakugo. You never even realized it. You were too focused on me to see the bigger picture, said Uraraka, closing the distance between them. Bakugo looked around but didn't see anything. What did you do? Uraraka smirked, surprise. Bakugo then finally looked up to see the debris falling towards him. So this was your plan the whole time? Normally someone would now have to choose between the debris or their opponent. Unfortunately for Uraraka, this was Bakugo. Raising both of his hands up, he fired off a massive explosion. The explosion shook the entire stadium and completely destroyed the debris. Uraraka was surprised but didn't have time to dwell on it when a hand reached out to her. Nice plan, but this is over. With a loud boom, Bakugo hit Uraraka with a point-blank shot. Izuku closed his eyes and sighed. She did her best, but unfortunately Bakugo was just better. Wait, what is he doing? Asked Momo. Izuku opened his eyes to see Bakugo walking over to Uraraka, who was crawling towards him. Uraraka was trying to make an attempt to reach Bakugo, but the pain wouldn't let her get up. It must show him that I see can. Bakugo stopped in front of the girl. You won't show him anything. Now get out of my arena. Bakugo fired off an explosion. The entire arena was surprised. Uraraka was already beaten, yet like Izuku, Bakugo went too far. Or did he? Smoke blanketed the area around the two, but that's when a voice was heard through the smoke. I won't let you hurt her anymore. If you feel like fighting some more, then take another step. As the smoke cleared, Izuku was seen with his right claws just underneath Bakugo's chin and his left claws millimeters away from his neck. Bakugo's eyes widened as he saw Izuku's burnt skin healing right before his eyes. Why you? Momo was surprised. I didn't even see him move. Izuku stared down Bakugo, daring him to do something. Uraraka is unable to fight. Bakugo wins, yelled out Midnight. Izuku looked down to see Uraraka had stopped moving. Retracting his claws, Izuku reached down and gently picked up Uraraka bridal style. Wincing in pain, Uraraka managed to slightly open her eyes. Midoriya? SHHHH, don't talk, rest. You did great, Uraraka, said Izuku. Tears began to well up in Uraraka's eyes. But I lost. Yes, but you showed everyone watching that you can take on the best of us. That's something you can take pride in, said Izuku. Uraraka gave a weak smile. I wish I had your healing powers right about now. Izuku chuckled. I bet you do. That's when Izuku could feel Uraraka's body go limp. Looking her over, he noticed that she was now unconscious. As Izuku walked away from Bakugo, he stopped to deliver a warning. I hope you make it to the finals, Bakugo. I can't wait to make you pay for what you did to her. Bakugo spit on the floor, looking forward to it, freak. With that, Izuku carried Uraraka towards the nurse's office. The entire stadium was silent. Here was Izuku, the student who beat down Shinso in the first match, carrying an injured classmate. All Might watched from the balcony, so he does have a soft side. That means he isn't just a killing machine like the doctor made him out to be. There is hope for him, but I'm afraid when he finds out about the file that hope will be gone. Nizu also commented on Izuku's reaction, but he had much more sinister thoughts. It seems like he has a weakness. If it comes down to it, we can use the both of them. I will not allow the weapon the doctor created to be unleashed in my school. I will do whatever it takes to keep everyone safe from Izuku. However, they weren't the only ones who saw this. In the unknown bar, Shigaraki watched the fights on TV. So that's him? Is that another one of your failed experiments, Doc? Stain asked. The doctor nodded. Yes, meet Izuku Midoriya. So what do you think? Can you take him down? Asked Shigaraki. Stain scoffed. His healing factor is nothing like the others. But no one is unkillable. Shigaraki nodded. Good, then take care of him. Then we'll kill All Might. Stain turned to look at Shigaraki. Did you just give me orders? Shigaraki stood up from his chair. Is that a problem? As a matter of fact, yes. I never said I would kill the boy, now did I? Nor did I say I would ever join your little league, said Stain. Did you not want to kill heroes? Kill this boy, and you can kill All Might, said Kurojiri. Stain turned his back on the villains. Kill All Might? Whoever said I wanted to kill him? All Might is a true hero in a world full of fakes. But All Might is the best of us. As for the kid, only time would tell. For now, I only hunt those I deem unworthy. But if this boy becomes a hero, then he will eventually interfere with your plans, Stain, said the doctor. Then I will take care of him when he does. My vision of a world purged of fake heroes will come true. Now send me back to Hosu. I still have work to do, said Stain. Seems to me like you can't kill him, said Shigaraki. You don't have a way to do it, do you? Stain stopped. What was that? I said that. However, before Shigaraki could finish his sentence, Stain tackled him to the ground and pressed a katana to his neck. Make no mistake, kid, this sword is one of a kind. It's made out of pure carbonadium, which renders healing powers ineffective. Stain then pushed the sword, causing Shigaraki to bleed. But it can very easily slice the heads off of punks like you. Want to test it? Shigaraki's eyes began to fill with rage. Why you? He reached out to touch Stain, but someone stopped him. That's enough, Shigaraki. Shigaraki turned to a monitor which displayed the words AFO. Master. We cannot force him to join. However, I do think he and the boy will meet soon enough. In the meantime, Stain, would you mind letting my student go? Asked AFO. Stain removed his sword. Don't get in my way, or it's you I come after next. You missed face. Send me to Hosu. Kurojiri looked at the monitor. Do it. Nodding, Kurojiri opened a portal and Stain walked through it. With Stain now gone, Shigaraki stood up. Damn it. Easy. His recruitment was a failure, but don't worry about it. For now, you should know 3 Nomas will soon be ready for deployment. They aren't as strong as the one at the USJ, but they will be great in combat, said AFO. Shigaraki smiled. Good. I know just how to use them. Limits. With Uraraka in his arms, Izuku made it to the nurse's office. Recovery girl, you in here? Over here, son. Wow, that Bakugo kid really did a number on her, huh? Izuku nodded. All right, put her down on the bed. Izuku obeyed and placed Uraraka gently on the bed. Uraraka winced in pain. Will she be all right? Asked Izuku. Recovery girl walked over and looked at Uraraka. 2nd-degree burns, bruises, and possible broken ribs. Yes, she'll be fine once I heal her. Izuku sighed. Thank goodness. Before I do that, I need to clean her wounds. After that, I'll heal her. Once that's done, I'll send her back up to the group. Recovery girl looked up to see Izuku looking down at Uraraka with soft eyes. Now that's a look I haven't seen from you, said Recovery girl. Izuku was confused. What look? The one you just gave Uraraka. You're concerned, but it's more than that. You looked sad. In all my time with you during counseling, you never seemed sad. What? Asked Recovery girl. I don't know. I guess it's because I never had a reason to be sad. But seeing Bakugo hurt her like that, it made me feel something, explained Izuku. I see. Well, it's progress nonetheless. I guess those sessions are working, and you called them useless, said Recovery girl with a bit of a smug look. Yeah, whatever. You still haven't fixed me yet. I still did beat the SH*T out of a student, said Izuku. Recovery Girl pointed her cane towards Izuku. That you did, and don't think we aren't going to talk about it in your next session. Izuku sighed. Can't wait. I should get going. My next fight is coming up. Will you take care of her? Recovery Girl nodded, as if she was my own child. Now go. With any luck, she'll be able to watch your fight. Thanks. Izuku then reached down and grabbed Uraraka's hand one final time before letting go and walking away. Once Izuku walked out of the room, Recovery Girl smiled. One of the strongest students in this school, with a messed up past, and he didn't even notice. Idiot is in love and doesn't even know it. I guess it's expected after what he went through. Izuku walked down the halls of the stadium and towards the waiting room. However, as he walked, Izuku got the whiff of something burning. As he turned the corner, Izuku was met by Endeavor, the number 2 hero. The two walked past each other, but only after a couple of steps. Endeavor called out to Izuku. Hey boy, I wish to speak to you. Izuku stopped. Not in the mood, now buzz off. It's about your upcoming fight with my son, Shoto, explained Endeavor. He's your kid? Wow, I don't see the resemblance, said Izuku, now turning to face the hero. So what about him? You've seen it too, right? Asked Endeavor. His potential is amazing, and one day I believe that he will surpass me and even All Might himself. However, before the hero could keep going, Izuku interrupted. Can you get to the point? I don't want to waste my time here. That pissed off Endeavor. Well, aren't you a smart mouth? Maybe I should teach you some manners. The flames on Endeavor's face began to flare out. Your threats don't scare me. Now get to the point, said Izuku again. Letting his flame die down, Endeavor scoffed. Fine. I want you to make Shoto use his fire. Why? He clearly doesn't like it, explained Izuku. He is acting like a child. Until he stops acting like one, he will never fulfill my dreams. That's where you come in, explained Endeavor. You see, you're not afraid to get dirty. You're not afraid to do what's necessary, and you're just what Shoto needs right now. I want you to make him use his fire. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Now why would I do that? I could easily beat him. Why would I make him use it? Because if you do this, I will offer you a sidekick position when you graduate. How does that sound? Asked Endeavor. Izuku looked at the flaming hero. Yeah, no. I've talked to you for like 5 minutes, and I can already tell you're a prick. So I'll have to pass on this. With that, Izuku began to walk away. Endeavor scoffed. Stupid boy, I expected nothing less from a lab rat. That comment made Izuku stop. What did you say? You don't know, do you? Asked Endeavor. Know what? Questioned Izuku. Oh, this will be good. Just think about my offer, kid. If you manage to do it, come and find me, said Endeavor, walking away. Izuku's eyes burned with rage. That son of B** Tisich knows something. Now in the waiting room, Izuku began to think. He knew his next opponent would be Todoroki. He also knew that he would be only using half of his powers. Man, I could beat him easily, but if I win while he's not at full strength, is it even a win? Izuku sighed. Well, whatever. A win is a win. Just then the intercom turned on. Will Midoriya and Todoroki please make your way towards the arena? Getting up, Izuku began to walk out of the waiting room. As he left the corridor and walked out the arena, he was met by the sound of very few people cheering. Izuku didn't care though. He had nothing to prove to anyone. Stepping onto the arena, Izuku looked at the other end to see Todoroki. Are both fighters ready? Asked Midnight. Izuku turned to his left to see All Might standing beside the arena. He was there to make sure Izuku wouldn't go crazy again. Both fighters nodded. Begin. Todoroki wasted no time attacking. Stomping his foot to the ground, he created a massive pillar of ice. Izuku ran straight at it, and with a snick his claws came out. Jumping into the air, Izuku slashed down towards the ice, breaking it. In the stands. After getting healed by Recovery Girl, Uraraka was allowed to join Class 1A in the bleachers. She did have bandages on her arms and face, but for the most part she was alright. Uraraka got there and noticed that the fight had already started. Did I miss much? Mina turned to Uraraka. Good to see you up. And no, it just started. Uraraka nodded. Good. I didn't want to miss Midoriya's fight. Ribbit, it seems to me that you're not afraid of Midoriya. Why is that? After everything he's done, how are you not afraid? Asked Sue. Everyone in the class wanted to hear her answer. Achiko turned to them with a face full of determination. The reason I'm not scared is because I understand Midoriya. Well, I can't say much since it's not my place to tell, but he's been through a lot. He's still trying to figure things out. But don't confuse it with pity. It's not that. Sure, he could be a bit wild sometimes, but I also know Midoriya has a soft side. He just doesn't know how to really show his emotions yet, and when he does, it can come out a bit wild. But even after all he's done, Midoriya saved us at the USJ, and I'm proud to call him a friend. With that, Uraraka turned her attention back to the fight. The class was stunned. Maybe they've been treating Midoriya a bit badly. Momo looked at Uraraka. She understands him. Very interesting. Back in the arena. Come on, Todoroki. The same old tricks won't work on me, yelled out Izuku as he landed and swung his claws towards Todoroki. Seeing the claws coming, Todoroki created walls of ice in front of him. But as Izuku's claws made contact with them, they completely shattered. Todoroki's eyes widened as the last ice wall fell. Leaning back, he barely managed to escape the claws. Seeing a chance, Todoroki raised his hand and created several ice spikes and launched them towards Izuku. Crossing his arms in front of him, Izuku braced for it. As the ice hit Izuku, he was thrown towards the arena's edge. Izuku gritted his teeth as the ice kept coming, and with a powerful yell he managed to raise his arms and stab into the ground. This prevented him from sliding any further, and good thing too. Izuku was now at the edge of the arena boundary. Seeing that his attack wasn't working anymore, Todoroki let the spikes die down. This gave Izuku the chance he needed to get rid of the spikes that were embedded into his body. Standing up straight, Izuku took a deep breath and flexed his entire body. This caused all the ice to shatter. Blood spurted out when Izuku flexed, but the wounds quickly healed. Exhaling, Izuku looked Todoroki dead in the eyes. Now that was much better. However, unlucky for you. It seems that's all you can give. Looking down, Izuku saw ice begin to form on Todoroki's skin. Todoroki's breathing was heavy, and with every breath you could see every exhale. Shut up. If you keep this up, you'll freeze to death, warned Izuku. I don't care, yelled out Todoroki as he created waves of ice. With his arms up, Izuku ran claws first towards the ice. First his claws would stab into the ice, then came his momentum, which was enough to shatter the ice. This continued until Izuku was now close enough. Retracting his claws, Izuku managed to punch Todoroki in the abdomen. Todoroki spit out blood as he slid backwards. The crowd cheered as they finally got to see who got the first hit in. Looks like Midoriya has the upper hand. Will Todoroki be able to win? Yelled out Present Mike. Using his ice, Todoroki stopped himself from sliding further back. Grabbing his abdomen, he looked up only to fall to his knees with blood running down his mouth. What? I just ruptured your liver, said Izuku, walking towards Todoroki. How? That was only a single punch, asked Todoroki, surprised that Izuku did so much damage. I'm just stronger, explained Izuku as he stopped in front of Todoroki. Faster too, not to mention my regenerative abilities. In simple terms, you were just outmatched. If only you used it, you would have stood more of a chance. Izuku then grabbed Todoroki by the shirt and threw him across the arena. Hitting the ground hard, Todoroki created a wall of ice, stopping himself. Use what? That fire of yours. I know you still haven't used it. So use it, yelled out Izuku as he kicked Todoroki in the chest. With the wind knocked out of him, Todoroki struggled to speak. And never, I'd rather die than use his fire. Izuku bent down. That's just the thing, Todoroki. It isn't his fire, it's yours. Yet you choose to limit yourself. I get it. You hate your dad. And in the brief time we talked, I can tell he's a real piece of shit. Todoroki's eyes widened. You talked to my father? So it's true. You two really are working together. What did he promise you? Sensing danger, Izuku jumped back, just as an ice spike came up from the ground and managed to cut Izuku up to the chest. The tip part of his shirt was now ripped and blood poured down the open wound. While it's true he did offer me stuff, I declined. He pisses me off, said Izuku as the wound on his chest healed. Todoroki balled his fist. You lie. Raising his arm, Todoroki tried to use his ice, only to have Izuku appear and slash at his side. Falling to one knee, Todoroki placed pressure on the wound. You're free to think whatever you want, but know this. While everyone here is trying their best, you are just half-assing it. Even Shinso, he gave it his all. He deserves to take your spot if you act like this. It's pathetic. Todoroki gritted his teeth. Shut up. Slamming his hand to the ground, Todoroki created an ice spike, which pierced Izuku's stomach. Izuku slumped forward on the ice. Todoroki thought he had just won. However, as he looked closer, he saw that instead of piercing Izuku's stomach, Izuku had actually got his claws to block the attack. Your movements are getting slower, said Izuku as he looked up. Slashing outward, Izuku destroyed the ice and open-palmed striked Todoroki in the chest. The hit sent Todoroki flying. Rolling to a stop, blood dripped down the student's nose. How much? Asked Izuku as he walked towards Todoroki. How much what? Asked Todoroki, spitting out blood. How much pain is it going to take until you realize that it's your fire, not his? That's what you can't see. You are so blinded by your own hate that you can't see it, said Izuku. Todoroki got up. See what? You're holding yourself back. If you want to be a hero, then break free of your restraints and show that asshole of a father what it means to really bring the heat, said Izuku as he got closer to Todoroki. Todoroki's eyes widened. Can I really do it? Can I actually become better than my father? That's when memories of his mother began to play in his mind. No, I will be better. I'll show him. I'll show you all. Izuku was suddenly pushed back by a powerful blast of heated wind. About time. Looking over, Izuku saw the bright, radiant flames emanating from Todoroki's body. You're an idiot. You know that, right? Said Todoroki. You just gave me the upper hand in this fight. Izuku raised his claws. Is that what you think? Let's test that theory, shall we? Izuku then ran towards Todoroki with the intention of ending this fight. However, before he could get close, Todoroki put up a fire wall in front of him. This won't stop me, yelled out Izuku as he jumped through the fire. Izuku came out the other side with his shirt now almost completely gone. However, that's what Todoroki wanted. In the air, Izuku couldn't dodge. Aw shit. Checkmate. With his arm raised, Todoroki launched a powerful fire spiral towards Izuku. All Might, who was watching on the sideline, was amazed. Kids these days are getting stronger and stronger. It will only be a matter of time before they surpass us. Wait, isn't that flame a bit too hot? Oh no. Todoroki also noticed it, but it was already too late. The student could do nothing as his flames engulfed Izuku. The arena was filled with the screams of Izuku as his skin melted away. Todoroki quickly let his fire die down, but the damage was already done. The arena fell silent. All Might couldn't believe it. Midnight looked away. Class 1A felt sick. Shigaraki narrowed his eyes. Inko fainted, and Uraraka stood up from her seat horrified. And no, Midoriya. Izuku fell to his knees. The camera panned to Izuku's left, and all seemed to be all right. But it's when the camera panned to the right that everyone saw what happened. Everything was gone. Izuku's entire right side of his body was gone, reduced down to nothing but his metal bones. Organs were gone. His right lung gone. His right kidney gone. His intestines gone. There wasn't even any blood since the fire instantly cauterized his left side. All Might quickly jumped in and used a cape to cover Izuku's body. The camera feed to the sports festival was cut. Someone call recovery girl, yelled out Midnight. Will that even help? I think he's dead. I know he heals, but this is just too much damage, said Aizawa. Todoroki fell to his knees looking down at his hands. I just killed him. All Might looked down at Izuku's body and his eyes widened. I don't believe it. The heroes around Izuku looked down to see the impossible. It started from his left side. The red tissue that went over the bone began to appear. He's regenerating? That's impossible, said Present Mike. We need to get him inside, suggested All Might. The other heroes agreed. Right, All Might, take him. Mike, make an announcement and tell them that Izuku is still alive thanks to his regeneration quirk, ordered Aizawa. The group nodded. All Might quickly picked up Izuku and made sure that no one saw the state he was in. Mike and Midnight stayed behind to address the crowd. The TV broadcast was also turned back on. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Thanks to Midoriya's quirk, he is alive and healing, somehow. With any luck, he should be healed in no time. Once we have more information, we will get it out to you. Just know that he is alive. Todoroki looked up. He's alive. I didn't kill him. Thank goodness. In the stands, Uraraka was on the verge of tears. I need to go see him. How is he still alive? Questioned Mineta. The class knew that he had a regenerative quirk, but they assumed it wasn't that strong. How wrong they were. Momo watched as Uraraka ran into the halls towards the nurse's office to check up on Izuku. However, when Uraraka got there, she was stopped by All Might at the door. I'm sorry, but I can't let you in. Why not? He's healing, isn't he? Asked Uraraka. All Might looked at the door. He's still healing, and it's not a pretty picture. I've seen a lot during my time as a hero, but this is the first time I've seen anything like this. You wouldn't want to see it, trust me. Uraraka thought about it. Fine, but when he heals completely, I want to see him. All Might agreed. Very well. Inside the nurse's office. Recovery Girl was astonished. Izuku was healing at a rapid pace. In the minute that it took to bring him to the nurse's office, he was already starting to regrow his muscles. The red of the muscles were soon covered up by skin and hair. The last thing to regrow was his fingernails. Recovery Girl looked at the heart monitor and was surprised to see that everything was normal. It's simply amazing. He regenerated with half of his body gone. I've never seen anything like this. Even the best regenerative quirks can't do this. Yet he did it in less than 5 minutes, said Recovery Girl. Nizu was also in the room. He looked at Izuku. It is amazing, but also terrifying. Why is that, Nizu? Asked Aizawa. Think about it. If he ever turns into the weapon the doctor made him to be, then there would be very little we could do to stop him. Explain, Nizu. Recovery Girl sighed. Come on, Nizu. You know as well as I do that Izuku is not a threat. At least not yet. Until he does pose a threat, then we will deal with him. Until then, leave him alone and let him enjoy this time. Nizu turned away. Call me if there are any changes. With that, Nizu walked out of the office and informed All Might and Uraraka that Izuku has now fully recovered. Walking down the empty halls, Nizu couldn't help but think about Izuku. We need a plan to deal with Izuku should he ever turn against us. Uraraka smiled at the sight of Izuku now fully healed. He's not waking up. Why isn't he waking up? Recovery Girl sat on her chair with a clipboard. My best guess is that his body is still recovering from the shock. He should wake up right about. Suddenly, Izuku's eyes shot open. He sat up and looked around frantically. His breathing was heavy. His heart rate skyrocketed, and with a snick, he popped his claws. Midoriya, it's okay, you're okay. No one is going to hurt you, said Uraraka. Izuku turned towards the girl. Uraraka? She nodded. Yes. I need you to listen to me, Midoriya. Try to calm down, said Uraraka as she slowly approached him. All Might and Aizawa stood at the ready in case something happened, but to their surprise, nothing did. Once Uraraka reached out and touched Izuku's hand, he began to calm down. His claws slowly began to retract and his heart rate decreased. How are you feeling? Asked Uraraka. I'm fine, what happened? I remember Todoroki's fire, and that's about it, said Izuku. You gave us quite a scare, young man. Todoroki had no control over his fire and burned you. In all honesty, we thought he killed you. Half of your body was gone, but then you just started regenerating, explained All Might. Izuku laid back down on the bed. I see, so I'm guessing I lost. That's when Aizawa spoke. Technically no, but we think it's better if you withdraw. What? No way. I'm fine. Plus I get the feeling Bakugo is going through to the finals, and I want to fight him, said Izuku. All Might was about to say something when Uraraka grabbed Izuku's hand. I know you want to get paid back for me, Midoriya, but please, don't fight anymore. You have already done enough. Please do it for me. But Izuku noticed something in Uraraka's eyes. He sighed. All right, I'll withdraw. Uraraka nodded. Good. So are you feeling well enough to walk? Asked Recovery Girl. Izuku got up from the bed and pulled the sheets off of him. He stood up and began to punch the air. What do you think? Uraraka blushed. Letting out a little squeak, she covered her eyes. She turned away but gave another quick look. Aizawa face-bombed. I think you should put on some pants first. Izuku looked down to see that he was butt naked. Oh right, fire. After putting on some pants, Izuku and Uraraka went back upstairs with the class. Just as they were about to join the rest of the class, Izuku stopped her. Hey, Uraraka, I just want to say thank you. Uraraka tilted her head. For what? You know, for coming to see me, said Izuku. Uraraka smiled. Of course. It's what friends do. Izuku looked up at Uraraka. Friends, huh? Well, thank you again. Now come on, the final fight is about to start. With Uraraka right behind him, Izuku walked onto the bleacher area. Everyone in Class 1A turned to look at Izuku. He said nothing and took a seat in the back with Uraraka. That's when Izuku noticed someone was missing. Hey, where did Ida go? He had a family emergency to attend to, said Momo. So he withdrew from the fights. And it seems like you did too, Midoriya. It's good to see you're still alive. You sound almost disappointed, Momo. But yeah, I withdrew after some convincing. Still should have won that fight, said Izuku. Momo giggled. That's for sure. Hey, you too. It's starting, said Uraraka, pointing down towards the arena. Izuku watched as Todoroki and Bakugo squared off. Who do you think is going to win? Asked Momo. Izuku thought about it. It should be Todoroki, but I get the feeling he won't win. Why is that? Asked Uraraka. Izuku narrowed his eyes. He's scared. Down in the arena, Todoroki was doing well against Bakugo, but it would be only a matter of time before his ice would slow him down. Using his explosions, Bakugo dodged all of the ice flying towards him. You'll have to try harder than that, half and half. Todoroki gritted his teeth. I need to use the fire. Raising his arm, it looked like Todoroki was about to use it. However, just as small embers began to show, his mind flashback to when he burned Izuku. Horrified, Todoroki dropped his arm. Bakugo saw this and used his finisher move to blast Todoroki out of the ring. Hitting the wall outside of the arena, Midnight raised her whip. Todoroki is out of bounds. Bakugo wins. The crowd cheered. Fireworks were set off as Bakugo had just won the UA Sports Festival. However, on the field, Bakugo was pissed. This wasn't a win. That bastard let me win. He didn't even use his fire against me. Izuku watched from the stands as Bakugo angrily walked off the arena. Well, looks like he's pissed. Man, I wish I could have competed for third. While I'm sure you would have won, it's better if you didn't, Midoriya. You got half your body burned off, said Uraraka. Yep, but I'm fine. It's like I said before, I heal, always have, always will, said Izuku. Now that the sports festival is over, I have something I need to do. Izuku then got up with a serious look on his face. Where are you going, Midoriya? Questioned Uraraka. To apologize. Izuku then walked over to the general ed section of the bleachers. However, he did not go inside. Instead, he waited outside. After the awards were handed out, the general ed students all began to walk out of the bleachers. Each student flinched when they turned to see Izuku leaning up against the wall. Izuku wasn't concerned with them. He was only concerned about one student in particular. After a short while, a voice called out to Izuku, "What are you doing here?" Izuku looked up to see Shinso. His nose and parts of his face were covered in bandages, and he had bruising around one of his eyes. Izuku pushed off the wall. Look about what I did. However, before he could say anything, Shinso stopped him. I know what you're going to say, and I get it. Izuku looked at Shinso confused. I thought if I could show up your hero course students, then I can show everyone that I deserve to be a hero. Guess I was wrong. That's not why I'm here actually. I'm here to apologize. I didn't mean to beat you up like I did. Your quirk, it was a heck of a lot stronger than I thought it was going to be. And well, let's just say my mind isn't the prettiest place to be in right now. Shinso's eyes widened. As to if you deserve to be a hero, I can't tell you that since I'm not even sure why I'm even in the hero course. Pity, I guess. But I do know this, if I ever leave the class, I would like it if you took my place. With that quirk of yours, I'm sure you could become an amazing hero. Shinso was left speechless. Well, anyway, sorry about beating you up. With that, Izuku walked away. But just as Izuku was about to turn the corner, Shinso called out to him. Hey, Midoriya. Izuku stopped and turned to Shinso. Next time, don't hit me so hard. Izuku smirked before turning the corner. He may have beat me up, but he seems like a normal guy, thought Shinso as he went to join his class. After the festival was over, everyone in Class 1 went to change out of their PE uniforms. One by one, the boys all exited the locker room. Now it was only down to Izuku. He sat on the bench looking at his locker. Izuku took a deep breath and sighed. Well, it's not going to read itself. Standing up, Izuku opened his locker, and inside was the file All Might gave him. Reaching in, Izuku grabbed it. It felt heavy. After changing, Izuku left the locker room with the folder in his hand. Took you long enough. I was starting to get worried. Turning to his right, Izuku saw Uraraka standing there in her uniform. Uraraka? What are you doing here? Uraraka walked up to Izuku. I was waiting for you, duh. Why? Asked Izuku. Because it looked like you had something on your mind the last time we talked. Midoriya, is everything all right? Questioned Uraraka. Izuku looked at the folder in his hands. Define all right. What's in the folder? Asked Uraraka. Remember what I said about me not remembering what happened to me? Uraraka nodded. Well, this file has everything that they did to me. Uraraka's eyes widened. Then that means… Yeah, I'm about to find out everything. Uraraka then noticed something. Midoriya, your hands, they're shaking. Izuku looked down at his hand and noticed that she was right. He was shaking. You're scared of what you'll find inside, aren't you? Izuku grabbed his arm in an attempt to stop himself. No, I'm not. Uraraka stepped up to Izuku. Midoriya, don't lie to me. It's okay to be scared, especially about this. Being a good bit taller than Uraraka, Izuku looked down at the girl. I said I'm not scared. I'm trembling with excitement, explained Izuku. Uraraka backed up. All right, then open it. Izuku raised an eyebrow. What? The file, open it. Right here, right now. If you're not scared, then you shouldn't have a problem reading it here, said Uraraka, almost challenging Izuku. Izuku narrowed his eyes. Fine. Raising the folder, Izuku prepared to open it, but stopped. Open it, said Uraraka once again. Izuku could feel his heart rate rising. He wanted to open it, but his body wouldn't listen to him. Then in that moment, he lowered his arm. All right, fine, you win. I am scared. What if I find something that I can't handle? Then you do what you always do. Izuku looked at Uraraka confused. You take the hit and you heal. Remember, you heal, always have, always will. Izuku laughed. Using my words against me, Uraraka? I'm hurt. Uraraka smirked. You always do it to me, so a bit of payback was in order. But I'm still not sure about reading this. Not alone, at least, said Izuku. Then why not go home and read it over with your mom? Questioned Uraraka. However, Izuku shook his head. No, I won't put my mom through that. That's when Uraraka got an idea. How about my place? Really? You wouldn't mind? Asked Izuku. Of course not. How does tomorrow sound? We have the weekend off anyway, said Uraraka with a smile. Izuku nodded. Sure, I'd feel better if you were there. Anyway, let's go. I'll walk you to the station. The two then walked out of the stadium and then out of the school towards the train station. After talking on the train for a bit, they arrived at Uraraka's stop. I'll text you my address later. Bye, Midoriya. Izuku waved through the glass door as the train departed the station. This gave him a chance to think about the file, about today's events, and about his powers. Tomorrow is going to be a hell of a day. Hospital. Ida is the type to take things slow, read over the instructions a couple of times before diving into something. He also likes to have all the information in order to do something. However, this time he ignored everything and ran like a madman possessed. He ran down the halls of that hospital until he came upon the room he was looking for. Bursting through the door, he yelled out, "Brother!" There on the hospital bed was Tensei, also known as the pro-hero Ingenium. He had a respirator on and had bandages around his torso. What happened? Asked Ida. Your brother, he lost a fight against Stain, explained his mother. The hero killer? Then is he. However, his mother shook her head. No, he's alive, but just barely. Stain did a number on him, not to mention his spine. Doctors say that it would take a miracle for him to walk again. Tensei may be alive, but Ingenium is dead, explained his mother, sobbing uncontrollably. Tears fell from Ida's face as he grabbed onto the railing. Why, you bastard Stain? I'll find you, and when I'll do, I'll make you pay. That I swear. Hosu. Night was approaching the city, and the hero killer Stain sat above a rooftop looking down at the city. So many fakes, so little time. Well, I have to start somewhere. Standing up, Stain revealed his swords, Time to get hunting. Truth or lies? Izuku was ready. Today was the day he was going to find out what happened to him. Was he scared? Yes. But lucky for him, Uraraka agreed to be there for him. Grabbing the file, Izuku put on a green shirt and threw a black jacket over it. All right, Mom. I'm heading out. He yelled out as he was just about to leave. All right, sweetie. Make sure you come home before dinner. And no funny business you hear, said Inko. I know you're going to meet up with a girl. Izuku raised an eyebrow. How did you know? Inko laughed. I'm your mother. I know everything. That, and I heard you talking with someone the other day, not to mention what happened in the sports festival. Everything, huh? Thought Izuku. Hey, Mom. Can I ask you a question? Inko nodded. Of course you can, although I may not have the answers. If you found out I'm not who you think I am, what would you do? Questioned Izuku. Inko gave her son a soft smile. Izuku, you are my son. While I do admit there are things I don't know about you, like where that anger came from at the sports festival, I love you nonetheless. No matter what you are, no matter what you do, I will love you. Izuku nodded. Thanks, Mom. I'll be back. With that, Izuku walked down to the station and got on a train with the file in his jacket pocket. After a while, Izuku got off at the designated stop and walked down a couple of blocks. He approached an apartment complex, and looking down at his phone, he determined this was the place. Scrolling through his contacts, Izuku began to call Uraraka. Hello. She answered. Hey, Uraraka. I'm at the apartment building. What unit are you in? Asked Izuku. I'm on the 3rd floor. Look up. Looking up, Izuku saw Uraraka waving down at him. Izuku smiled. I see you. I'll be right up. Walking up the steps, Izuku was greeted by Uraraka. Good to see you're feeling better. Uraraka nodded. Yup. After another round of recovery girl's kiss, I healed up nicely. Still nothing on a healing factor though, said Izuku with a bit of smugness. Yeah, whatever. Come on in. Welcome to my humble abode, said Uraraka, opening the door to her apartment. Izuku walked in and removed his shoes. Looking around, he noticed that her apartment was rather small. Not a bad place you got here. Really? It was the cheapest I could find that was close to the train station, said Uraraka as she went towards the kitchen. Take a seat. I'll get you some tea. Sitting down at the table, Izuku looked over at the counter to see a photograph. It was a picture of Uraraka and 2 people down by the beach. Here you go. Hope you like green tea, said Uraraka as she placed the tea down. Love it actually, said Izuku as he took a sip. Your parents? Oh yeah, my hard-working and doting parents. They called me after I lost to Bakugo to see if I was alright, said Uraraka. So how are you? I mean, besides physically, said Izuku. It's been rough to say the least. I can't stop thinking if there was something more I could have done. If only I was a bit stronger, I could have won, said Uraraka as she sat across Izuku with her tea. Hey, don't beat yourself about it. You fought hard. You even managed to surprise Bakugo, and he's never surprised, said Izuku. Uraraka smiled. Thanks, Midoriya. Well, I should still get some internship offers, so that's good. Internship offers? Questioned Izuku. Yeah, Midoriya, don't you remember? Mr. Aizawa said that after the sports festival, we'd be going with pro heroes and interning with them, explained Uraraka. Huh, guess I wasn't paying attention. It is not like anyone is going to pick me to intern with, not after what happened with Shinso, said Izuku. I'm sure the school will find someone to take you, said Uraraka with a smile. Now, let's get to what you came here for. Do you have the file? Izuku reached into the inside of his jacket and pulled out the file, right here. Placing it on the table, Achiko looked at the file. She tried to reach out for it, but Izuku stopped her. Look, before we open it, I just want to ask you something. Achiko nodded. If I find something. However, before he could finish his sentence, Uraraka placed a hand on his. Then we'll deal with it together, okay? No matter what's in this file, I will always be here, Midoriya, no matter what. Izuku smiled. Thank you, Uraraka. Now, let's get this over with. Opening the file, Izuku looked inside, and what he saw surprised him. What? This is it, he said as he grabbed 5 measly pieces of paper. Uraraka grabbed one and began to read it. This is a police report. Says here you went missing the first day of middle school. You were kidnapped, and Eraserhead tried to save you. Wait, Mr. Aizawa tried to save you. This doesn't make any sense. It says here that they abducted me from my organs since I was quirkless. It also says that my quirks awakened because of the trauma while I was captured. But why would they keep someone for 2 years? Asked Izuku. Unless your regeneration quirk, said Uraraka. They kept harvesting your organs once they regenerated. Then that means your flashbacks are of when they harvested them. Seems like it. But what's with all this retracted information? Most of the last 2 pages are retracted, and it says there is a video somewhere? Why wasn't it included? Questioned Izuku. And there's also the thing with the doctor. He said that he made me what I am. That I was a weapon. Maybe he was just trying to get under your skin. Trying to make you mad. Said Uraraka. No, I don't think so. I think there's some truth to his words. But who should I believe? The doctor who attacked us? Or All Might in this file? Said Izuku as he put down the papers. I would go with All Might on this one. Said Uraraka. All Might was the one who found you after all. See, it says so right here. And hey look, it says your claws are made out of a dense aluminum alloy, whatever that means. Izuku looked at the paper that Uraraka was holding, and sure enough it said All Might along with other heroes saved him. Guess I should believe this file. Maybe the doctor was just trying to piss me off. That still leaves one more question. What happened in those 2 years I was gone? I have no memory of what happened. My best guess is trauma. You don't remember because you don't want to remember, explained Uraraka. I guess. But what if the doctor is right? What if I really am just a weapon? Is that why I killed so easily? Because I was already used to it? What did I do? I need to know, yelled out Izuku as he slammed his hands onto the table. Midoriya, listen to me. The doctor was full of crap. You are no weapon. You are Izuku Midoriya, don't forget that, said Uraraka as she walked over to Izuku. You saved me from Bakugo. Would a weapon do that? You even saved us from the Nomu at the USJ. If you were really a weapon, then you wouldn't have done that. I guess you're right. Sorry I got angry right now, said Izuku. Lifting up his hands, he noticed that he actually cracked the wooden table. I'll pay for that. Uraraka smiled. It's fine, really. Izuku found himself memorized by Uraraka's eyes. He found them alluring. Without warning, Izuku hugged Uraraka. She immediately turned bright red. Midoriya, what are you doing? Sorry, thank you. Just thank you for doing this, said Izuku as he held her. I'll let you go now. However, just as he was about to let go, Uraraka hugged him back. Didn't. With her head buried into his chest, Izuku could see the red on Uraraka's ears. Just stay still for a bit. Uraraka. Reaching down, Izuku lifted Uraraka's chin up. You're cute when you blush. That only caused her to blush even harder. Don't make fun of me, said Uraraka as she tried to push him off, only to stumble backwards. Izuku's eyes widened as he held her waist, but the momentum dragged him along. The two went back. Uraraka fell on the sofa. Izuku managed to catch himself by putting out his arms. Now with both arms beside her face, Izuku was practically on top of Uraraka. The two looked at each other. Uraraka. Midoriya. For some reason, the two found themselves drawn towards each other. Izuku leaned down, drawing closer to her lips. Uraraka's lips trembled, but she didn't stop him. Just as they were millimeters from each other's lips, there was a knock on the door. Izuku pulled away and looked at the door. Uraraka also got up. Were you expecting someone else? Asked Izuku. Uraraka shook her head. No, just you. Just then the doorknob began to wiggle. Getting off the sofa, the two looked at the door. They're trying to get in, said Uraraka in a loud whisper. Izuku raised his fists and popped his claws. They chose the wrong place then. But before Izuku could move in, Uraraka stopped him. Wait, let me see who it is first before you start slashing. Izuku nodded. Making her way towards the door, Uraraka looked through the peephole. Achiko, are you in there? Yelled out a man. Uraraka's eyes widened. Oh no. Who is it? Questioned Izuku. It's my parents. What are they doing here? They didn't even call ahead, said Uraraka, turning to Izuku. Well then it's fine, just open the door, said Izuku as he retracted his claws. No, if my dad sees me here with a guy, he'll kill you, said Uraraka in a bit of a panic. You need to hide. Really? We aren't doing anything bad, said Izuku as Uraraka began to push him towards her bedroom. I know, but just to be safe, stay here. Please, begged Uraraka. Izuku sighed. Fine. Sorry about this, Midoriya. I'll make it up to you, I promise. With that, Uraraka closed the door to her bedroom and walked over to the front door. Hey, Mom. Hey, Dad. I wasn't expecting you to. What? What are you doing here? We're here to celebrate, of course. You did so well in the sports festival, we just had to come. Explained Mr. Uraraka. Uraraka smiled. Thanks, but you two really didn't have to. She then thought back to moments ago with Izuku. Kinda ruined something. Mrs. Uraraka noticed something about her daughter. Are you alright, Achiko? You're looking a bit red. Uraraka turned to her mother. I'm fine. Don't worry about it. Achiko, are you hiding something from us? Questioned her father. Sweat began to drip down Uraraka's face. And no. Alright then, can we come in, or are we just going to stand outside the whole time? Uraraka then invited her parents in. However, as they went towards the living room, Uraraka's mother noticed the file on the table. What's this, Achiko? Uraraka panicked and quickly snatched up the file. Nothing. Just some homework I was doing. Okay. So anyway, how have you been? We saw your fight with that boy. Asked Mr. Uraraka. I've been good, all things considered. But that fight really did get out of hand. I lost and got beat up pretty bad. Said Uraraka as she put the file away. Lucky for you, that boy, the one with the green hair, saved you. Said Mrs. Uraraka. So tell me, is he your boyfriend? Uraraka blushed. And no, he's not. His name is Izuku Midoriya, and he's a friend and my classmate. You say he's a friend, but the way he carried you off the arena makes me think he likes you. Teased her mother. However, Mr. Uraraka wasn't having it. No way. There's no way my Achiko would ever fall for such an animal. You saw what he did to the indigo-haired boy. He nearly killed him. Just because he saved Achiko doesn't mean anything. Izuku, having very good hearing, listened in on the conversation. Well, I can't say I blame him for saying that. He's not an animal, said Uraraka. Izuku's eyes widened. Midoriya is a kind person, yet he can be scary sometimes, but I know there is good within him. Why does everyone judge him without getting to know him? Uraraka's parents looked at each other. You're right, Achiko. We may have judged him too early. He did save you after all. Besides, the way you just spoke of him makes me think you actually do like him, said Mrs. Uraraka, teasing her daughter. A small blush formed on Uraraka's face, and not really. Izuku smiled, hearing Uraraka defend him. After a while of hiding, it was apparent that Uraraka's parents were going to stay. So instead of staying in her room all day, Izuku found a pen and paper and wrote a note saying that he didn't want to get in the way or get her in trouble. It also said to hold on to the file. Izuku would pick it up later, and it said thank you for sticking up for him. Leaving through the window, Izuku used his claws to climb down the apartment. Making to the ground, Izuku looked back up. I felt like I just got caught with someone's wife hiding like that. Overall, it was a strange experience, but it wasn't all that bad. Izuku thought back to when Uraraka's lips were just millimeters away. As Izuku walked down the street, he suddenly felt his heart flutter. Huh? What's this feeling? 2 days later. It was now Monday, which meant it was time to go back to school. Izuku met up with Uraraka as he was on the train. She apologized for what happened, but Izuku said it was fine. He understood. Now in class, the two waited for Aizawa to join them. As the bell rang, Aizawa walked into the room. This time, he didn't have all the bandages around his face. All right, everyone, I hope you all got a good weekend rest, because it's time to step on the gas. As some of you know, your performance during the sports festival will influence the number of offers you get. These are the number of offers you each received. Pressing a button, the screen behind Aizawa showed each student's name and a number. As you can see, the higher you place, the more offers you got, said Aizawa. Izuku combed through the list and saw that Todoroki had the most, even though he got second. But he didn't see his name. If you don't see your name, it's because you didn't get an offer. But don't worry, you'll still be able to intern with a hero. Izuku sighed. Yeah, I kind of saw this coming. No one would pick me after what I did. Which leads me into the next thing. Before you choose which hero you want to intern with, you first have to pick hero names, explained Aizawa. The class erupted in cheer. Finally, something fun, said Mina. Aizawa then suddenly activated his quirk and silenced the class. As I was saying, these hero names may very well be permanent. So you should really give it some thought, or else. Or else you might get stuck with a name you do not like," said Midnight, walking into the room. Most of the boys blushed at the sight of her. Izuku, however, did not. "Midnight here will be helping you through this, so I'll pass it over to her." Aizawa then pulled up his sleeping bag and rolled to the corner. "All right, everyone grab a whiteboard and pass it down. Once you pick a name, come up and show us," said Midnight. Izuku grabbed one of the whiteboards and opened the marker. What should my name be?" One by one his classmates began to go up and present their names. Uraraka chose the name Uravity, which Izuku thought suited her. Now it was down to 3 students, Izuku, Todoroki, and Ida. Both Todoroki and Ida chose their names to be their hero names. But something about Ida had changed, and Izuku noticed it. "All right, last but not least, Midoriya, please come up and show the class," said Midnight. "Shit." Izuku looked down at the board, and after thinking for a second, he quickly wrote down something. Getting up, Izuku made his way towards the front of the class. "I heard this name while I was on the way back. The kids were clearly talking about me, and the way they described me was pretty cool." Turning around the sign, Izuku showed what he wrote down. "The Wolverine." "That is an interesting choice in name, Midoriya. Any particular reason why you chose it?" questioned Midnight. Izuku shrugged. "Not really. I just thought it sounded pretty cool. Plus, the animal is a fierce creature, and that's basically what I am according to others." Midnight hummed. "In all honesty, it's not a bad name, and it suits you, so good job." Izuku nodded and went back to his seat. "Now that everyone has gone up, please go over the list of hero agencies that gave you offers and decide by Wednesday." The class was dismissed. As Izuku got up to leave, Aizawa stopped him. "Midoriya, a word please." Izuku stopped and turned to his teacher. "After school, come to the guidance office." The day went on as normal, and it was now time to leave. Well, not for Izuku. After getting the file back from Uraraka, he made his way towards the guidance office. There he found Aizawa and Nizu waiting for him. "Midoriya, glad you can make it," said Nizu. Izuku took a seat in front of them. "So what's this about?" "This is about your actions during the sports festival," explained Aizawa. Izuku rolled his eyes. "All right, what's the punishment? I already didn't get any internships, so there's not much you can do." "Actually, you did get internships," said Nizu, "and quite a few of them." "Really? Then why didn't Aizawa tell me?" questioned Izuku. "Because that's where your punishment comes in. For your actions against Shinso, we decided to take away most of your offers. Instead, we are only giving you one," said Nizu as he slid a piece of paper towards Izuku. Grabbing the paper, Izuku looked at it. "This seems more like I'm forced to go here." Nizu nodded. "That's because you are. We believe this hero can help you figure some stuff out. Besides, she did ask for you personally." "Really? Interesting. But why am I the only one who's getting punished?" "Bakugo did the same thing I did. Not to the same extent, but practically the same. If I'm getting punished, then Bakugo should as well," protested Izuku. "Yes, we did consider that, and are dealing with Bakugo in another way. He's still getting punished, so don't worry about that," said Nizu with a smile. Izuku didn't trust that smile. "Whatever. I'll go with this hero to intern with. However, I won't promise I'll learn anything, though." With that, Izuku got up to leave. But just as he was about to step foot outside, Nizu called out to him. "Oh, by the way, Midoriya, have you been able to go over the file we gave you?" Izuku didn't even turn around. "Yeah, I did. Not much in it to begin with. It just gave me more questions than anything else." Nizu nodded. "I see. Sorry that it wasn't to your liking. I do hope you get the answers to your questions one day." Once Izuku was gone, Aizawa turned to Nizu. "He knows the file you gave him was a fake. Or at the very least, he suspects it. Nizu, you have to tell him the truth." "No, that information will not be shared with anyone besides us. Izuku is to never learn the truth, and I trust you won't tell him," said Nizu. Aizawa sighed. "I won't say anything, but if he finds out, he'll hate you." Nizu nodded. "I know. When this comes back to bite you in the ass, don't expect me to come help you. Because if Izuku comes after you, there is little we can do to stop him. Remember that." Aizawa then left, leaving Nizu to his own thoughts. With that, Izuku walked out of the room and was walking down the halls when suddenly a metal lashed itself to his arm. Huh. Without warning, Izuku was suddenly yanked down the hall. Izuku was dragged on the floor. He tried to fight back, but by the time he popped his claws, he stopped. Found you. Izuku looked up to see Hatsum. Hatsum? What the heck? Did you just yank me all the way here? Hatsum nodded. Yup. Getting up, Izuku dusted himself off. All right, can you tell me why? Remember at the festival, I wanted you to come to the lab so I can test some things with you. Well, now it's time, explained Hatsum. Izuku thought back. Oh yeah, I guess you did say that. Look, Hatsum, I'm not in the mood right now. But Hatsum wouldn't let Izuku go without a fight. Please, just for a few minutes. I made something really strong, and I want to see if you can break it or not. Sighing, Izuku relented. All right, fine, but only for a few minutes. Hatsum smiled. Awesome. Let's go. Walking down to the support department, Hatsum led Izuku to her workshop. The entire workstation was filled with gadgets. Not much of a clean person, are you? Asked Izuku. I prefer my stuff as chaotically neutral as possible. Hold on, let me just find the baby and we can test it. Hatsum then began to look through the pile of gadgets. Izuku looked around and noticed everything around him, but it was a drill that made him jump. I found it, said Hatsum, holding another shield. This one was circular. May I introduce my newest baby? This little baby has reinforced titanium fibers woven into it for extra strength. It could withstand hurricane-like winds and a PSI of 25,000 plus. It can stop bullets and is completely scratch-proof. Sounds impressive, said Izuku. Hatsum nodded. She's my pride and joy. Now, go ahead and try to break it. Placing the shield in a holding container, it sort of hanged like a target. Are you sure? Asked Izuku. Positive. I'm willing to bet 500 yen that it won't break, said Hatsum. Izuku smiled. All right, I'll take that bet. Looking at the shield, Izuku pulled his fist back. With a snick, Izuku popped his claws and threw them forward. Much to Hatsum's surprise, Izuku's claws pierced the shield like it was nothing. His 3 claws went through the shield and out the back. Izuku then brought his arm down, completely shredding it. Now that he proved that his claws were stronger, Izuku retracted them. Looks like you'll have to go back to the drawing board with this one. And I get 500 yen, said Izuku. Turning around, Izuku found Hatsum with her jaw wide open. That's it, give me your claws. I'm finding out what they are made of right now. Grabbing Izuku's wrist, Hatsum pulled him towards a scanner. Wait, Hatsum, I already know what they are made of. It's a dense aluminum alloy, explained Izuku, but Hatsum wasn't paying attention. Pop the claws, ordered Hatsum. Izuku rolled his eyes but obliged. Turning on the machine, a red laser began to scan Izuku's claws. After a few seconds, the scan was done, and Hatsum went to go check on the results. What? That's not possible. Izuku raised an eyebrow. What's not possible? Who told you those claws were an aluminum alloy? Questioned Hatsum. It was in a police report. Why? Asked Izuku. Well, that's wrong. That metal is not an aluminum alloy, said Hatsum. Izuku's eyes widened. Then what is it? It's called adamantium, and it's one of the world's rarest metals. Hatsum then turned the monitor and showed Izuku. See, 100% match. Izuku couldn't believe it. There has to be some mistake. It should be an aluminum alloy. It's not. Those claws are made of adamantium. Wait, didn't you say your entire skeletal system was covered in it? Izuku nodded. How? A procedure like that would kill you. I have a strong healing factor. I guess that's why, said Izuku. Midoriya, you shouldn't be alive right now. That healing quirk is really something if you survive the fusion, said Hatsum. The procedure to do that must have been agonizing. Izuku's eyes widened. Then that means the dreams aren't dreams. Clenching his fist, Izuku walked out of the support lab. He thought about confronting Mizu and All Might, but he thought back to Uraraka. She told him to trust them, but how could he when the evidence was right in front of him? If what Hatsum says is true, then the file that All Might gave me really is a fake. Why? Why would they give me a fake? If they won't give me the information I want, then I'll just have to take it, thought Izuku as he walked out of the support lab. A few days later, the entire class was now at the train station, ready to go to their hero internships. Each student carried a suitcase with their hero costumes inside. All right, Your train should be here in a few minutes. In the meantime, I will give you all a warning. You are to obey the orders of the heroes. If any of you get into trouble, then it will punish you severely. Am I clear? Asked Izawa. The class all nodded. Yes, sir. Izuku was in the back of the class not paying attention. He was still thinking about what Hatsum told him. Hey Midoriya, you alright? Looking up, Izuku found Uraraka. Huh? Yeah, I'm fine, just thinking, that's all. Oh, about the internships, I hope. I can't wait to get started with mine, said Uraraka with excitement. Who did you go with again? Asked Izuku. Gunhead. He specializes in close quarters combat, and that's the place I need the most help in. So I thought he would be the perfect fit for that, explained Uraraka. Who did you pick? Oh, I went with the rabbit hero Mirko. The school actually told me to go with her. Apparently she can help me. I don't really see how, but whatever, said Izuku. Uraraka thought about it. I heard about her. Apparently she's wicked strong and uses her legs for powerful attacks. She could help you with controlling your strength. Maybe. Hey, what's up with Ida? He's been a bit different lately, said Izuku as he motioned towards his classmate. Didn't you hear? His brother was attacked by the hero killer Stain. Luckily he survived, but it looks like his brother's career is over, explained Uraraka. Izuku looked at Ida with concern. Damn, that's terrible. Wait, didn't he pick an agency near where his brother was attacked? Yeah, he did. You don't think he's going there for revenge, is he? Questioned Uraraka. Most likely yes. Honestly, I can't say I blame him. I would go after Stain myself if it happened to me, said Izuku, although he could get in a lot of trouble. Maybe we should go talk to him. If he does anything dumb, he might get expelled or worse, said Uraraka. Izuku agreed and walked over to Ida. Hey Ida, you got a second? Ida turned to Izuku. Oh, sure, what can I do for you? You alright? You have a look in your eyes like you're about to kill someone. I heard what happened to your brother, and I also know that you took an internship near the place he was attacked. If you're thinking about getting revenge. However, before Izuku could finish, Ida stopped him. It's alright, Midoriya, really. What happened to my brother was tragic, but it's part of being a hero. Just then the train pulled up to the station. Oh, that's my train. I'll see you later, Midoriya. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Grabbing his suitcase, Ida began to walk away from Izuku. I'll be fine once I get my revenge. Izuku narrowed his eyes. He's going to do something stupid. I just know it. After a few minutes, it was now Uraraka's turn to leave. She made sure to make Izuku promise her that he would not get into trouble while in his internship. Izuku said he would try, but he didn't make any promises. For Izuku, his internship was a few cities away, but after a 45-minute train ride, he arrived at the city. Walking for a couple of minutes, Izuku was eventually in front of a very wide, 3-story tall building. It looked more like a warehouse than a hero agency. Guess this is the place. Seems kind of bland for a hero office. Walking inside, Izuku noticed someone sitting behind a desk. Hello, how may I help you? Asked a woman. The woman had what appeared to be whiskers and large round glasses. Yeah, I'm from UA. I'm here for the hero internship, explained Izuku. Oh right, Izuku Midoriya, correct? Izuku nodded. Welcome, we were expecting you. My name is Tara, I am Mirko's assistant. Nice to meet you. So this is the Rabbit Hero's office. Not bad, this place is huge, said Izuku as he looked around the office space. It was bland looking, but the sheer size of the place was impressive. Tara smiled. Yup, Mirko has worked hard for all of this. Speaking of her, she should be finishing up her afternoon exercise now. Let's go see her. Follow me, please. The two then walked upstairs to the second floor. Izuku was surprised to say the least. The entire second floor was basically one giant gym. Weights were scattered across the floor, and the walls were covered in dents. But what surprised Izuku the most was the sound of metal clashing against each other. Looking towards the back of the room, Izuku saw someone on the leg press machine and a pair of bunny ears. 198, 199, 200. Getting up from the machine, a small woman with an athletic build and tan skin appeared, wearing a black tank top and shorts. Izuku also noticed that she had a round white tail. Mirko, the kid from UA is here, said Tara. Izuku looked at how much weight she had on. 2,000 pounds, impressive. Not to mention she did 200 reps. Mirko walked over to Izuku and began to inspect him. Huh, so this is the famous animal of UA? Honestly, I'm not impressed. When Nizu said he had a problem child, I expected more. Izuku smirked. This coming from a hero that's barely tall enough to ride the roller coasters at Disneyland. Tara's jaw dropped. She knew Mirko's height was a difficult subject for her, and anyone who made fun of it got what was coming. Midoriya, I don't think you should be saying that. You should apologize. She's the one who called me names first. Let her apologize first, said Izuku, staring at Mirko. Well, you got a mouth on you, kid. All right. Nizu said you were a great fighter. Let's see how good you are. Mirko then got into her fighting stance. Izuku dropped his suitcase and popped his claws. Let's do this, Playboy Bunny. Mirko smirked as she flexed her leg and jumped at Izuku. Dodging out of the way, Izuku took note of her speed. She's fast. Izuku turned to face Mirko, but was met by her foot. Hitting Izuku hard in the stomach, Mirko managed to send Izuku sliding across the floor. Stabbing his claws into the floor, Izuku managed to stop himself before he hit the wall. What's wrong, kid? Done already, mocked Mirko. Izuku stood up and dusted himself off. Lucky hit. Now, let me show you what I can do. Rushing Mirko, Izuku had a plan. If her ears weren't just for show, it meant that she had one weakness. As Izuku ran, he raised his claws and hit them against each other, causing a loud, high-pitched sound. Mirko covered her ears, and Izuku knew this was his chance. Jumping into the air, Izuku readied his claws in his right arm and brought down his fist towards the pro hero. Still a bit discombobulated, Mirko tried to jump back, only to have Izuku graze her arm. Izuku ultimately missed and stabbed his claws through the ground. What's wrong, hero? A kid got you on the ropes, mocked Izuku. Mirko grinned as blood began to run down the 3 slash marks on her arm. Oh, this is fun. All right, let's see you react to this. Using her legs, Mirko bounced from wall to wall, gaining speed. Izuku was barely managing to keep up, but was surprised when she suddenly jumped at him and kicked him. Izuku tried to take a swipe at her, but by the time he threw his arm, Mirko was gone. Mirko was moving so fast that it looked like there were multiple of her bouncing around. And her kicks were strong, so strong that with each kick delivered, Izuku began to fall. With no option, Izuku had no choice but to go on the defensive. But he knew something needed to be done. This is getting boring, kid. I'll finish this, yelled out Mirko. Landing on the wall, Mirko put everything in this jump and pushed off the wall with so much force that it cracked. Now above Izuku, she prepared to end it. Luna Arc. Raising her leg high into the air, Mirko was about to perform a front-facing axle kick. But just as Mirko was about to connect, her leg suddenly stopped. A massive gust of wind was created from the momentum. What the? Looking down, she noticed a hand around her ankle. Izuku had actually caught the kick. Man, your strength and speed is off the charts. And those kicks are deadly. Any normal person would have died by now. Unfortunately for you, I'm not a normal person, said Izuku as he threw her leg down. You saw it coming? Questioned Mirko as she landed on her feet. Not necessarily. It is more accurate to say that I sensed it, explained Izuku. I could feel your killing intent rise with every kick, and when you went in for that final kick, something inside me snapped. My senses were sharpened. Mirko smiled. That's something a killer would say. Not surprising since you almost killed that one kid during the sports festival. Whatever, next hit wins, that fine with you? Izuku nodded. Let's do it. The two then ran at each other. Mirko went for a kick to Izuku's groin. Izuku went in for an uppercut with his claws out. But just as the two were about to land a hit, Tara clapped her hands together. That's enough. The two then stopped. Mirko stopped inches from hitting Izuku. Izuku stopped his claws just centimeters from Mirko's chin. Izuku's claws were so close that Mirko could feel the cold of the metal. Looking down, the two noticed how close they were to each other. How about we call it a draw? Asked Mirko. The wounds on Izuku's face and body began to heal. I can live with that. The two then backed off, retracting his claws. Izuku sighed. Sorry for calling you short. Mirko blinked, surprised by the apology. It's fine, and I'm sorry for calling you an animal. Let's start over, shall we? Rumi Usajiyama, also known as the Rabbit Hero, Mirko. She then extended out her hand. Izuku Midoriya, also known as the Wolverine. Thanks for letting me intern here, but I have to ask, why me? After what I did, I assumed no one would pick me. But Nizu says you asked for me personally, said Izuku as he grabbed her hand and shook it. The Wolverine, huh? Not a bad name. As to why I choose you, it's because of what you did during the sports festival. Let's just say I have experience on losing control. Hopefully I can teach you how to control yourself, said Mirko. Izuku nodded. I see. Well, anyway, you sure kick hard. I could feel my whole body shake with each hit. Years of practice, kid. Now go unpack. Once you settle and relax, Tara will call you down when dinner is ready. Grabbing his stuff, Izuku was then escorted by Tara to the third level where the dorms were located. Mirko watched as Izuku disappeared. Nizu wasn't kidding with this one. He was just centimeters away from killing me. This kid is dangerous. He needs to control himself. If he doesn't, he might end up as one of two things: a top 10 hero or a S-rank villain. Although he does have a soft side, I can work with that.